Comme il est 11.
It being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business according to the order on today's order of business. Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M124 concerning automated external defibrillators, standing in the name of Mr. Reyes.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to wish everyone in this place a Happy New Year. It's great to be back, and I am very happy to be here today to be able to speak and participate in the debate about the motion before us, introduced by the Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. It's important to begin our new year thinking about issues of health and how we can look out for one another. This motion calls on us to do two things: equip all RCMP vehicles with automated external defibrillators, or as we may call them, AEDs, and ask the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security to conduct a study to determine the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada and to make recommendations to the House in that regard, while respecting jurisdiction of other levels or orders of government. Mr. Speaker, obviously the intent of this motion is good. It seeks to make positive change and to improve public health, and I intend to support it. AEDs are a valuable public health tool. The Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada estimates that 40,000 Canadians suffer from cardiac arrest each year. One person every 13 minutes. According to the City of Toronto's website, over 2,500 people in the city suffer cardiac arrests in that city each year. In each of these instances, early access to a defibrillator can save lives. Early exposure to cardiopulmonary resuscitation, which includes the use of AEDs, is critical for survival. Employing these actions 1 to 3 minutes after cardiac arrest can increase the chance of survival significantly. That is why their widespread public availability is so strongly advocated, and it is why it is important that frontline responders be authorized and trained to use them to help people in cardiac arrest. There is no question that the accessibility and use of AEDs is an important public health issue. I am pleased that the motion calls for a study of this matter, and I actually think that the study should come first, so that we can ensure that we understand how to best deploy these devices and, in collaboration with provincial, territorial, and municipal partners, make sure that they are there, available in the best places so that we can save people's lives. I'd like to know, if we're going to buy a whole bunch of these defibrillators, whether police vehicles are the best place to put them. Or would we, for instance, save more lives by putting them in public places like malls, office buildings, and community centres? In the community of Toronto Danforth, which I represent, we do have defibrillators in a wide range of places. We have them in all of our subway stations, at many of our parks, such as Dieppe Park, Monarch Park, Greenwood, Riverdale, and Withrow. We have them in community centres, such as S.H. Armstrong, Franklin, Maddie Eckler, and Jimmy Simpson. And we also have them in several of our schools. There was an article published in the Toronto Star about a year ago, and it referred to research that was done by two U of T researchers, Timothy Chan and Christopher Sun, where they identified a top 10 list of prime locations for AEDs. It was interesting because it's not the kind of places you might normally think of just off top of mind, but their list included places like coffee shops, ATMs, and Green Pea parking lots for the City of Toronto. The research considered each of these locations mainly because of location of cardiac arrests, but also because they would needed to be somewhere where people could think to locate them and access them quickly. So where would people know to think to look quickly if they were trying to find one in an emergency? And I have to say that just even this morning, I was searching on the website trying to locate where are the AEDs in my community, and it wasn't really that easy to find if I was in an emergency situation. So while in our own community of Toronto Danforth, we do seem to have coverage of defibrillators in many public locations, I'm asking people around the community, do you know where they are? Do you know how to use them? Because that's another piece that we need to look at, not only that they're there, but that we know how to use them. Because this motion refers to training, it is important not only to have defibrillators accessible, we should know how to ensure that the people know how to find them quickly and use them so that they can save lives. Oh, I say all this to say I think we should be open to the possibility that the study called for in Part 2 of this motion may change the way we approach Part 1. It's important to consider the study and make sure that we're making the right decisions as we go forward with making sure that we buy defibrillators and place them in the right place. Let me touch briefly on the existing use and availability of defibrillators within the RCMP, since that is something that is referred to specifically in this motion. The use of AEDs is approved in several operational policing areas, including the Emergency Medical Response Team, the Divisional Fitness and Lifestyle Programs, and where provincial policing standards require that one be available. With respect to their availability in RCMP vehicles, that varies by division. A few regions have equipped some of their police vehicles with AEDs, but the number generally remains in the single digits. It's a very low number. At the same time, it is important to note that all RCMP members are trained in the use of AEDs found in public areas as part of their standard first aid training, and that's something which they must retake every 3 years. As the Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska referenced in his motion, a study on the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada would need to be mindful of the jurisdiction of other governments. As a police service provider for all provinces and territories, others in Ontario and Quebec, as well as some 150 municipalities, the vast majority of RCMP vehicles used for contract police services are paid for in large part by contract jurisdictions. Any equipment purchased by the RCMP for operational and officer safety requirements to deliver these services, or as a result of police standards set by the contract jurisdictions, are cost-shared under police service agreements. Given those facts, it stands to reason that provinces, territories, and municipalities would be front and center in the discussion on whether to procure and deploy AEDs in RCMP vehicles within their jurisdictions. In the interest of making a well-informed decision, it would also be wise to include other sectors in our study, namely health, because equipping first responder vehicles with AEDs is primarily a public health measure. So it's important to involve health as part of this discussion. We should do our due diligence in examining the worthy public health objectives that the Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska has in mind through inclusive and comprehensive discussions with all stakeholders. And I believe that in my opening, when I was talking about what we have in Toronto and in Toronto Danforth, it touches upon some of those issues as to the different needs that may exist and how it might actually vary from place to place. As it stands, there is a lack of empirical evidence about potential gaps in first responder needs as they relate to AED accessibility. We know that most RCMP vehicles don't have our AEDs, but we don't know whether, from a public health perspective, it would be most effective to put a defibrillator in every police car, or to increase the number of defibrillators in Canadian communities and continue to ensure that police know where they are and how to use them. That said, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the second part of this motion. A thorough study by the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security would go a long way to inform the action that is proposed by Motion 124. It would give us a factual picture of the AED landscape in frontline vehicles across the country, as well as their use and effectiveness, which would be a much-needed knowledge base. With that, the Government of Canada would be much better placed to develop new policies and standards and to understand the resource implications associated with a proposal to equip all RCMP vehicles with AEDs. So to sum up, we strongly support the use of AEDs as an important life-saving tool. I am in favour of the proposal in the motion and the principles, and I look forward to the studies that is called for. This is a wonderful way to start our session, thinking about how we can save lives and look out for one another across all of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Richmond Athabasca, who was with us on the Public Safety Committee for a brief time. He was elected a little while ago, and we had the opportunity to discuss this file, as is the case in this motion today. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course I support this motion. We recognize the need to have defibrillators in RCMP vehicles. And, Mr. Speaker, I should also mention that this is also an issue of public health. This is an issue that comes up very frequently. If you look at the actions of the previous government, well, one of the good things that they did was they looked at a lot of arenas, different spaces in Canada, and they implemented a lot of defibrillators there, and that's very important. And there's a huge human cost associated with not having that equipment in place. The number of people who die from cardiac arrest, who die unnecessarily because of a lack of equipment, is huge. Now, every minute that someone doesn't have access to this equipment to save their life, there's a 6 to 10% reduction in their chances of survival. I was listening to the member who was speaking earlier, and she mentioned the having equipment in other public spaces. Now, of course, it's important to have defibrillators in other public buildings, but over 80% of cardiac arrests happen in private residences. So I don't think that you can propose to have private defibrillators in private residences all across Canada. But you can take a step in the right direction if you properly equip first responders. Now, people might say, well, we can look at paramedics. But now there's a case of Eric Turcotte, who was a first responder in the riding of the person who proposed the motion, and he said that often it's the police who arrive first on the scene. So it's extremely important that they have this type of equipment. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, if you look at Ontario or Quebec, where there are provincial police systems, the equipment available for RCMP vehicles might not be as important. But if you look at other provinces across Canada, notably in rural regions where the RCMP carries out policing services, you can see that in some of the more far-flung areas, it's very important for those vehicles to have that equipment. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the substance of this motion, we are supporting it, but I'm not sure exactly where they'll be going with the study. They do mention other levels of government, and I think there may be some concerns if you start thinking about how other levels of government will be equipping their police forces. If you have a committee in Ottawa looking at what's happening in Montreal or Quebec or different municipalities, that could be problematic. Now, I don't want to criticize the intention of the motion, but I'm just wondering how we will proceed and what type of conclusion we will be able to draw. Of course, this is a public health issue, and when it comes to people's health and safety, you don't want to have disputes between different jurisdictions. So we need to be able to do this in an intelligent and appropriate fashion. Again, I don't want to question the intention of the motion. These are just some questions that are raised in my mind about how we will proceed. But that's something perhaps the committee can deal with. Now, there are some concerns about the Liberals' position. Now, I know I don't want to be too partisan here. I know they're supporting it. But they talked a lot about the study in the Public Safety Committee, but I don't think that we should neglect the first part of the motion, which says that after 12 months of the adoption of the motion, that the government should follow the example and implement these automated external defibrillators in RCMP vehicles. So I wonder if there's a lack of desire to move forward with that part of the motion. And the reason I wonder that is that the Minister of Public Safety himself in 2013 tabled a motion that was almost identical to the one before us today, which had an even broader scope. So certainly the member for Wascana, or rather, I believe the name of the riding has changed, but the former member for Wascana, who is now the Minister of Public Safety, has recognized that need, and he himself, as a member, moved a similar motion. So I'm not sure why the implementation of this measure should be delayed, and I don't see why we can't move forward quickly with the timeline proposed if we have the support of the House. I'll take a few examples here concerning far-flung regions. Now, in some of these regions, it's very clear that first responders need to have this equipment. When you're far from a big urban center, it's important to have equipment in public buildings and vehicles. So let's take an example of a big center. Now, here in Ottawa, all police vehicles now have this equipment, and they have since 2005. In Ontario, the survival rate for cardiac arrest is less than 6%. But since the implementation of that equipment in Ottawa, the survival rate has doubled to 12%. Now, of course, we have to look at the other measures that might also contribute to that statistic, but still, it's clear that when you consider the number of cardiac arrests that happen in residences, we can't neglect the impact that this has. Mr. Speaker, I'll also take this opportunity to recognize the work that the member for Richmond Arthabaska did as the mayor of Victoriaville. I think that the motion that he's proposing today reflects that work. We've seen a significant increase in the availability of that equipment in his city and also in the region. And it's also important to set a good example. Mr. Speaker, often when we debate policies here in Ottawa, we criticize policies for not having a broad enough scope. For example, in the election campaign, the NDP recommended bringing back the minimum wage, and people said, well, this doesn't affect enough people. But when you implement federal policies, often those policies are followed by other levels of government. And I think that is what we're dealing with here. As I said, the RCMP has a very broad scope. If you look in certain provinces, particularly in far-flung areas where the RCMP carries out policing work. But at the same time, if you look at municipal police forces or provincial police forces which don't have this equipment, we can set an example. We can show how important it is to have this equipment and how that can lead to a significant increase in the survival rate for people who suffer cardiac arrest. So I think we can set a very good example which can lead to better and significant public policy. So I think it's very important to move forward with this and not to delay too much when it comes to the study, even though the study is very important. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'll just mention a final aspect that is a little bit less positive, and that's the question of the increase in the use of tasers by the police. We know that the use of tasers is not always appropriate, that there may be a lack of training, and when it comes to issues of public health and safety, there can be problems associated with the use of that weapon. There were some very high-profile stories in the media about tragic incidents that led to the death of certain individuals. And the main reason for those deaths was cardiac arrest. So it's clear that police forces need equipment that will allow them to limit the use of firearms, something like a taser. But the problem with that is that that can be dangerous too. So all the more reason to equip RCMP vehicles with this equipment. Now, we can have a debate about the use of those tools. That's not our goal today. But while this tool is being used, it's important to at least have the equipment to save people who are in cardiac arrest so that we can reduce the number of tragic deaths from that. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague. I know he's done a huge amount of work in his past job and also here, and that's why I'll be supporting the motion. As I said, there are some issues associated with how this will all be rolled out. I'm a member of the committee, so I will be very pleased to participating in that study, but I would say that despite the mention of the study, I do think that we need to take concrete action. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to discuss a motion that asks the government to follow the example of other Canadian police services by equipping all RCMP vehicles with automated external defibrillators and save hundreds of lives each year. As Deputy Shadow Minister for Health, I have a responsibility to ensure that the government is providing adequate health resources, and access to this medical device is imperative for the health and safety of Canadians. I would like to thank my colleague, Alain Reyes, for bringing this motion forward as a result of his moving incident where his friend was able to survive cardiac arrest due to an AED. Automatic external defibrillator, or also known as AED, is a device intended to restart an individual's heart in the event of a cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest is the abrupt loss of heart function due to the heart's electrical system not functioning properly. When the heart stops beating, the patient has no blood or oxygen circulating. In that instance, every second counts more than the last, and the brain cannot survive long in these conditions. An AED works by sending an electrical shock to the heart in an attempt to reset it so that it will beat properly once again. They are small, portable devices that not only can provide the electric shock, but analyze the person's heart rhythm, determine whether a shock is actually needed, and even provide directions to the individual administering the device on a person. These, Mr. Speaker, are life-saving devices. Selon la Fondation des Maladies de Cœur,
according to the Heart Association, there are about 40,000 heart attacks every year in Canada. 8 of 10 occur in public places or at home, but if only 1 out of 10 survives a heart attack outside of the hospital, it's essential that AEDs be readily accessible, because the chances of survival increase dramatically when an AED is used within the first minute. AEDs are easy to use, not just by first responders, but also by the general public. There's a screen that helps users to, in the use and application of the electric charge. They are safe, simple, and fast. Their placement in public places will save lives. In some contexts, the response time of police is much faster than paramedics. In most houses and public spaces, AEDs are not readily available, so we have to depend on our first responders. It would be ideal to have an AED in every police car, but we can start with RCMP police cars. First responders play an essential role in our society, and this initiative would be an excellent way to help them.
a loved one goes into cardiac arrest and you call 911 to get them immediate medical assistance. The first person who arrives at the door is an RCMP officer, but you find out they can only perform CPR and must have to wait for an ambulance or fire department to arrive to provide an AED. While you endure the very long wait for either the fire department or an ambulance to arrive at your remote location, your loved one doesn't make it because a small, simple device that anyone could use was not there. AEDs are fortunately placed in so many public areas like shopping malls, schools, and the workplace, but we also need them where it makes sense the most: the hands of all first responders. AEDs are normally quite small and compact, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds and smaller than a shoebox. Fortunately, I don't know what the inside of a police car looks like, but I imagine they would be able to fit in numerous places, such as in the trunk, under the front seat, or maybe even in the glove box or the middle console. They will essentially go unnoticed until an emergency that requires one comes up. They are purchased in bulk cost at approximately $1,000 apiece, and training costs are essentially zero because cops are already trained with this device. Dozens of Canadian police forces, including the RCMP, already equip some of their patrol vehicles with AEDs, but this coverage is not complete. Based on the successes of municipal police departments, which currently equip their patrol vehicles with AEDs, equipping all RCMP patrol vehicles with AEDs would save hundreds of lives every year. The Ottawa Police Service equips all their vehicles with AED devices, and they have a survival rate for sudden cardiac arrest, doubling that of the provincial rate. Imagine the impact we could make by putting AEDs in RCMP vehicles across the country. AED programs are important to Canadians and the Conservative Party of Canada, which is evident in our National Automated External Defibrillator AED initiative, which we implemented while we were in government. Promoting access to AEDs was a national initiative to install AEDs and provide training to those working in arenas across Canada. Our priority was to protect the health and safety of Canadians while encouraging active and healthy lifestyles. This program has installed 3,000 AEDs and trained 23,000 Canadians in their operation. Putting AEDs in recreational facilities across the country just made sense because individuals are at a higher risk for cardiac arrest during intense physical activity, such as when playing hockey. This is especially so in people with unknown underlying cardiovascular disease risk factors, such as high blood pressure. Putting AEDs in RCMP vehicles is another initiative that just makes sense because they are likely to have to respond to those emergencies, and they need the right tools to best manage the situation. We have a duty as parliamentarians to help protect Canadians and to support our National Police Service. These devices are simple to use for almost all individuals, and the training is typically part of standard first aid training. They will be used to help save 40,000 Canadians who go into cardiac arrest each and every year. It is essential to have these as accessible as possible, as the chance of survival drastically increases the longer that it takes to administer that life-saving shock. AEDs are especially important in the vehicles of rural RCMP officers, as they are more likely to be the first person to respond to an emergency call, and treatment for cardiac arrest can't always wait for an ambulance to arrive. The upfront costs are negligible, and training costs are virtually zero. It is astonishing, in fact, that this is not already in place. Other police forces across the country, including right here in Ottawa, have their vehicles equipped with AEDs. We have AEDs in recreational facilities across the country, but not with all of our first responders. In conclusion, I am asking the support of all parties to adopt this motion. We have a responsibility as federal parliamentarians, not just to our RCMP officers, but to the Canadian public, to keep them safe and our first responders prepared. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Le droit de la réplique du député.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska, has a right of reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're coming to the end of our debate on this motion, which I had the privilege of presenting here in the House. It's not every day that, as a member of Parliament, that you have the opportunity to move a motion or table a bill in this magnificent chamber, which enabled us to build our country. So it's with great emotion that I take stock of all the work that's been done over the past year and a half in this file and since I was elected. Before I say my last few words of conclusion, I'd like to thank everyone who took the floor here in the House to debate this issue, which, to my mind, is crucial, equipping all emergency vehicles with defibrillators in order to save lives. I'd like to thank everyone from all parties for their participation, everyone, all the members and their staff who contributed to the debate, who did the research and made the arguments, developed the arguments. This was taken very serious by all. I'd like to thank all members from all parties who supported me and indicated that they would support this bill or this motion. I really hoped that the approach would be nonpartisan when it came time to vote on this. It was my idea when I brought this motion to the floor because I was a mayor before becoming a federal member of parliament, and I saw firsthand the impact of defibrillators when they were available to save lives. I even have friends who wouldn't be here today were it not for the availability of this simple device that costs about $1,000. It can be installed in arenas so that people can quickly provide care, administer a shock to save, for example, my friend Stéphane Carpagna. And as a mayor, I started a movement in the municipality. I worked with council and staff, and we set about to equip all municipal vehicles with defibrillators, including fire trucks, ambulances, volunteer vehicles, so that people could respond as quickly as possible to people, even in their homes, because 85% of heart attacks occur in people's homes. So the more defibrillators there are out there and available in all vehicles, well, the first vehicle that gets there, whether it's a police vehicle, a firefighter, or a paramedic, whatever, they'll be able to apply the life-saving shock. We need to have AEDs in sports facilities, in offices, and so on. And I think the next step is to equip all vehicles so that even people, when they're on vacation somewhere out in the regions, there's still a chance their lives can be saved if, unfortunately, they have a heart attack. So my motion reads as follows: that the government should follow the example of other Canadian police services and act to save hundreds of lives each year by equipping all RCMP vehicles with AEDs. The RCMP is the federal police force. They're not necessarily present in every region of the country, so that's why I included Part B of my motion, and that is to undertake a study to determine the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada, to see whether perhaps there's something that can be done in discussion with other levels of government and organizations. Of course, while fully respecting the jurisdiction of other levels of government, that's something that I feel very strongly about, and hopefully that can be done. I know that that's something that some people have some concerns about, but I think we need to go beyond just RCMP vehicles, and that's what this motion calls for, a study to look at is doing something more than just RCMP vehicles. Every minute, 7 to 10%, the likelihood of survival drops by 7 to 10% with each passing minute following our heart attack. And so I think with AEDs, we can improve on that statistic. So I hope everyone will think of all our fellow Canadians, whether it's your brother, your sister, your father, or your mother, or anyone who experiences this type of incident. We have the ability to save lives here, and that's what I hope we will do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question is the following one. Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Reid, moves that in the opinion of the House, within 12 months of the adoption of this motion, A, the government should follow the example of other Canadian police services and act to save hundreds of lives each year by equipping all RCMP vehicles with automated external defibrillators, or AEDs. And B, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security should undertake a study to determine the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada and make recommendations to the House in that regard while respecting the jurisdiction of other levels of government. Is the House ready for the question? Or is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
The motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Okay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Okay. Very good. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, January 31st, 2011, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And now we'll suspend the proceedings until noon. Order. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Commencing debate at second reading of Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1.
Ms. Haidu, seconded by Ms. Philpott, moves that Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today and speak to Bill C-65, introduced in November of 2017. Bill C-65 demonstrates our government's commitment to eliminating harassment and violence in federal workplaces. And we take this action because our government recognizes that safe workplaces free of harassment and violence are critical to the well-being of Canadian workers and critical to our agenda of a strong middle class. And we have been powerfully reminded in Canada and indeed around the world that harassment and violence remains a common experience for people in the workplace, and Parliament Hill, our own workplace, is especially affected. Parliament Hill features distinct power imbalances that perpetuates a culture where people with a lot of power and prestige can and have used that power to victimize the people who work so hard for us. It's a culture where people who are victims of harassment or sexual violence do not feel safe to bring those complaints forward. It's a place where these types of behaviors, abusive and harmful, are accepted and minimized and ignored. In fact, it's a place where often the victimized individual is blamed for the harassment that she herself has experienced. And we're all familiar with this phrase, Mr. Speaker, she brought it on herself. It's like many other workplaces across Canada, especially those that have distinct power imbalances and a lack of strong policy that protects employees from harm. As it stands right now, people who have been victims of harassment or violence do not have suitable options for having their complaints heard, nor do they have options for resolving these very serious and often traumatic events. And if they do come forward, they often are unsupported to manage the complex or difficult situations that they face as a result of the harassment that they've experienced. Well, Mr. Speaker, time is up. Things need to change. And it starts with saying emphatically that it is never okay. It is never okay for someone to take advantage of a position of power to victimize another person. It is never okay that victims, far too often women or young workers or people of color or people from the LGBTQ2 community, have been forced to stay silent and keep their trauma to themselves. This has to stop. I've heard heartbreaking experience from staff members in this workplace and across the federal sector that don't know where to go when they have been victimized, who, when having followed a process, have felt that they were not taken seriously, that they were asked to try again with their abuser, to avoid being in a room alone with the offender. I've spoken with many who have said that after complaining, they were shunned, that they didn't feel safe setting boundaries for themselves, that their job and their reputation was threatened by their abuser, often much older and certainly more powerful than them. And I've sadly heard stories of significant trauma, anxiety, and people who have left workplaces, ours in particular, because they were certain that they would not have a resolution for the abuse that they were experiencing. Mr. Speaker, in our workplace here on Parliament Hill, it's no coincidence that we have so many of these stories of harassment and violence. In fact, the volume of these stories is directly tied to the distinct power imbalances in our workplace that I spoke of earlier. So it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that we need to create safe workplaces, including right here, so that everyone can thrive. And the first and most critical step we as a government and society must do is to support survivors. We need to believe the people who are coming forward. We need to demonstrate that we hear them, that we take them seriously, that we are their allies, and that we're committed to ending this behavior. The Me Too And Time's Up movements have helped women and other survivors from around the world to bring their stories forward and shine a spotlight on harassment and sexual violence. And it's our responsibility to ensure that that light does not fade. We have an opportunity to act and to end the need for women to say "Me Too" in the future. Mr. Speaker, no woman or any person in Canada should ever have to say "Me Too" again. And that's why we are taking action with legislation. But we also know that this problem is too large to solve with legislation alone. Creating safe workplaces free of violence and harassment will take all Canadians working together to ensure that we change a culture that does indeed tolerate this behaviour. And to change an abusive culture, good leadership is critical. I am very proud to be part of a government that has been very clear that harassment and sexual violence will not be tolerated. And the Prime Minister has shown time and again that he's not afraid to take action when needed, and he has clearly demonstrated that he is an ally to survivors. It's this kind of courageous leadership that sets expectations in workplaces and begins to shift power imbalances. When leaders set the tone and the expectation that people are safe in their workplace, it empowers people to stand up and say harassment and sexual violence is not okay. And it empowers people to take action. And it's this kind of leadership that will help break down the patriarchal culture that we live in, designed by men for men. If we want more women to lead and to build and to create in Canada, we have to ensure that they are respected and safe. It's our job as a government to stand up for the rights of all Canadians, especially women and people of colour and the LGBTQ2 community, often those people with the least power, so that they can live and work free of harassment and violence. So it's for this reason that we introduced Bill C-65 last year after consulting with Canadians from across the country. And Canadians told us that incidents are still vastly underreported. And they told us that when incidents are reported, and if there is even follow-up, it's unacceptable, ineffective, and flawed. In fact, 41% of the respondents told us that no attempt was made to resolve an incident that they reported. And we also consulted with members of Parliament and the senators who made it clear that we all want to stop harassment and sexual violence and support survivors. So I'm hopeful that we'll have the support of the other parties on this very important bill. And after our consultations, it became very clear that what's in the place right now to protect Canadians in federally regulated workplaces from harassment and violence and to deal with it when it does happen is simply not enough, and that we need to do better. Mr. Speaker, Parts 2 and 3 of the Canada Labour Code deal with occupational safety and health and employment standards within the federal jurisdiction. And yet there's currently no comprehensive system in place for preventing and dealing with incidents of harassment and sexual violence. What we have instead is a patchwork of laws and policies that address these issues within the federal jurisdiction. For example, violence is dealt with in Part 2 of the Code, which covers occupational health and safety and applies to all federally regulated workplaces, including the public service. But sexual harassment is dealt with in Part 3, or the Labour Standards section of the Code, which doesn't cover public servants, only the federally regulated private sector. And on top of that, our parliamentary workplaces are not covered at all. During our consultations, Canadians told us that we need to treat incidents of harassment and violence as a continuum of inappropriate behaviour. This continuum should span all the way from teasing to physical abuse. And right now, too many people are falling through the cracks. Too often, when they report harassment and sexual violence, nothing happens. And these experiences end up serving as a deterrent for others who are considering whether or not they should come forward and report an incident. All employees need to be protected, and every incident needs to be dealt with quickly and effectively and seen through to resolution. And as I've said, legislation will not solve this problem alone. We do need a culture shift, and government plays a critical role in shifting culture. It starts with a comprehensive approach that focuses on preventing these behaviours before they happen, responding effectively when they do occur, and supporting survivors after the fact. We need a new approach to dealing with harassment and violence that will better protect employees in all federally regulated workplaces from these unacceptable behaviours. So Bill C-65, Mr. Speaker, proposes amending existing provisions in the Canada Labour Code by replacing the patchwork of laws and policies that address these issues within the federal jurisdiction and putting into place one comprehensive approach that takes the full spectrum of harassment and violence into consideration. And the legislation would expand these policies to cover parliamentary workplaces, such as the Senate, the Library of Parliament, the House of Commons, and political staff on Parliament Hill. There are three main pillars of the legislation. Firstly, to prevent incidents of harassment and violence from occurring. Secondly, to respond effectively to these incidents when they do occur. And third, to support victims and survivors and employers through the process. Mr. Speaker, protecting employees by preventing these incidents from occurring in the first place is the foundation of this bill. The amendments we are proposing will explicitly require employers to prevent incidents of harassment and violence and to protect employees from these behaviours. It's time to treat harassment and sexual violence in the workplace the same way that we treat other occupational health and safety hazards. And on this subject, I would like to note that we're also strengthening compliance and enforcement mechanisms under the Canada Labour Code as announced in Budget 2017. The use of monetary penalties, the authority to publicly name violators, strengthened powers for inspectors, a new recourse against reprisals, and improvements to the wage recovery process are just some of the changes announced to increase workplace health and safety and better protect workers' rights. Our second pillar is focused on effectively responding to incidents if they do occur. With these proposed amendments, employers will be required to investigate, record, and report occurrences of harassment and violence. Mr. Speaker, an employee who believes that they've been the victim of harassment or violence or has witnessed these behaviours would be able to report the incident to their employer and try to resolve the matter through informal means. But if the complaint could not be resolved, the employer would be obligated to appoint a competent person to undertake an investigation. And once the competent person concluded their investigation and issued their report, the employer would be obligated to implement any recommendations or corrective measures set out in the report. Now, at any point in this process, if the employee believes that the employer has contravened any parts of the code or the regulations, they could file a complaint with the Labour Program, and then Labour Program officials would investigate and take enforcement action if they found a contravention of the code or the regulations did occur. And details regarding the investigation will be fine-tuned and set out in the regulations. These proposed amendments will also protect the privacy of employees, encouraging those who are victimized to come forward, and this is vital to the success of this bill. We know that incidents are being underreported due to fear of reprisal and the unfair but very real stigma associated with being a victim of harassment and sexual violence. Our third pillar will require employers to support victims who are affected by these incidents. We're also requiring employers to assist those who need help understanding the new approach. The Labour Program will assist with education and support for complainants. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that the proposed legislation in no way replaces or takes precedence over the Criminal Code of Canada. Some actions and offences require law enforcement intervention, and complainants always have the right to go to police to report incidents. Mr. Speaker, time's up. The time for inaction is indeed over. Bill C-65 will ensure that workers in federally regulated sectors, including right here on Parliament Hill, finally have the protections that they need. It will ensure that those who are in vulnerable positions have a voice. And it will ensure those who still think harassment and sexual violence are acceptable in 2018 will be held accountable. Everyone deserves to work in a safe workplace, and they deserve to live free from harassment or violence. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that all of my colleagues from both sides of the aisle show their support for this bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Chemin-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Straight off, I'd like to recognize the Minister's efforts to make our workplaces free of harassment. And I would like to say that we will be supporting the bill. to move to second reading and to go to committee in order to improve it. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the minister. She spoke a lot about victims in her speech. In the bill, it's clear that victims have to turn to their employer in the early stages. And sometimes victims are afraid of turning to their employer because the employer may be involved in the harassment. Can the minister give me a reassurance that she will allow those victims to turn directly to the investigator in the Labor Department? And does she have financial resources to ensure that victims will be able to turn to the department in cases where the victim cannot turn to the employer, who may be the aggressor himself?
Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for my honourable colleague's support of the legislation. It's important that we work together, and it's reassuring to see that we indeed have parliamentarians broadly in support of legislation that's going to protect the most vulnerable in our workplaces. I would say yes, absolutely. Victims always have, first of all, the right to go to law enforcement should they have a serious incident that they feel they need protection from. But more than that, employers will also be required with employees to select a list of alternative people that an employee can turn to if, in fact, the victimizer is their employer. Thirdly, if the resolution cannot happen through the employer and the employer and the employee will have a list of competent people that they can choose as a third party to investigate should that employee not get a resolution in the first attempt at doing so. And finally, at any point in the process, the victim of violence or harassment can come directly to the Labour Department. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we have sufficient resources to be able to manage those complaints.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jean.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her very pertinent speech. Especially given the context in the last few months, I think it's important that we discuss this issue in this House. I know that many people are listening attentively to these discussions today. Following my colleague's speech, I'd like to know if new funding will be available to help workplaces provide training, because training is crucial if we want to change a workplace culture to make it healthy for everyone working in it, whether we're talking about telecommunications, airports, or federal departments. Will there be financial assistance for training? Because I think that that's really at the heart of what we need to change this culture. And as I said earlier, I think that will help us investigate cases of sexual harassment. And I would also like to know where that funding will come from. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for my colleague's support. Again, it's reassuring to see that all parties recognize that we do need to deal with this in a more comprehensive way. Yes, we're already working now on materials for employers to help them begin the work of training and prevention, awareness, and we have resources in place to cover the costs of doing so. We have also, through Budget 2017, as I mentioned in my speech, significantly added to our ability to investigate and to follow up on complaints that are made to my department, and so we're very confident that we have the resources that we need to move forward on this legislation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her very compelling speech and a very, very important piece of legislation. We know that every single person deserves to be in a workplace where they are free from harassment, free from sexual violence, and we as leaders and as a federal government need to be the ones that are leading the way and taking the first steps. As we know, every single woman who comes forward is displaying tremendous courage. It is not an easy thing to do. And how particularly will this legislation, for that woman, perhaps a young woman at the beginning of her career, how will this make it easier for her to be able to stand up, to come forward, but then to actually see action coming out of the fact that she had the tremendous courage to speak up? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, and I think that my honourable colleague raises a very important point, that oftentimes those who are victimized are the ones that have often the least experience, who are the most vulnerable in a workplace, who often have the least security and the least power. And so that's exactly what this legislation is meant to address. First of all, to set a framework that does focus on prevention so that all people know what their rights are in a workplace, that there is a strong policy in every federally regulated workplace that gives a clear framework for employees and employers about what the code of conduct is and how to prevent this in the workplace. Secondly, ensuring that there are alternative mechanisms for a person to come forward with their complaint that may be not the employer if the employer is the perpetrator. We've thoughtfully included that because we know that oftentimes, especially in small workplaces, it very well might be the employer who is the perpetrator. So building the obligation of the employer to have a list of alternative people is a critical component in making sure that people come forward. Finally, I think the attention that we've paid to making sure that privacy is protected is another really important piece of the legislation, one that I think is worthy of a mention. Many times we heard that people come forward and they are shamed and they are stigmatized for their experiences. They are actually discouraged from moving forward in their career. They may be held back. There may be significant financial consequences. So having a process that ensures that privacy of the victim is critically important. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, like many in this House, have been very concerned and upset by a number of the issues that have happened over the last number of months, and to be quite frank, over the last number of years. I listened to the minister's speech, and I think she was right. Both systemic and cultural change is going to be important, and I look forward to this bill going to committee and to see in what ways we can even make it better. One thing that has concerned me also, because we are looking at a continuum, we know that we have the RCMP, which is available, which she noted, but we have a piece of legislation by our former interim leader that has been sitting in the Senate for months and months and months, which is talking about judges and judge training, because ultimately also the people that go through the process need to have confidence that they will be heard through the justice system. So I'm wondering if she would offer any encouragement for the Senate to actually move forward on that piece of legislation, which is certainly another piece of this very important issue that we're dealing with.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague raises an important point that people have to have confidence in the system that is put into place to protect them. And so, of course, the Senate has their own process and their own timelines, but, you know, we believe that education and awareness is a critical component of that, and that includes people who are doing the investigating and the deciding on cases of harassment and sexual violence. And so, in our legislation, that's why we focus so much on education, on ensuring that there's strong policy, on ensuring that employers know their obligations and employees know their rights. And so we look forward to working with her and hearing her thoughts through the committee process. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question, brief answer. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's such an important day for all of us to be coming onto the same page. At this moment in time in our country, really across the world, it's critical that we put our partisan hats to the side and we do the very hard work that's necessary to ensure that this workplace is zero tolerance going forward. So I applaud everyone who's getting up today to be a part of this debate. It's critical. There are many tools that are needed in order to see this legislation go forward, but certainly even beyond that, I'd like the Minister to consider adopting 10-day paid leave for anyone who's been a victim of any type of harassment in their workplace. It's very important that they're able to have that time to be able to deal with the fallout that they're facing. And we certainly see women across our country who are just being victimized all over again by social media, by people, and we really need to advocate for them to have that time to be able to heal. The other piece that's very important and we'll be bringing forward certainly is a clear definition. This is the basis of all of the work that we're doing. I implore the Minister to adopt a clear definition in this legislation so that we will know exactly what we are facing going forward. So my question is about that definition, and I hope that she will entertain the amendments that will come forward about that.
The Honourable Minister in 45 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'll look forward to those amendments, and of course we'll consider them very closely. And as I've said, any amendment that makes this legislation stronger, I'm open to considering, because at the end of the day, I agree with my colleague, this is about setting a zero-tolerance culture for harassment and violence. In terms of why there is not a definition of harassment in the legislation, we felt it was critically important to actually include those in the regulations, so that as we move forward with different forms of harassment, that we can address those quickly and rapidly without having to turn to yet another debate about what harassment is. And so that is the intent. It was not in any way an intent to limit the scope of harassment. As I said in my speech, it's the full scope from bullying all the way to physical violence or sexual violence. I can just briefly say that, you know, with the advent of new forms of social media, such as Snapchat, all kinds of things arise in an employer situation, and I think we want the flexibility to be able to quickly add other forms of harassment as technology and our culture changes. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What happens when power collides with sex? The government's response to this question and more sexual harassment and assault allegations against politically powerful people coming to light was to schedule Bill 65 for debate this week. This bill seeks to impose a new framework on Canadian employers, including members of Parliament, to prevent sexual harassment and assault. I suspect this bill will garner a large amount of support in the House. Its measures are laudable, and it's a positive step in the right direction. My colleagues in this place today will likely bring up aspects of the bill that they hope to see clarified and approved on when this bill moves to committee stage. That said, this measure in and of itself will not correct all the issues associated with the current state of affairs of sexual harassment and sexism on the Hill. This is not said to be a knock on this legislation, but rather as a call to action to have a more honest look at our current state of affairs on the Hill, and to place an onus on all of us to do more to change the culture that allows sexual harassment to occur. Let me set the scene. In Ottawa, in the sense of it being a nexus of power in Canada, it's an intense place. Leaders in all three branches of government, senior public servants, military leaders, the diplomatic corps, the parliamentary press gallery, highly paid lobbyists, smart political staff, civil society, and business leaders all converge in one tightly confined space. They are all trying to accomplish big things. Many are assertive and ambitious. Many are highly skilled at their crafts. Many hold privileged positions of influence, and many think very highly of themselves. In a highly tribal environment, where information is a commodity and blind partisanship, conformity, loyalty, and acquiescence are often traits significantly valued above judgment, compassion, or acting with dignity. When this context is taken and combined with prolonged or frequent absence from spouses, young guns who are both naive to the context and hungry to advance a career or a cause, journos that are chasing a scoop, people who just want to work and be left alone, and a whole bunch of workaholics who are single or well on their way to getting there, the issue of what constitutes appropriate sexual behavior becomes critical. Then mix in alcohol. It's used to cope, it's used to fit in, and it's used as an excuse. Further, all of us here are in precarious positions. Every time there's an election or a cabinet shuffle, everyone, all the people here, change. More importantly, this precariousness is rooted in the fact that we exist at the pleasure of our bosses, outside of the Canada Labour Code. At any moment, everyone here weighs the opportunity costs of making a complaint or committing a non-acquiescent action with the threat of quiet dismissal, being overlooked for a promotion, being shuffled out of a spot, having a nomination candidate quietly run against us, or not having our nomination papers signed at all. This is not unique to any political party, nor is the press corps immune from this either. To say that there is a power imbalance here is an understatement. And further, for all the talk of feminism and pursuit of women's rights, there isn't gender equality in the broader context of Parliament Hill. Women are still used as photo op props, included for quotas or optics, without having the authority of real decision-making automatically attached to their perceived utility. For that, women have to fight, and fight hard, and put up with being accused of not being a team player or being an insert your choice of gendered expletive here when they do. And that's only for those of us who are lucky enough to have built a platform and a profile that allows us to do that without those in the top tiers of power having to take a little bit of damage in order to suppress our voices. Women are still touched. Our hair is still stroked. our shoulders are still rubbed. We're still given hug and cheek kisses that linger a bit too long. To fit in, we still laugh at the lewd jokes. We might even tell one ourselves to be considered safe to socialize with and to be considered one of the boys. Further, those who dare to raise issues of harassment are labeled as man-haters. Their sexual proclivities are questioned. Speculation abounds as to whether their sexual proclivities were even the cause of their experience. They are re-victimized over and over again. These things are used to control us, to demean us, and to silence us. And then there are those who say, well, why don't you just stand up for yourself? This morning, my former colleague Megan Leslie recounted a story to me about being at an event where a senior male pulled her close to him and told a story to a group while holding her around the waist. She was asked by a reporter how she could have let this happen. She responded by saying, there were 4 other men there. Why did they stay silent? And that's the problem. So many of us are bystanders to harassment, leaving a woman to, in Megan's word, extract yourself with a laugh and some good-natured ribbing, and then silently cry to yourself on your way home. This takes me to what we need to do to change, to move forward. First, we can't be bystanders any longer. All of us should demand that Parliament adopt a clear definition of sexual harassment, what the workplace extends to, and of what consent means in the context of our workplace. Then all of us, interns, volunteers, MPs, ministers, staff, everyone, should be required to take mandatory training on how to prevent sexual harassment and also education on what sexual consent means. This training should be required to be completed on an ongoing annual basis, at a minimum. And women here need to stand together, regardless of political stripe, and support each other as these claims occur, and demand that our leadership take action when they occur. Men need to call out their peers when harassment happens. MPs need to let their staff know that they have voices and that they should use them. Using the whisper network, the gossip chain that we use to tell each other when we see something or hear something, can no longer be seen as the main way that we manage incidents of harassment. It's a privileged system that does nothing to protect victims, nothing to empower them to come forward to report abuse, nothing to prevent violence, and nothing to prevent vexatious complaints from being made. Secondly, we need to dispel the myths of what consensual sex means in this environment. Is it possible for a drunk staffer to give consent for sex to a senior male in a workplace organization who aggressively propositions them? Within any standard workplace code of conduct, the answer to that should be unequivocally no. Today, there was a report that at one critical point within my party, this was a topic for debate, and that is disgusting. In that incident, media reports say that people sat around a very senior table and argued semantics around whether action in our workplace should be taken because criminal charges weren't proceeded with. They should be ashamed of themselves, and they should have no role or influence in this or in any political party. Which brings me to the next point. For the woman at the center of this issue, there was no process for anyone to file a formal complaint, quote unquote. Think about her decision-making process for a minute, weighing job security in the context of making a complaint in an ill-defined process against someone in an environment with high media scrutiny. A raised complaint like this should have been enough to affect some sort of change. The trend in most of the allegations that have surfaced recently is that of older men preying on younger women. Age and level of experience works as another dynamic of power that is often at play, and try to put yourselves in their shoes for a moment. You think you have finally got your foot in the door of what you hope to be your new career, only to be met with decisions you never thought you would have to make. Do I keep quiet to save my job? Will this hurt or help my career? If I tell someone, will I ever get to work in politics again? And on and on. It is an impossible choice that no one should have to make. In these terrible situations, we should be managing to justice, safety, and dignity, not to successful political issues management. And this is why we need to build awareness of the new support system that has been put in place to allow Hill employees who experience harassment to report and seek some form of justice without fear of reprisal. The aim here is to afford all parties involved in the incident due process and drive to an end solution that appropriately responds with censure to any incident. This system should be reviewed for efficacy and improved over time. In doing so, it should be monitored to ensure that it stays arm's length from any political party influence, impartial, and transparently scoped in its operation and designed outcome. And while it's laudable, very laudable, I don't think that this system will be enough. Political parties should also adopt formal codes of conduct and reporting processes regarding what they deem appropriate behavior when it comes to sex, sexual harassment, and consent. All candidates and political staffers should be required to sign off and adhere to this code prior to being allowed to run or work for a party. There should be consequences for breaking this code. I'd go as far to say that this shouldn't be voluntary, that a political party shouldn't be recognized with official party status unless it has one of these codes on the book. Having a system like this within each political party, in addition to the process that exists on the Hill, will serve as a check and balance to ensure high standards are set and followed. It would probably be helpful if the Parliamentary Press Gallery did the same thing before credentialing its reporters. Reporting system and codes of conduct should enable people to know that regardless of any other factor, they have the right to speak up for themselves and call out harassment in the moment. We should all be able to walk confident in the fact that if it isn't possible, systems exist so that we can report concerns and get assistance in dealing with that concern without fear of reprisal. In the development of these codes of conduct, political actors should ensure that they don't shy away from stripping the taboo from the following questions, and should force a non-dogmatic conversation on the same. Can a direct report employee or an employee writ large truly give consent to a sexual act to their boss or to someone of higher power influence? Same question, but for a reporter to a source, a lobbyist to a client or a minister, or a diplomat to a deputy minister. Should sexual relations be permissible in these situations at all? How can someone tell when a person of influence is using sexual advances or innuendo to silence or demean them, as opposed to when someone legitimately wants to explore the possibility of an intimate liaison? Is there a difference? And should we even be having this conversation to begin with? Third, we need to stop making incidences of sexism and harassment partisan question period fodder. Every time a woman gets up and pretends that their party is more virtuous than the other, we set the bar back. Third, we all need to use some judgment to create a culture that would eventually render the necessity of such a system moot. This is where the electorate comes in. We need to collectively value guiding principles when it comes to sex and power and ensure the people that we elect reflect the same. The electorate needs to have a zero-tolerance policy as well for these types of incidences. These principles include a recognition that we all have the right to our own sexual agency. In Canada, we have the legal right to control how and when we express our sexuality and with whom. However, this does not mean acting in a way that removes someone else's dignity or failing to obtain consent. Rather, it's understanding that consent can be withdrawn at any point and that at no point is non-consensual activity legal or that assault is legal. And while a certain sexual encounter might not be illegal, it does not make it right in the context of a workplace. In practice, this means adhering to codes of conduct. It means constantly asking oneself about whether it's right to proposition someone and question the appropriateness of the method by which it's done prior to doing so. It means seeking consent for this type of attention in and of itself. It means accepting rebukes with grace, deep respect, and love. And it means accepting rebukes not with a way of seeing it as a challenge to try again. Conversely, we need to show an understanding that consensual sexual activity does not absolve us of the societal, emotional, physical health, or financial consequences that might occur when engaging in consensual sexual behavior. Regret for a consensual sexual liaison that occurs within the boundaries of legality and established codes of conduct does not constitute harassment or assault and should not be used to make vexatious complaints that diminish the legitimacy of other survivors, backlog complaint systems, and unduly destroy the reputation of others. However, this is yet another point that underscores the need to have functional codes of conduct with clear definition of harassment and consent, clear reporting systems that undertake due process free of partisanship, clear measurable consequences that fit the severity of the incident. There are many models of best practice for these types of codes of practice in corporate Canada and in civil society. The fact that we're only starting to implement them shows how deeply entrenched the power imbalance on the Hill has been. I can't believe that we're having this conversation. I really can't. You know, Mr. Speaker, The number of times in my career in the last 6 years that the #1 media request in my inbox has been about someone committing some sort of indecency or somebody trying to get a partisan comment on which party is more virtuous in terms of this or how I feel about sexism. You know what I'm starting to say, Mr. Speaker? Why does my voice just have to be used on this? Why am I all of a sudden the key issue bearer on? Why is every single one of my colleagues, why is the Minister of Labour having to stand up and talk about this when there's so many other issues? This should be common sense decency that we treat each other with. You know, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we are spending the first day back, and look, this is an important debate. I'm not trying to diminish this, but the fact that we have to legislate this behavior actually takes my voice away. It takes away my ability to talk about the economy or foreign affairs or any other issue today. The fact is that because we have people that feel that it's within their purview to act badly, to use their power and balance to silence and demean others, is disgusting. The fact that we have people still today that look at a woman who reports as the first thing that they think of is political issues management is disgusting. The fact that we have young women, and I don't want to make this a gendered conversation or a heterosexual conversation because that would be completely misconstruing the context here. The fact that we have people who feel that they cannot report abuse or that they have to work and live with abuse says that we have not achieved gender equality, that we haven't achieved some sort of utopia on feminism, and worst of all, we're sitting here with the privilege of having certain rights that other people in the world don't. I can't imagine some woman, especially, for example, a Yazidi sex slave survivor, watching this debate and going, oh my God, are we really talking about this? This bill isn't enough. It's a good step in the right direction, but you can't legislate bad behavior. You can't legislate someone choosing to use their influence or their power and balance to diminish someone else. So at the end of the day, we probably have to have more severe codes of conduct. Can't just be within political parties here either. We all know that the Me Too movement is going to head up to the press gallery. It's going to head up to the lobbyist community. It's going to go to the diplomatic corps. We've all sat around here and watched these things happen. And if we don't have that more difficult conversation, if we don't strip away the taboo from doing this, we are not going to fix this problem. And we're going to be here for years more talking about what else needs to change. And I'm tired of it. I don't want to sit in this place and have this conversation again. I don't want another woman to come into my office. This needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. And it's every person's job in here, every person who's listening, to take on that personal responsibility of putting dignity and human rights ahead of abuse or their sexual desire. Returning to Bill C-65. The Conservative Party supports this bill and will commit to carefully analyzing it in order to provide suggestions on where there needs to be areas for improvement. Sexual misconduct and sexual harassment have no place in Canadian society, especially within our political system. As Conservatives, we want to ensure that the government focuses on supporting victims, as it has pledged to do. For example, there's a concern of the option of mediation as an avenue to solve harassment complaints. The government needs to be clear about the implications of the bill on such areas of concern. We want the government to be clear on questions of funding. For example, what will the budget be on the government's campaign to raise awareness on sexual harassment? We want an effective awareness campaign, and we need to know how much and where we will spend this money. I'm sure that this bill will have a vigorous debate at committee. I'm sure that we're going to have many experts come forward and talk about why this bill is important or how it doesn't address all the gaps. But at the end of the day, what isn't going to be discussed at committee, and where I'm sure we're going to be talking about this again, is the individual responsibility of all of us to stop being bystanders, to stop the whisper network, to take accountability for our own actions, and when we see our colleagues or someone else behaving badly, intervening. It means that we empower our staff that we have their backs, that they don't have to put up with this garbage anymore. It means fundamentally changing the culture on the Hill. It means the organizers of Politics in the Pen and the Parliamentary Press Gallery dinner and the cocktail circuit all understand that this is breeding grounds for where this stuff happens, and we need to rip the Band-Aid off of it. We need to stop pretending that somehow this legislation is going to magically fix bad behavior. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to begin by applauding my colleague. You know, I find it tremendously sad that we have to be standing here and having this debate in 2018, but trying to turn it in a different way. It needed to happen. It should have happened many, many years ago, to have an open debate, an open discussion in the House of Commons about how we shouldn't have to, but that's the reality is, as you said, it's necessary to have the conversation or nothing's going to change. It's about changing a culture. It's about letting all of Canada know that none of us are going to be standing by and allowing someone else to be abused, to be mistreated, without saying something. And if we're going to make a cultural change, it means each and every one of us has to do that. Otherwise, my daughter, 10 years from now, may be standing here having, and who knows who else, that same conversation. And I don't want to see that happen either. I applaud your comments, your recommendations that you've put forward in such a constructive way, because it's not about partisan politics. This is about changing a behavior and making this place safer for men and women, because, you know, we're focused very much on sexual harassment of women. But let's be clear, there's a lot of harassment that goes on in a variety of workplaces, this one being no different. I did 2 years of work on the sexual harassment in the RCMP, and that was not only about women, that was also about lots of men. So I assume that my colleague is going to be encouraging all of her colleagues to take the kind of training that certainly on this side, and I think they have, to make sure that all our colleagues are brought to where that they have an obligation to stand up and protect others who are being intimidated. I'd like to hear her comments on that.
I'd like to remind the honourable members to address their comments and questions through the chair. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I thank my colleague for her question, and I thank her for her career on the Hill and being a woman who has carved the path for many of us and has probably had to deal with much of this through her career as well. I don't know of a workplace nowadays where you don't have to take some sort of sexual harassment training, and that's because at the end of the day, sex and sexual consent and how we perceive that is, in a pluralistic society, there's a wide array of how people view that. And at the end of the day, there is only one acceptable course of action. And so normalizing and defining what we mean by harassment, you know, in preparing for this speech, I was looking, the Ontario government has a policy on this. Many workplaces have very clear defined. There's no reason why we can't adopt that. And the same thing goes, I think, where we talk just about harassment, but we need to talk about what consent is. I remember giving a speech in here around the bill that dealt with the changes in prostitution laws, and my whole thesis on the speech was that we fundamentally don't understand what sexual consent is in a cohesive way in this country. And I remember a journalist tweeted at me, well, what does Rempel want? A confetti cannon? Well, no, that's the point, is that there's such a limited understanding of what constitutes appropriate behavior. And when we feel that, when we're confronted with this thing and you know it's inappropriate, you know, I go back to what Megan says, you know, the onus is on us to laugh it off or extract yourself from the situation, and there should be frameworks and behavioral codes of conduct that prevent the person who is being abused from having to defend themselves. Because that behavior shouldn't have happened to begin with, and we have a broader societal obligation to prevent it from happening. That means bosses, it means co-workers, it means friends, families, everybody. And this will not change, nothing will change until we as a society embrace that principle writ large.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, Leonard.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very relevant words in this House. There's been a lot of talk about training and that MPs should follow training on Parliament Hill, But I'd like her to give us some suggestions. What do we need to do so that not just ministers and parliamentary secretaries, individuals, everyone, men and women, what do we need to do? What do we need to commit to in this cultural change so that not only do we have training, not only do we change our behavior, but that we do it in concrete ways? Because we all agree that any of these actions, whether it be bullying, whether it be sexual harassment, violence, is not acceptable. But what do we have to do together, collectively, to make sure that it no longer happens here in Parliament, on the Hill, with our staff, but in all workplaces, all federal workplaces? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hill.
Well, I think it goes without saying, and I've made the case, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, this bill and the framework that it presents is a step in the right direction. I think in the context of the Hill, I presented a very concrete example. I think that all of our political parties here should have a formal code of conduct on the books that anybody who is interacting with our party is required to be trained on and sign off on before they can carry the flag or do any work under our parties, because that'll prevent any sort of ambiguity on, well, maybe it was consent or maybe it wasn't, or actually I don't think anything wrong happened technically. No, there should be higher standards of behavior. And I guess, you know, I look at this more from the perspective of, we all know when something's wrong. We know that. Like the guy that's rubbing his secretary's shoulders every day, or the hug that lingers too long. We all know the hugger. Or the kissy cheeker, where, you know, like you know it. You know when somebody's saying something to your colleague or to you, like, oh, you know, I got something like, oh, your hairstyle is making you look less attractive. Or you know, oh, your choice of clothing, you know, this and that. Like, come on. I mean, now I'm not at the point in this career where people get the look and they know to back off. But I'm saying that from a position of power and influence. 22-year-old staffer that comes here doesn't have that power and influence. They need to learn it. And frankly, I don't like doing that. I don't like spending my day giving the finger and the death glare. You know, my colleague's question is good, but I mean, use your noodle. Don't be a jerk. Don't get hammered with a bunch of junior staffers and get in a cab with one of them and go home. I think that's pretty basic understanding of operating principles here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a great speech on this. I know that the Minister brought up the fact that there needs to be probably a cultural shift in the whole country of Canada. And to that point, I had introduced motion M47, looking at the impacts of online sexual violence. A recent study showed that the top 88 videos that were viewed on the internet over the last 10 years, all of them had explicitly sexual content in them, and all of them contained violence. Other studies show that 80% of the population is consuming this kind of content, and to some point, that's going to be lived out in real life. So I just was wondering, I was hoping to ask the Minister this directly, but I was wondering what the government is going to be doing about that. I know that a recent study from the Committee on Women's Affairs there, they just did a report, and recommendation number 5 is that the Government of Canada examine e-safety models or increase controls to prevent violent and degrading sexually explicit material from being accessed by youth under age of majority, and examine how violent and degrading sexually explicit material distorts young people's ideas of consent, gender equality, and healthy relationships. I was just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague has any comments to that. Thank you.
Well, Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I could have devoted a whole section of this speech about what the commodification of sex has done to this bad behavior symptom, right? I mean, pick up your phone, swipe left. That is where a lot of us value sex today. I think that in this context, and the reason why I put in there that in my speech that we all have our right to our own sexual agency in this country, is that we have to avoid moralizing sexual behavior in terms of how we deal with the appropriateness of it. But to my colleague's point, we also can't ignore the fact that what he mentioned, the commodification of sex, I think it has bred a bit of an environment where people think that bad behavior is is acceptable. I mean, it's no longer as socially taboo to do some of the things that we've heard have happened, right? And sometimes I worry that women's sexual agency is being used as an excuse. Well, oh, she had the right to do it and she wanted it. So I think my colleague's question is very relevant. I think it's a lot of these issues all tie into the same sphere. But we have to stop being so prudish and so quiet about how we talk about sex and get real about how it affects our workplace.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-65 on harassment and violence in the workplace was introduced on November 7, 2017. We have before us highly important legislation, and we appreciate that a step is being taken in the right direction on these crucial issues. As the new NDP Labour critic, I am pleased to be able to stand today and speak to Bill C-65 on workplace harassment and violence. This bill was brought forward as a response to the many widely reported cases of sexual assault throughout the world. In the current context, and in the wake of global movements such as Me Too and Time's Up, Canada must, now more than ever, play a leadership role and ensure that workplaces in this country are safe and free of harassment and violence. Today, Canada is one of those countries that has the best legislation against sexual violence. However, it needs comprehensive legislative measures in order to improve the protection of working men and women against physical, sexual, and psychological violence in the workplace. The issue of psychological harassment requires close attention. In fact, the International Labour Office identified psychological harassment as being one of the most widespread forms of violence in the workplace. It is being condemned more and more now by universities and unions such as the Teamsters. Only 3 months ago, in my own region, in the Saguenay, there was a scandal at the Professional Training Centre in Jonquière. 6 teachers ended up speaking to the media about an unsustainable climate in the workplace that had been persisting for decades within that institution. These cases of harassment and isolation are not rare. In fact, they are constantly increasing. In fact, this is the outcome of profound transformation over the past decades in the way we organize the workplace, in our working conditions, as well as in our management styles. The current labour market rules, whether it be increased requirements for being more flexible or productive, have contributed to making working women and men more vulnerable and have fostered psychological harassment in the workplace over the past several years. The famous saying, divide and conquer, seems to be more and more relevant now, unfortunately. We're in a context now where there's professional burnout, stress, and suffering in the workplace, and these have become commonplace. Asking for the respect of one's dignity in the workplace is not an outlandish request, it's a fundamental right. Psychological harassment is not the only thing that we should be paying attention to. Workplace violence and harassment, whether it be psychological, physical, or sexual, has become an epidemic and has clear effects on the daily lives and the mental health of working women and men throughout the country. This was said only a short while ago by the president of the CLC. According to an Abacus study from last November, approximately 50% of Canadian women say that they have been the object of sexual harassment in the workplace. 1 Canadian out of 10 said that this harassment is commonplace in their workplace, and approximately half have been harassed by a person in a position of authority.
Not surprisingly, low-income workers and workers with precarious jobs, as well as racialized and queer women, are most likely to be harassed at work. Today, those who engage in harassment at work still only rarely suffer any consequences. The director of Unifor's Women's Department, Lisa Kelly, recently mentioned that all too often, people who come forward to signal a problem and who seek help continue to suffer reprisals. Mr. Speaker, this situation is unacceptable. Sexual, physical, psychological, and emotional harassment and violence in the workplace is not acceptable. Our leader, Jagmeet Singh, expressed the same strong stance a few weeks ago when he presented his zero-tolerance policy concerning these behaviors. The NDP hopes that all workers across Canada will feel safe and protected in their workplace, including protected against violence and sexual, physical, and psychological harassment. That's why we are supporting the overall initiative aiming to improve protection measures against harassment and violence in workplaces, and why we're working together with advocacy organizations, Advocacy for Women's Rights, to ensure that the policies implemented have a real, concrete effect and place workers' safety at the heart of those policies. Bill C-65 aims to establish an investigation process that would allow both workers and employers to better deal with allegations of bullying, harassment, and sexual harassment. The process laid out in the bill has 2 similar channels for workplaces that are under parliamentary or government regulation. Once passed, this bill would apply to all federally regulated workplaces, including the banking sector, the telecommunications and transport sectors, which represent around 8% of the national working population. Currently, the Labor Code has separate systems to fight violence and sexual harassment in the workplace. Bill C-65 would merge these distinct labor standards for sexual harassment and violence. It would also implement strict privacy regulations to protect victims of harassment and violence. These rules would also apply to parliamentarians, their employees, and other Hill employees. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has always fought for better worker protection. That's why we vigorously support broadening the provisions that would reduce violence and harassment in the workplace. Because, of course, workplace violence and harassment should never be tolerated. We support the objectives of Bill C-65, but we find that it lacks ambition, and it does have some flaws. We will need to present many amendments to ensure that the bill really meets its objectives, and to ensure that workers are properly protected. We still don't know exactly how this bill will improve the grievance process, or how it will limit harm, or how it will interact with the Canadian Commission for Human Rights. Nor do we know how it will protect the anonymity of victims in the workplace. The way that Bill C-65 will be funded is not clear either. That's why some points of the bill should be studied in greater detail. First of all, this bill claims to tackle harassment and violence, but these terms are not defined in Bill C-65, nor are they defined in the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Labour Relations Act, or the 2017 budget. Only sexual harassment is defined in the Canada Labour Code. There's a long list of steps and processes aiming to fight inappropriate behavior, but there are no definitions of what those behaviors actually are. So the lack of definition here bodes ill for the government's objective to create a template for sexual harassment policy. If the government truly wants to eradicate violence and harassment, why leave these definitions up to regulation rather than present clear definitions in the bill itself? How can the government hope to eliminate harassment and violence from workplaces if it doesn't clearly define the behaviors that must be eradicated? Without specific definitions, the government is asking us to vote blindly on this very important bill. And yet the bill is extremely vague, and it could be modified without consultation. But that's not what we want. We want these terms to be clearly defined, both for the employer and the employee, so that these measures can be implemented effectively. Of course, the definitions in the bill restrict the interpretation of a given word and prevent other potential interpretations. Of course, adding definitions would limit the number of situations that might be included in the bill. But it might be wise it would not be wise, rather, to leave the definition of harassment and violence to regulation. These definitions will ultimately be made by legal precedent or by the courts that are responsible for dealing with the Canada Labour Code. Mr. Speaker, there is a second major problem that I should raise. In the past, the federal government has missed opportunities to ensure that victims of physical, sexual, or psychological violence get paid leave when they are affected by this trauma. Why doesn't the government allow for paid leave, 10 days for example, for victims of workplace harassment? The government should take advantage of this opportunity to integrate a 10-day paid leave into the bill. This is what is recommended by most organizations that work in the prevention of sexual violence. This bill would be supported by, should also be supported by the necessary human resources and financial resources. Now, I mentioned this 10-day paid leave because when you're a victim of violence or psychological harassment or sexual harassment, there are long-term consequences that can last an entire lifetime. So if we want victims to have a good transition, then we should have a provision about paid leave in this bill. I would also like to add that if workplace inspectors are involved in the process, we must ensure that there are enough inspectors and that they get the specialized training that they need to implement these new measures. when it comes to investigations, Mr. Speaker, it's important that the people doing the investigations are competent and well trained. Often there are cases where prejudices can enter into the situation, and people who are not properly trained can have a very negative consequence on the investigation, and also very harmful consequences for the victims. It's also important that we get more specifics about the availability of new funding to ensure that workplaces can provide the support that they need to provide and to investigate allegations of sexual harassment properly. Without this, the law may be much less effective. Creating new rights without providing the resources necessary to apply them is simply not effective when it comes to protecting workers and ensuring a safe workplace. So, once again, the government will need to specify how much money will be dedicated to implementing these measures. There also needs to be a campaign, an awareness-raising campaign, to ensure that stereotypes and prejudices are dispelled. Workplace harassment must never be tolerated. But when it does occur, the process for dealing with it should be transparent for all involved. And the methods of recourse should be clear. The law should provide those affected with the right to be informed in advance about a complaint. We also need to ensure that the people involved have sufficient representation, as a point that was raised by the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada. Currently, the bill does not provide enough information about these points. That's why I think we need to ask some questions. For example, what recourse will Bill C-65 really offer victims of harassment and assault? Will workers have the right to obtain relevant information about the complaint? The Vice President of the Public Service Alliance of Canada mentioned last November that it is disappointing to see that this bill doesn't offer any recourse for victims of sexual violence or sexual harassment. And this is in a context where sexual harassment allegations are widespread, from the entertainment industry to every other industry in the world. I also wonder how the government will implement strict rules to protect privacy, and if they will allow federally regulated industries to turn to relevant people within their workplace. It seems clear that people who come forward may not have a guarantee that the person they turn to will be an effective mediator. My final concern, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the effect that this bill will have on the Canadian Human Rights Commission when it comes to providing resolutions and solutions under the Canada Labour Code. Bill C-65, or rather, how will Bill C-65 interact with the Canadian Human Rights Act or with the provisions that are currently in force concerning third-party arbitration? Bill C-65 would be improved if it could guarantee the same level of protection for all workers. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I know I don't have a lot of time left, although I do have a lot to say. So I would just like to conclude, with everything that's been said at second reading, despite the many things that have been said to criticize sexual harassment, some men and women still have difficulty coming forward. It's like they can't get the words out, as though something was preventing them from bringing forward these secrets that they have buried deeply within them. There are words and actions that are imprisoned within them. So why do people hesitate so much to come forward? Well, there's a lack of trust in our legal system. And there's a lot of confusion surrounding the different definitions related to this issue. If the bill aims to fight these behaviors, it is indispensable that we define these behaviors properly. Mr. Speaker, the government needs to provide answers quickly to these questions. They need to provide true solutions to finally allow all citizens to work in a safe workplace. That's what they deserve. That's their right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a wonderful way in terms of just starting off the new year when we have members from all political parties, talking about what is a very important issue to all Canadians. And one of the things in listening to the many comments so far this morning and now early afternoon is there seems to be a great willingness to see that positive debate, not only possibly continuing on in here, but also going into the committee stage. And my question to my colleague across the way is just to get her thoughts in terms of just why it is so important that that when we have this debate, it's not about one party winning over another party or anything of this nature. Really, this is looking at an issue that we all hold very closely to our hearts. We understand the importance of it to all Canadians, and just to provide her thoughts in terms of just some of the discussions, questions and answers, and some of the speeches that have been given where we have seen really a good, healthy discussion on a very important issue to all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. It's important to talk about this in a non-partisan fashion. Every time that I've spoken in the House of Commons on this issue, I've always had one thought in my head, and that is a thought for the victims, because the victims are the ones that we are speaking for today. Today, it's 2018, but we're still talking about this issue. It's been in the news recently. There have been significant allegations made. And for me, we need to represent all citizens here in Parliament, not just in our ridings, but all across Canada. We also need to set an example. We're here to change laws, to bring change, and if we don't respect the rules and the laws, then what kind of an example are we setting for other Canadians? So for me, it's important that the debate start here. That's what we're here for, to talk about this bill. But also, we can't just talk. We have to act. We have to act in a nonpartisan fashion, of course. But we need all men and women working on the Hill and off the Hill. We need them to commit to behaving properly and to calling out bad behavior when it happens, when you witness that behavior or when you commit that behavior. We need to have a cultural change. And it's important. In 2018, unfortunately, we still have to change the culture. If you read the news, there are tons of examples. So it's important that we work together, and it's important that all people, men and women, commit to participating in that cultural change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. It was so articulate, and she's really well placed to discuss this issue of labor relations. She knows what it's like to be a woman in the workplace, and I think everyone in this House can be proud of the tone of this debate. Of course, everyone supports a good initiative like this, and I think that my colleague took the time to finish her speech by reminding everyone that we need to give people back a voice so that they can talk about this issue. She also mentioned the issue of definitions and the lack of definitions in this bill. Now, my daughter used to hand out yellow hearts in bars to raise awareness among men about this issue. And I think that it's very important to have the right definition here. Now, raising awareness is so important. And I think that without definitions, we can't raise awareness properly. And I'd like to hear my colleague speak more about that. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Now, I've had the opportunity today to recognize the movement known as Ici Maintenant. It's an excellent initiative, and it involves handing out yellow hearts to raise awareness about what needs to change and what needs to be done. Even if that just means raising questions or starting a debate, raising questions in people's mind. And these young women who are doing this are really dynamic, they're changing the culture, and it doesn't have to do with official grievances or courts. It just has to do with people. Now, women and men too, because of course there are men who are victims of sexual violence as well. But it's important that they work together on that. So this is a movement that fights for everyone's rights. But it's a very good way to start initiating this cultural change. And it reminds us that this is important, and it can also remind us to be careful, to be aware. You know, there's an expression that says you need to know where you come from to know where you're going. And I think that's an important aspect of the Yellow Hearts campaign. I hope that that movement will continue to grow and to spread across Canada. And I think that would be a good first step, but only a first step. Now, in Bill C-65, I mentioned that training is really essential. We need to provide training, both employers and employees, because that is really a way that we can sort of dialogue and work together to change the culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate everyone today on making nonpartisan speeches, because this is a matter that affects everyone, men just as much as women, human beings, essentially. We are politicians, we make laws, but it's not just politicians that have to be spoken to. Everyone is involved in this debate. Everyone who works in the public sector, in the para-public sector, in private companies, mentalities have to change. And I'd like to congratulate my NDP colleague on her excellent speech. It happens in life at times, and I'd like to talk specifically about this bill. I read the bill. It has to be read, and we have to talk together. We have to take stock of where we're at. This bill is a good framework, but we have to flesh it out, make it more consistent, and make it something that works for everyone. I'd like to know, there's something that bothered me. I don't know if it bothered you a little bit, but the exemptions. When you talk about exemptions in this bill, should those exemptions be defined? Because when I hear exemptions, I hear confusion and perhaps shortcomings in the bill. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. And I'd like to remind members to address their questions or comments through the chair, not directly to members, other members. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At times when we hear questions like that, we really feel like we're in the back benches. I'd like to thank my colleague for her good question. And the NDP has a number of amendments they'd like to make to this bill, to Bill C-65. And we're talking here about nonpartisan teamwork and making commitments. And I hope the government will be open and cooperative so that the NDP's amendments will be recognized and accepted. I think we've seen at committee that there's a lot of goodwill heading into the work, but then we run up against a stone wall. So there's lots of goodwill here, lots of openness and cooperation, but that has to translate into concrete steps being taken. We need to acknowledge what's going on. We need to take concrete steps. We have to take action. So hopefully the government will be open to the NDP's proposed amendments. Hopefully we can all work together and then follow through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'm very honored to have the opportunity to talk today about Bill C-65. Our government ran on a commitment to take action on workplace harassment and violence, and I'm extremely proud of this first step we are taking in the House today. All of us here in the House, no matter our political allegiances, have a unique opportunity. Today we can join forces and take a stand together. We can send a strong message to all Canadians that workplace harassment and sexual violence is unacceptable, period, and that it will not be tolerated any longer. Sexual harassment and violence in the workplace is nothing new. Certainly in my career, I've experienced sexual harassment and bullying. I think it would be difficult to find a woman who is not to one degree or another. I'm particularly pleased that this legislation will also include MP staff, a group whom I feel are particularly vulnerable because of the nature of their work on the Hill. I certainly experienced it. My first job after university was right here in this place, working for a true gentleman, London West MP Jack Burkhart. I recall one incident in particular when, after an evening reception, a male MP made completely inappropriate sexual advances towards me. I walked out and never told anyone, including my boss, because I was fearful of the consequences to my career and to my reputation. Sadly, little has changed since the early 1980s. The power dynamic that exists on the Hill makes it a workplace that is a perfect storm for harassment and bullying. I worry about our staff, in particular our female staff, and I echo the comments made by my colleague from Milton. If you have an issue as a staff member, regardless of your party, don't hesitate to come to me to talk about it. High-profile cases are dominating the headlines day after day. The problem is both pervasive and far-reaching. In fact, just over 1 in 10 Canadians says that sexual harassment is, quote, really quite common in their workplace. And another 44% say that while it's infrequent, it does happen. And I suspect those statistics are quite low. The hashtag movements, Me Too, After Me Too, and Time's Up are the results of people, women and men, who thought it was important to show the world how pervasive and common harassment and sexual violence are in our lives. And they found the courage and strength to speak up. And make no mistake, workplace harassment and sexual violence exist not only in high-profile professions, it's everywhere around us. The reality is that it's always been everywhere. We just ignored it, or we simply looked the other way. And because of fear of reprisals or being labeled a troublemaker, or because norms in the industry made you feel like you had no choice. We know that harassers and abusers have used their power and influence to indulge in behaviors that were not only thinly veiled, but generally accepted by their colleagues. The difference now is not only that survivors are speaking up, but we're opening our eyes and paying attention. We're talking about just how pervasive harassment and sexual violence really are, and how important it is that we do everything that we can to eliminate it. There is momentum right now, and we must take advantage of it because it gives us a unique opportunity, and our government is taking action to do just that. In November, our government released a report on what we heard during consultations on workplace harassment and sexual violence. With Bill C-65, we're taking strong action to ensure that federal workplaces are free from these unacceptable behaviors. Our government is seeking unanimous consent on this bill, and I'm hopeful this legislation will be endorsed by all members. I'm also hopeful that we can join forces to send a clear message to Canadians that harassment and sexual violence in the workplace or anywhere are intolerable and unacceptable. This message should come not from one political party, but from all parties. We can show Canadians that we're united in our intention to put a stop to workplace harassment and violence. When people come forward, they need to know that they will be protected and supported through strong measures and that their careers will not suffer as a result. It is our responsibility as parliamentarians to put these measures in place. Canadians need to feel safe at work regardless of where they work and for whom they work. And that applies to employers and workplaces across Canada, including the Federal Public Service and right here on Parliament Hill. Recently, I had the privilege of visiting 5 corrections facilities in Edmonton and speaking with the dedicated staff who work there. The situation at Edmonton Institute for Men was a cesspool of bullying, violence, and sexual harassment, environments so toxic that the independent report said there would be great challenges in changing the culture there. Significant steps have been taken, but the road to recovery will be challenging. I had the opportunity to speak to some of those who had worked throughout the years of this toxic workplace. When I asked one female parole officer if she had hope that the situation would improve, she looked at me and said, "You're it." These staff, as federal corrections officers, will be covered by Bill C-65, and they deserve our support. We owe it to them and to employees across Canada to ensure that they can go to work every day and know they will be safe from a culture of bullying and sexual harassment. Bill C-65 will give employers the tools they need to adequately address and deal with harassment and violence, including sexual violence in the workplace. We are also strengthening compliance and enforcement mechanisms under the Canada Labour Code in order to increase workplace health and safety and better protect workers' rights. The use of monetary penalties and the authority to publicly name violators are just some of the changes announced to make workplaces healthy, safe, and productive places. Bill C-65 is based on our research, our consultation, and on what Canadians have said they need when it comes to preventing and dealing with harassment and sexual violence in the workplace. Last year, we released Harassment and Sexual Violence, What We Heard report, which summarizes a series of engagement activities we undertook with the Canadian public, unions, employers, non-government organizations, academics, and other experts. We made sure that a wide range of voices were heard to support evidence-based policy development and implementation, and held online public consultations as well as a series of roundtables with stakeholders and experts. Some of the findings were striking. Of the more than 1,300 people who responded to our online survey, a full 60% reported having experienced harassment. 30% said they experienced sexual harassment, 21% reported experiencing violence, and 3% said they experienced sexual violence. Incidents are underreported, often due to fear of retaliation. And when they are reported, incidents are not dealt with effectively. 41% of survey respondents stated that no attempt was made to resolve an incident they reported. Women are more likely than men to experience sexual harassment, and people with disabilities and members of visible minority groups are more likely to experience harassment than other groups. It comes down to this: workplace harassment and sexual violence are unacceptable behaviors that have been going on for too long. Canadians want and need their government to do something about it and to lead the way. And that's exactly what we're doing in Bill C-65. I'm asking for each and every one of the members of Parliament in this place to rise to the occasion that is being presented to us today. Take a stand and show your constituents that we care about making workplaces safer for everyone. While this issue continues to make headlines, we must ensure that it's not the popular movement that will fade away before any real changes are made. We need to do something now to correct the course we've been on too long. I recently read a comment by former journalist Jennifer Mossop, who stated, "It's time. It's time for mutual respect and genuine and sincere public discourse to take us to the next level." This needs to end now. Bill C-65 is going to help make that happen. Let's all support it together. It's time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a great speech there. I know that the minister earlier talked about changing the culture, and not only changing the culture in this place, but changing the culture across Canada in all corners of this place. And so I know that I introduced, to that end, I had introduced motion M47 for the Health Committee to do a study on online sexual violence and how that affects men, women, and children. And to her credit, the Status of Women Committee has recently put out a report, and recommendation number 5 from that report says that the Government of Canada must examine e-safety models or increase controls to prevent violence and degrading sexually explicit material from being accessed by youth under the age of majority, and examine how violent and degrading sexually explicit material distorts young people's ideas of consent, gender equality, and healthy relationships. Mr. Speaker, my question is just purely, does she know or have an idea of what the government plans to do with this recommendation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and he's absolutely right. We did do a lot of work studying violence against young women and girls, and certainly online cyber violence was a large part of that, and the fact that young women and girls are subjected to violence online that is unprecedented. And we mistakenly often call it cyberbullying, and we need to call it out for what it really is, which is cyber violence. We did look at a number of models, and he's correct, that model was one that we recommended, and the government is, as part of a broader package of looking at gender-based violence in general, and certainly the Minister of Public Safety as well, when we're looking at online violence, we're taking it very seriously, and I can't speak on behalf of the government as a backbench member of Parliament, but I know it's something that I've had discussions with various departments about, and it continues to be a top priority for them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And one of the things that's really important for us is to recognize is that the national government does have a leadership role that goes even beyond, the areas in which we regulate. By doing or taking initiatives of this nature, there are many other positive spin-offs that go, as I say, in other jurisdictions, other areas, and so forth. And one of the things that I've taken from the debate, and I commented on it earlier, is just to the degree in which we are receiving, and there has been all-party support for this particular initiative. So maybe she can provide her thoughts or comments on either or both of those comments I just made.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member is absolutely correct, and I'm heartened when I come into this place and listen to debate and recognize that all parties, regardless of differences we may hold on other policies, on this item in particular, we're all united on. And I do think it reverberates far beyond the walls of the House. When the House of Commons and members of Parliament are talking about this, when we're bringing forward legislation on harassment and bullying, we're sending a message to all Canadians and to all businesses and to all workplaces that it's simply unacceptable. And the culture needs to change, and by having these conversations, I do believe that we will start to move the needle. It won't be easy, and it won't be this one conversation that will actually make change. This needs to continue beyond Bill C-65. It needs to continue in how we conduct ourselves, both in public, with our staff. When we're having conversations with constituents, it needs to be top of mind, and I do think we can have a strong leadership role to play across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take the floor today. This is the first time I will have spoken in 2018, and I'd like to greet everyone, welcome them back to the House here. So thank you. I'm very enthusiastic and honored to speak today to Bill C-65. I'm deeply convinced that all Canadians breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this bill introduced. Clearly, sexual harassment and violence in the workplace must immediately stop. Our government is now taking steps to get there by setting the example. I'd like to point out that all parties have supported this bill. Partisanship has no business in the consideration of Canadians' fundamental rights. We are experiencing a turning point in our parliamentary history today, in my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker, because this bill will not only solve or govern these issues for federally regulated workers, it will also send a clear message across the country. There is no room in Canada for this type of behavior, period. The time has come to speak out loud and strong, Mr. Speaker. The time has come to take action. And in that respect, Bill C-65 is clearly a huge step in the right direction. Recent news stories have brutally reminded us that still today, workplaces are not free from sexual harassment and violence. Social networks have thrown a bit more light on the size and scope of the problem. It's high time we went forward with legislation to protect federally regulated workers. This bill covers, among other things, bank employees, airline employees, rail and shipping employees, as well as telecommunications and federal officials. Research conducted by Abacus Data revealed that 1 in 10 Canadians responded that workplace sexual harassment was quite widespread. Another 44% indicated that, although it was infrequent, it did happen. Our government has committed to solving this problem, and today we are delivering the goods. Bill C-65 allows for people to be heard loud and clear as parliamentarians. It gives us an opportunity to proclaim that this situation must stop.
Employers have to understand what their responsibilities are, and they have to understand that they have to take necessary steps to eradicate this plague. Harassment and sexual violence in the workplace slows down economic development and affects those Canadian men and women who are trying to join the middle class. Even though women are more likely to be the victims of this kind of behavior than men, there are also visible minorities, low-income individuals, and those who are living with a disability, including members of the LGBTQ plus community. They are more vulnerable. Impacts on these victims and their families are significant, but they are also significant for their employers. Victims often suffer from stress, depression, or anxiety, and employers are the ones who have to manage that situation within their business, including absenteeism, sick leave, frustration, high turnover. Our country has no need of this kind of behavior. Our economy and our reputation on the international scene would be highly increased by implementing this bill. It is high time that we take a position once and for all. We all know someone who has been the victim of harassment and sexual violence in the workplace, a sister, a brother, a colleague, or a friend. It's therefore our responsibility to take the necessary steps to eradicate this problem. Bill C-65 is certainly a very important key part of this plan. It will bring about a radical change in our way of perceiving employers and employees and the relationship between them, and I therefore call on all my honourable colleagues to support this bill and help us move into a new era of labour relations in Canada. By amending the Canada Labour Code and the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, we together will be able to prevent harassment and violence, answer more effectively to those complaints that are tabled, and provide better support to victims and employers. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not only important for our society, it is indispensable. Everyone stands to gain from it: victims, families, their colleagues, and, of course, employers. As I stated earlier, this bill is a huge step forward in this cause. Perhaps soon we will see a Canada that is truly fair for all working men and all working women. There has to be this cultural change, and today I am proud to stand and support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank the member for her excellent speech. Certainly, all parties, I think, in this House share
a commitment to doing everything we can to end the kinds of problems that the member spoke about. And also, in the official opposition, we were supportive of this bill. We want to see it move forward. And we want to take a constructive approach. We want to look for ways to potentially improve the bill, strengthening it if we hear of those opportunities in the context of committee. So I wonder if the member just has any initial thoughts on possible amendments that she might think would strengthen the bill, if she's given any thought to changes that could be made, should be made to the text and the provisions itself.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Now, in terms of which amendments should be brought forward, I don't sit on the committee. However, we really should pass this bill. It's not acceptable that there be victims. It's not acceptable that those people be absent from the workplace and that they be stressed and anxious and depressive. We have to avoid that at all costs. And I don't think we can continue to lose employees. We have created so many new jobs over the past 2 years. Anyone in the labour force, regardless of who it is, has to be able to work in a place that is free harassment and has to be able to live in a productive workplace, both for the employees and the employers.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues, all of our colleagues here today, for the very moving speeches about this very important topic. And I hope our staff is able to watch this debate today. I know they're all very busy, but I hope they're able to see what is being said, and so that they can tell how important this is, and that they know that harassment in any form in the workplace, in this workplace, is unacceptable. And I remember when I was a young woman and just getting into journalism, we were told back 45 years ago that if you wanted to work in a man's world, you had to put up with almost everything. And you know, we did, and it was wrong. It was wrong in so many ways. We all have stories over the years of things that we've had to put up with, but as the saying goes now, time is up, and we must move forward. My question to my honourable colleague is, we can't wait for this bill to go through. We must act now. And does she have any advice for us in our own workplaces of what we can do now to make sure that our employees feel safe?
The Honourable Member for Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. She comes from an area of journalism, so do I. It's a fairly male-dominated area, and I also worked in an area where I could easily be the subject of comments that I should never have accepted. Now I'm thinking of my girls, my daughters. I know that that culture has to change, whether it be for my daughters, whether it be for female colleagues. We cannot afford to lose anyone in society. These people have to be active, they have to be working, everyone has to find their place, and we have to change the culture, and we have to say it in our own environment. If we, as women, hear inappropriate comments, we have to speak up. We have to point it out right away, whether it's for our staff or our colleagues. Now, when will this happen? Well, we've brought the bill forward, and the faster it goes, the stronger the signal will be, the faster we can act. It is extremely important for everyone here and all those who are working and listening to us and all those who are working in our federally regulated workplaces. We have to send a clear signal that this behavior is not acceptable. We have to say it. We have to not accept these kinds of comments. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Sherwood Park. It is with mixed feelings that I stand to speak in the House today. On the one hand, I'm deeply grieved that we actually even have to have this conversation right now with regards to this topic on sexual harassment. On the other hand, I'm glad that we're having this conversation in order to bring attention to a very important matter at hand. And my hope is that we're able to do something about it going forward. Now, all parties in this place agree that there is zero tolerance for sexual harassment. But if you were to pick up a newspaper, or if you were to watch the newscast at night, or if you were to read through the comments that staffers from the Hill have posted to social media, you would see that there are far too many stories with regards to sexual harassment that is taking place in the workplace. The issue before the House is not a partisan issue, and we must begin by agreeing not to make it so. This is an issue of power and the balance of power between an employee and an employer. Now, when it comes time to hire or fire, members of Parliament have complete control over this process and the staff in their office. For every paid staffer, it's important to understand that there are a dozen interns hoping to take that job. Now, this places employees in an extremely precarious position and makes them very vulnerable. Now, add to this the lack of independent process for handling harassment allegations, and it is no wonder that employees can quickly find themselves in a position where they feel that they have no other option but to keep silent and hope not to rock the boat. For these reasons, I welcome the initiative of the government to implement a more formal structure for preventing and responding to sexual harassment in the public workplace. I believe it is very important for this bill to make it to committee as soon as possible, where it can be further assessed. At that stage, legislators will have the opportunity to examine it closely and to make the necessary changes in order to strengthen it going forward. To serve all employees and all employers well, sexual harassment must be clearly defined. That said, we must discuss whether it is better to define sexual harassment through legislation or to allow Cabinet to define it through what is called regulation. Now, traditionally, sexual harassment has been defined in Part 3 of the Canadian Criminal Code. However, Clause 15 of the current bill that is before this House actually deletes the legislated definition of sexual harassment from the code. In its place, the Liberals have given authority to Cabinet members to define sexual harassment through Part 2 of the Criminal Code. Now, of the Labour Code. Now, what this means is that the government of the day will be empowered to define what sexual harassment is in both the House of Commons and in all federally regulated workplaces with zero input from this place, Parliament. Now, as a general principle, important changes like this should be enshrined within legislation.
Just want to remind the honourable members that debate is taking place, and I'm kind of having a hard time. Maybe it's my age. My hearing is not as good as it used to be, but I'm having a hard time hearing the honourable member for Lethbridge. The honourable member for Lethbridge and the rest of you maybe just whisper a little bit softer or take the discussion into the lobby. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a general principle, important changes like this should be enshrined in legislation. Now, it stands to reason that most Canadians, including the employers bound by the Canada Labour Code, believe the definition of sexual harassment is something worth preserving in law, and that is the process that we should be going through. Furthermore, the second thing that will need to be examined by the committee is how we ensure that all employees, including those who work for government members, enjoy the full protection of this legislation. Now, the House of Commons is not like other federal government workplaces. This place, by design, is meant to be partisan. Democracy is best served by the official opposition skillfully testing the government's policies and bringing them to the Canadian public's attention. Now, the ability of the opposition to do its job without fear of reprisal or retribution from the Prime Minister or any member on that side of the House is foundational to our democracy, which is why I am a little bit concerned about how this legislation will actually be applied to the House of Commons. This bill before us would bring members of Parliament and their staff under the authority of Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code. Now, it is important then to understand how this code uniquely empowers the Liberal Minister of Labour to personally initiate investigations and make compliance orders under the Act. Upon receiving a complaint from an employee or employer, it is the Minister of Labour who will then be authorized to conduct an investigation. And once an investigation has been conducted, it is also the Minister of Labour who is authorized to issue compliance. Now, this will be done, of course, to the Member of Parliament who is brought forward through a complaint. The Minister also has the power to issue emergency directives to an employer and to make those orders public. Mr. Speaker, you can see how devastating this could potentially be to a member's career if, in fact, this complaint is found not to hold water. Now, for those watching from their homes and their workplaces today, let me take a moment to quickly unpack the implications. An employee has the opportunity to make a complaint directly to the Minister of Labour. At this point, the Minister can decide not to investigate if she feels the complaint is vexatious or made in bad faith. Right away, this should raise some red flags given the circumstance. The question we must ask is, can Canadians have complete confidence that the Minister, behind closed doors, will impartially judge complaints when she has the power to protect her Liberal colleagues from an allegation that could potentially end their career? And what also worries me is that there is no appeal process. Once the Minister makes her ruling, the complaint simply goes away. Now, on the other hand, if the Minister decides to launch an investigation, she then has the power to enter into the workplace, to compel the production of documents, and to force testimony from staff. Now, let me be clear on this point, Mr. Speaker. This legislation, as it is worded now, grants a Liberal minister the legal right to enter an opposition MP's office to compel the office to turn over any record she deems necessary for the investigation. Now, this could include emails, this could include private or personal calendar pages, this could include social media accounts, text messages, etc. Now, the Minister and her staff could be entitled to snoop through the members' data and the records, which would then give them access to a ton of politically sensitive information. Information that may or may not find its way into, let's say, the hands of a journalist. Now, I'm sure all members are able to see how this could be used for partisan gain. Of course, we hope not, but nevertheless, I must highlight the potential. Now, even if the Minister delegated the initial decision to investigate, and she also delegated the actual investigation, the Minister would still need to sign off at the end. So there is no way for the Minister of Labour to completely excuse herself from the process. The question then becomes is, can Canadians rightfully expect that a Liberal minister would treat a Conservative MP and a Liberal MP the exact same way? Furthermore, the Minister also determines whether or not an order has been complied with. If, in the Minister's opinion, an order has not been observed, a subjective determination, might I add, she has the power to table the order in Parliament publicly, thus shaming the Minister, or the member, I should say. Now, finally, the Minister has the authority at any point after a complaint has been made to issue an emergency compliance directive if she believes the health of an employee is at risk. Emergency orders are immediately tabled in the House of Commons, and they are publicly made known, announcing an investigation is underway before any facts of the situation have actually been determined. Now, it is hard to imagine that the Minister wouldn't be tempted to perhaps use this provision by announcing an investigation into an opposition MP perhaps as soon as possible, or when it seems necessary or in the advantage of the party in power. Now, if we are serious about providing equal protection to employees of members of the government and members of the opposition, and to ensure the nonpartisan application of this law, then we need to ensure that there is in fact an arm's-length, neutral third-party regulator put in place, who is making decisions about whether or not a complaint is valid and how to conduct the investigation. Now, you might be thinking no one would seriously consider using something like sexual harassment as a tool for political advantage. Now, I would certainly hope not, but I believe we must do everything within our power to ensure the safety of employees without risking the potential of partisan gamesmanship. We owe it to every current and future employee of this House to get this right, including the staff of the Minister of Labour, who, let's be really honest here, is quite unlikely to investigate and prosecute herself should a complaint be made. Which begs the question, where do her employees go? Now, I urge this House to send this bill to committee where the members can work with expert advisors to figure out how to ensure the integrity and the impartiality of this process is upheld. We owe it to the staff of the House of Commons. We owe it to the members in this place. We must address this issue with regards to sexual harassment and creating a safe and secure work environment for all. Thank you.
There will be 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next addresses this topic. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. Honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity as the first statement of 2018 to pay tribute to those who have suffered sexual harassment and assault and those who stand up to call out these incidents. This behavior has no place in Parliament or anywhere else. We support the victims who have held their heads high, even in the face of humiliation and violence. So what do we do now? Each one of us has the duty to ensure that our workplaces are safe and healthy. We have the collective responsibility to watch out for our friends and colleagues to ensure that no one else has to suffer like this. There is a vast majority of people who understand the way the situation is, but those who choose not to understand, for them, their time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Italian Canadians have always contributed to the building and to the betterment of Canada. And on behalf of all Canadians, I want to thank the community for all that it has done and continues to do so. Specifically, I want to pay tribute to Lucia Patera Catania, who for decades has led by example and worked hard to put others first. A talented artist and an active member of various Italian and arts communities in Toronto, Lucia is the president of the Golden Age Academy, a non-profit organization that encourages individuals to use their skills, knowledge, and experience as a contribution to their community. Lucia's work does not just stop there, Mr. Speaker. Lucia also runs an arts and crafts drop-in program for seniors at the Carmen Stefano Community Center in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. Lucia is always available for people in the community who need assistance, driving seniors to doctor's appointments or grocery shopping. She always goes above and beyond the call of duty for others in need. A Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal recipient, a Humber River Black Creek Volunteer Award winner, and an Emery Village BIA Award winner are just some of the many examples of Lucia's past accomplishments. Congratulations, Lucia.
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday, my family and I attended the inauguration of the Chain of Command for the town of Penhold, where a magnificent ceremonial chain and pendants were presented to Mayor Michael Yargeau and his council by Her Honor Lieutenant Governor Lois Mitchell and benefactor Stuart Ford. Her Honor and Mr. Ford then participated in the presentation of the Ford Family Scholarship Endowment to Penhold Crossing Secondary School. These generous gifts add to a long list of benevolent acts that Stuart and Eileen Ford have bestowed upon their beloved Penhold. In his humble address, Stuart said, "Eileen and I believe there is no finer investment for any community than putting knowledge into the minds of scholars. For Penhold Crossing Secondary School students, we have enlarged the means for them to do so." He closed his address by quoting Sir Winston Churchill, "We make a living by what we get. We make a life by what we give." Thank you, Stuart and Eileen, for all that you give.
Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm very pleased to rise to showcase a great initiative celebrating the heritage of Châteauguay-Lacolle.
All the students of St. Willibrord Elementary School of Châteauguay created and performed the brilliant musical video Dream Child, a song that has already gone viral with 221,000 views on Facebook and 20,000 on YouTube. Sung in English, French, and Mohawk, this beautiful song is representative of all its students from across Châteauguay and from Kahnawake, and speaks admirably to the sharing of dreams while celebrating differences. N'est-ce pas merveilleux?
I think it's wonderful, Mr. Speaker, that Châteauguay-Lacolle can inspire people in this way. I'm proud to represent a place that allows everyone to reach their full potential. That's why I was proud to award the 10 singers a congratulatory certificate from the Prime Minister on January 18th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I wish on behalf of my constituents, all Edmontonians and the Canadian music community, to share the sad news of the passing last week of Senator Tommy Banks. Tommy was so beloved that a street in Edmonton Strathcona was named Tommy Banks Way, recognizing his efforts to found Edmonton's long-standing jazz club, the Yardbird Suite. He hosted the Tommy Banks Show, performed throughout North America, and guest-conducted numerous symphony orchestras. But Tommy was not only renowned in Edmonton, he performed worldwide and received a Juno and a Gemini. He was a founding chair of the Alberta Foundation Performing Arts, chair of the Edmonton Concert Hall Foundation, and music program at Grant MacEwan. He was made an Officer of Canada, recognizing his long-standing accomplishments as a musician and his dedicated service to the development of Canadian arts. He served as music director of the 1978 Commonwealth Games, Expo 86, the World University Games, and the 1988 Olympics, and as a member of Canada Council. Tommy Banks served in the Senate from 2000 to 2001. As Edmonton's Winspear Centre has shared, Banks changed the landscape of the Edmonton music scene and will be forever remembered for his incredible talent and passion. He'll be missed, but his music legacy will live on.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise today to mark the death of my predecessor, the former Member of Parliament for Orléans, Royal Galipeau. Royal and myself were opponents in the last election, but I can't say enough about his professionalism, his commitment to his country, and his honourable conduct as a parliamentarian.
Himself the servant for Orleans in the House of Commons, Royal was an advocate for Francophone Ontarians, cleaning up the Ottawa River, and was passionately involved in preserving and honouring our local and national heritage.
To his wife Anne and his family, I give my most sincere condolences. May our thoughts and prayers be with you in this difficult time. Royal, thank you for your service to your country and to the riding of Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring to the attention of this House the recent rise in human rights abuses perpetrated against minority groups in Pakistan. The Baloch Human Rights Organization reports that this past August alone, 91 people were extrajudicially executed and 138 individuals have disappeared. Women and children are the primary victims of these violations. Just days before Christmas, on December 17th, at least 9 members of the Christian community lost their lives in a terrorist attack at a Methodist church in Baluchistan's capital. The Mohajir people have also been regular victims of these increasing violent attacks. On January 14th, Hassan Zafar Arif, a professor of philosophy, was abducted by law enforcement agents, brutally tortured and killed on the basis of his criticism of the political and economic system in Pakistan, as well as his well-known allegiance to the Mutahida Qawmi movement, or the MQM. Today, I ask that all members join me in condemning these violations of human rights in Pakistan and recognize Canada's duty to work towards the elimination of sectarian and ethnic violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the middle of our usual winter wonderland in the Long Range Mountains, Mother Nature had a change of plans. And overnight on January the 12th, we saw temperatures rise and wind and heavy rain hit with vengeance. Saturday, state of emergencies were declared in the city of Corner Brook and numerous communities along the south side of the Bay of Islands and the south side of Bond Bay, all the way to Trout River. Roads were washed out, even a section of the highway, isolating many communities. Severe infrastructure damage was everywhere, homes and businesses flooded, and many folks evacuated. I would like to thank all the dedicated workers who strive so hard around the clock to get communities connected and folks out of harm's way. The first responders were on the spot in record time. Neighbours and volunteers helping everywhere. Thanks to the Canadian Coast Guard for having the MV Larson on standby to deliver needed supplies and get residents to medical appointments. The following Saturday, the West Coast welcomed Ron McLean and Don Cherry and other hockey celebrities for Scotiabank's Hockey Day in Canada. Thanks to all the volunteers who put this incredible event together. Folks in the Long Range Mountains know how to rebound for sure, on and off the ice.
Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, my hometown of Brampton is increasingly being recognized for the magnitude of talent it has produced over the years. From actor Michael Cera, comedian Russell Peters, restaurateur Rick Matharu, writer Rupi Kaur, basketball greats Anthony Bennett, Tristan Thompson, and the Tatum sisters, Olympian Kadisha Buchanan, TFC's Jay Chapman, and the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, Brampton is home to big dreamers. But today, I want to talk about a young lady who needs not to pretend anymore that she's winning a Grammy in her shower. Last night, Brampton-raised Alicia Cara became the first Canadian-born winner of the New Artist Grammy, Best New Artist Grammy. Alicia took the industry by storm with her debut single Here and followed up with some of my personal favorites, Wild Things and Stay. Congratulations, Alicia. I have no doubt we'll be hearing many more great things from you to come.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
I rise today to congratulate the next Premier of Saskatchewan and new Saskatchewan Party leader, Scott Moe. I grew up with Scott back in Saskatchewan. He is a hard-working, honest, common-sense person, and while he has big shoes to fill, Saskatchewans are united behind Scott and his leadership. Premier-designate Moe will pick up right where Premier Wall left off, defending Saskatchewan against the federal government that doesn't understand our way of life and how policies made in Ottawa affect rural communities. He understands the terrible policies like the Prime Minister's carbon tax are just not in the best interest of Saskatchewan's families and economy. On behalf of my colleagues in our Saskatchewan caucus and our Conservative Party, I congratulate Premier-designate Moe and look forward to working with him as we continue to represent the hardworking people of Saskatchewan here in Ottawa.
Honourable member for Ajax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to believe that in 1983, the Tamil community in Canada, or in the GTA, I should say, was less than 150 people. And today, not only in the GTA, but across Canada, it is not only one of the most populous communities, but one of the most vibrant and one that gives back so much to the Canadian community. And I want to say, as we celebrate Tamil Heritage Month, Vanakkam, and to say to every Tamil Canadian, thank you for their remarkable contribution. I want to thank the member for Scarborough Rouge Park for his initiative to ensure that every year Tamil Heritage Month is recognized across Canada. And I was particularly proud to see in Scarborough, with him and with the Prime Minister, the opportunity to celebrate Tamil Heritage Month with the Prime Minister as well. Their rich culture and heritage makes our country great, and I will continue to fight every day to make sure that we also see truth and reconciliation in Sri Lanka.
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 1 year to the day when 6 men were killed at the Centre Culturel Islamique de Quebec. The men were in a mosque praying. They were killed for that reason alone. This act of terror was not simply an Islamophobic attack on Muslim worshippers. It was an attack on all places of worship and on the values we hold dear as Canadians, values of tolerance, equality, freedom of worship, and respect for diversity.
We need to come together again. 1 year later, we've unfortunately seen that those who seek to divide rather than to unite are gaining ground through their words and actions. This reminds us that we need to remain vigilant to defend our multicultural, multi-faith, and diverse society here in Canada. Today, I call on all parliamentarians to speak up and to say clearly and unequivocally that hatred and intolerance have no place in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, continuing in the same spirit as the last statement, 1 year ago today, 6 Muslims were murdered and 19 more wounded while at prayer in Quebec City. I believe the best way to honor the martyrs of January 29th is to mark the anniversary of this tragedy by commemorating the victims of all such acts of bigotry and violence, regardless of the faith of the individuals so victimized. Last year's shooting is not the bloodiest attack in Canadian history, targeting victims based on their religion. That sad honor falls on the 1985 Air India bombing. But it is so terrible an act and is so raw a wound that I can think of no better date than January 29th on which to annually reaffirm Canada's solidarity with the victims of anti-religious bigotry and violence. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I introduced motion M153 last year to declare January 29th Canada's annual National Day of Solidarity with all such victims. Later this afternoon, I will be asking the House for unanimous consent to this motion. Thank you.
Honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday was International Holocaust Remembrance Day, a somber anniversary when we remember the murder of over 6 million Jewish men, women, and children during the Second World War. It's also a day when we recognize and remember the invincible spirit of those who survived this evil, among them the thousands of Holocaust survivors who built new lives for themselves and their families in my riding of York Centre and across Canada. Their enduring legacy of courage, and triumph of spirit must continue to inspire us to combat anti-Semitism and all forms of systemic racism in our communities and around the world. We must guard against a resurgence of anti-Semitism and xenophobia and ensure that we never forget our obligation to stand up and speak out against hatred and prejudice wherever it may rear its ugly head. We remember.
Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, my hometown of Penticton, BC lost one of its biggest supporters last November 18th. Rory McIver was the director of the Penticton Library for 27 years, totally modernizing the library in that time. But that was just one of his contributions. He was president of the BC Library Directors, a governor of Okanagan College, a justice of the peace, president of the Rotary Club, chair of the Okanagan Summer School of the Arts, director of the Chamber of Commerce, and chair of the Okanagan Community Futures Association. Rory was a school trustee for 11 years and chair of the school board for 6 of those years. He served 2 terms on Penticton City Council and was instrumental in the formation of the local community foundation. Rory loved Penticton and always went to work with a smile on his face. Penticton loved him back. He was named Man of the Year in both 1990 and 1999. So to Rory's wife Anna and his family and friends, I can truly say he will be missed.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of our caucus and our large Conservative family to mourn our friend Royal Galipeau, who passed away this weekend at the age of 71.
An incredible parliamentarian, rarely missing a vote, even in the midst of his battle with cancer. He saw himself as a servant of the people, one with the duty to leave our institutions better than he found it. His contributions include serving as city councillor and a leader with the Ottawa Library Board. And I was proud to have personally witnessed his wonderful parliamentary mind at work when we served together as deputy speakers.
He rarely let partisan politics get in the way of the issues that he cared about the most. We will all remember Royal for his fierce defense of the official languages of Canada. This was a passion that he showed regardless of political allegiance throughout his life. All of our caucus members are thinking of Royal and his wife Anne and his family.
The people of Ottawa Orleans. Merci. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Amitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, January 29th, 2017 was a dark day for Quebec City. Because of the senseless actions of one individual, members of Quebec City's Islamic Cultural Centre were subjected to unspeakable violence. And why? Because they were peacefully worshipping in their mosque. Canada and Quebec are open, welcoming societies, symbols of tolerance and freedom. These actions do not define us. Rather, they represent everything that we reject as a society. Each one of us has the duty to remember these heinous violent actions and to work together to fight intolerance and racism. Karim Hassan, Azedine Soufiane, Abu Bakr Tabdi, Mamadou Tanou Bari, Ibrahima Bari, and Khaled Belkacemi, we remember. To those wounded in the attack, we remember. To the families and loved ones of the victims, we remember.
I have the honour to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Acting Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mrs. Falk, member of the Electoral District of Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present to you Mrs. Rosemary Falk, member for the electoral district of Battleford's Lloydminster, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take her seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter Madame Rosemary Falk, députée de la circonscription électorale de Battleford's Lloydminster, qui a prêté serment, a signé le registre et réclame maintenant le droit de siéger.
Welcome. My great-grandfather, his last name was Thomas, was once mayor of North Battleford. Nice to meet you. Welcome. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Acting Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Hogue, member of the Electoral District of South Surrey White Rock.
Present to you Mr. Gordie Hogue, member of the Electoral District of South Surrey White Rock, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter Monsieur Gordie Hogue, député de la circonscription électorale de South Surrey White Rock, qui a prêté serment à signer le registre et réclame maintenant le droit de siéger.
Let the honourable member take his seat. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Acting Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Rogers, member for the Electoral District of Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
To you, Mr. Churence Rogers, member for the Electoral District of Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter Monsieur Churence Rogers, député de la circonscription électorale de Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, qui a prêté serment à signer le registre et réclame maintenant le droit de siéger.
Got to get to question period. Come on now. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Acting Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Ms. Yip, member for the Electoral District of Scarborough, Agincourt.
To you, Ms. Jean Yip, member for the electoral district of Scarborough-Agincourt, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take her seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter Madame Jean Yip, députée de la circonscription électorale de Scarborough-Agincourt, qui a prêté serment à signer le registre et réclame maintenant le droit de siéger.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Papineau has the distinction of being the first leader of Canada to have violated the Ethics Act. In response to the Ethics Commissioner's report, he didn't take full responsibility for what he did. He even implied that she was mistaken. Will the Prime Minister tell us whether he unequivocally accepts the Commissioner's report on his illegal activities? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the report came out, I took responsibility, as all leaders must do, and I accepted all the Commissioner's findings. I took steps to make sure that in the future all family vacations will be approved in advance by the Ethics Commissioner, and I will continue to follow all advice and recommendations coming from the Commissioner on how to manage my family friendship with the Aga Khan. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Wait for the Ethics Commissioner's report because the Conflict of Interest Act states that the Prime Minister is responsible for, quote, arranging his or her private affairs in a manner that will prevent him from being in a conflict of interest. So does the Prime Minister agree with the Ethics Commissioner that he failed to meet these standards as required by law?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, immediately after the report was released, I took responsibility. I accepted the full recommendations of the Commissioner and will be moving forward in such a way that any personal vacations or family travel gets approved in advance by the Commissioner of Ethics and Conflict of Interest.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was informed repeatedly that business between himself and the Aga Khan, someone he defines as a close family friend, the Prime Minister should have been aware of his responsibilities under the Ethics Act, including mixing up business and pleasure. What is the Prime Minister going to do to ensure that he doesn't put himself in a conflict of interest again? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the Commissioner found, I didn't take part in any decision affecting the Aga Khan or the Foundation. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
His lawyers argued that when he took office, the Prime Minister had no foreseeable business with the Aga Khan. This is despite the Aga Khan's frequent dealings with the previous government and ongoing projects, all of which the Prime Minister was briefed on. Does the Prime Minister really expect us to believe that it was impossible to anticipate any conflict of interest?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when the Commissioner put out her report, we accepted it immediately, and I took responsibility for my actions. At the same time, moving forward, as is important as Canadians expect, we will ensure that we work with the conflict of interest on any personal family vacations or any personal travel the Prime Minister undertakes in the future.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the Aga Khan's representatives asked to meet with the Prime Minister to discuss ongoing business with his government. Now, that meeting request, which was accepted, was made just 2 days before the Prime Minister took one of his vacations to the Aga Khan's private island. Accepting a meeting with lobbyists representing the man whose generous hospitality he was about to enjoy. How could the Prime Minister not realize that that was a conflict of interest?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I accept the full recommendations and the conclusions of the Commissioner. I think it's important that the Commissioner and that we recognize a more stringent set of rules for what constitutes a friendship. These are the kinds of things that we fully accept and fully understand. We'll move forward in a way that Canadians can be sure that any family travel or personal travel by the Prime Minister, by myself, will be verified and worked through with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque.
Mr. Speaker, increasingly Canada is divided into two worlds, the wealthy and the struggling. By January 2nd, Canada's top-paid CEOs had already earned what the average Canadian earns in a year. In 2017, the wages of CEOs have increased 16 times faster than those of most Canadians. But the Prime Minister is showing that he doesn't get it. He allows CEOs to keep their lucrative stock option loophole while telling Sears workers to suck it up and be happy with EI rather than their own pensions in which they paid to. When will you get to work for these rather than his CEO friends?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite knows, especially because the member opposite voted against it, the very first thing we did was lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. We then delivered a Canada Child benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families by not sending child benefit checks to millionaire families. On top of that, we've invested close to $1 billion on tax avoidance and tax evasion to ensure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. We're going to continue to make sure that our system is fairer, that we support the middle class and people working hard to join it.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque.
Workers. Selon Oxfam,
According to Oxfam, 82% of the wealth created in 2017 went into the pockets of the top 1%. It's not right. The top 1%, that's the people the PM was cozying up to in Davos, Switzerland. That's Stephen Bronfman and the Aga Khan, personal friends of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is allowing CEOs to keep their lucrative stock option loopholes while telling Sears employees to settle for EI instead of the pensions they paid into personally. When is this Prime Minister going to finally stand up for all Canadians instead of just the top 1%, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the first thing we did in this government was lower middle-class taxes and increase them on the wealthy. Then we delivered the Canada Child benefit, which puts more money every month into the pockets of 9 out of 10 families, and that's non-taxable. And we did that because we stopped sending checks to millionaires. We will continue investing in the middle class and those working hard to join it. That's our priority. That's what we've been working on for 2 years now, and we will continue to work on it for the years to come. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Shaken by the allegations that have come to light over the past few months and days. I want to take the opportunity to tell those that have come forward that we support you, we believe you, we hear you, and we will do absolutely everything we can to change the culture here on Parliament Hill. I want to assure the Prime Minister that the NDP is fully committed to working with the government and all parties here in this House to make sure that we move in the right direction on this issue. What actions can parliamentarians take to help shift the culture here on Parliament Hill?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for her question, for her statement, for her hard work on this file. It is important that women and men break the taboo of silence, become allies and supporters in standing up against gender violence, standing up against sexual harassment and sexual assault in workplaces, in homes, in communities right across this country. This is a problem that has gone on far too long, and it is time we dealt with it, particularly here in Parliament, where we set an example for the rest of the country. That's why with Bill C-65, we're committed to taking an important step towards improving workplaces in federally regulated industries in Parliament Hill. And I look forward to working with members of all parties on improving and ensuring that this legislation moves forward.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Berthier-Masquinongé.
We're really happy to hear it, but we also have solutions to suggest. An obvious way to change the culture here on the Hill is to elect more women. The Prime Minister has often said it was important to elect more women, but he has rejected tools proposed by the member for Burnaby, including gender parity for candidates, and NDP proposals around electoral reform. Today, only 26% of us here are women. What does the Prime Minister intend to do to get more women elected federally? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree that we need more women in politics. We know that will change politics, and it will not only change politics, but it will also change corporate culture in our country, and it will make things better for women all across the country. It's essential, and that's why I was very proud to be one of the first leaders in the world to choose a parity cabinet. We know that's important too. But obviously, there's a lot more to be done to bring more women into this House as elected officials, and that is something that we keep working on every day right up until the next election. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, in her report, the Commissioner said that found that the Prime Minister had official dealings with the Aga Khan. Does the Prime Minister recognize and acknowledge the Commissioner's findings? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister took responsibility, as a leader should, and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. The Prime Minister has taken steps to ensure that all future family vacations are cleared ahead of time with the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. The Prime Minister will continue to follow any advice and recommendations that the Commissioner has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chef de l'Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister asked for more than one personal luxury vacation from someone his government was doing business with. He should have known this was wrong, but he did it anyway. The Prime Minister accepted a private helicopter ride. He should have known that was wrong too, but he did it anyway. The result is that he is now the first Prime Minister to break Canada's federal ethics laws. Why does the Prime Minister think that that's okay?
Yes. Honourable Government House Leader.
This government respects officers of Parliament and the work that they do. Immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister took responsibility, as a leader should, and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. The Prime Minister has taken steps to ensure that all future family vacations are cleared ahead of time with the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. The Prime Minister will continue to follow any advice and recommendations that the Commissioner has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when he went to Bell Island for his vacation, the Prime Minister chose to board a private helicopter, even though he knew that was explicitly prohibited by the Conflict of Interest Act. Why did he think he could take that helicopter ride? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Has answered these questions on numerous occasions. Once again, as was clearly said, immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister took responsibility, as a leader should, and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. The Prime Minister has taken steps to ensure that all future family vacations are cleared ahead of time with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. The Prime Minister will continue to follow any advice and recommendations that are given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in an appearance before the Commissioner, the Prime Minister revealed that he did not consider those meetings to be business meetings. Does the Prime Minister still maintain that? That an organized meeting with the Aga Khan has nothing to do with the Government of Canada's business? The Government House Leader.
One thing that is clear in regards to this government, which the previous government did not do, is that we are committed to engaging and having conversations with Canadians, whether those are tough conversations, whether that is feedback as to how we can actually respond to the very real challenges that they are facing. In regards to the report, immediately after it was released, the Prime Minister took responsibility, as a leader should, and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. We have been in our constituencies for several weeks. The Prime Minister has been available at town halls. Numerous questions have been posed directly of him, and he has been available to answer them. Thank you.
Order. Members seem to have forgotten that one side speaks and the other side speaks, and the rest of us listen. Yes, it's been a long break. Apparently, members have forgotten some things, perhaps, but I know they can bring it back to mind. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, according to the Ethics Commissioner's report, the Prime Minister thinks that his meetings with international leaders, including the Aga Khan, are purely ceremonial in nature. So if the Prime Minister thinks that his roles in these meetings is just ceremonial, then who's doing the actual work that his job requires?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
And this government does. And if we want to actually look at the work that this government's doing, let's look at the economy. 750,000 jobs created by Canadians for Canadians. Highest growth in any G7 country. There is more confidence in this government and in Canadians today than there was 3 years ago when the previous government was there. This government will continue to work on behalf of Canadians to respond to the very real challenges that they are facing. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to serve alongside this Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister who tried to hide from Canadians the details about his unethical vacations. He didn't want anyone to know where he was or who he was with. And he didn't start coming clean with Canadians until after he was caught. And even then, it took a year-long investigation for any details to come to light. So if the Prime Minister didn't think that there was anything wrong with these trips, why did he go to such lengths to hide it?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Issue, we have been clear from the very beginning. We have said that we will work with the Commissioner and answer any questions that the Commissioner has, and we have done exactly that. We respect officers of Parliament. We know they are here to do important work, and we will encourage them to do that important work on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is out of touch with the everyday lives of working Canadians. Last week, he actually suggested that Sears Canada workers who face losing pensions and health care benefits could simply rely on EI and CPP. Talk about a backup plan. There's something simple this government can do. Support measures in my bill that help workers, like those at Sears Canada, from ever again being faced with losing their pension benefits. Instead of monitoring the situation, when will this government break from tradition and get to work to protect our workers?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to say I want to thank the member actually for his hard work and advocacy on this issue. And I understand the challenges that many workers, their families and communities face across this country. And my heart goes out to all those that are affected. As the member well knows, Service Canada, for example, has been meeting with representatives. They've had over 282 sessions across the country to assist employees, their families, and workers as well, Mr. Speaker. I understand Sears Canada's pension funds are held in trust and must be used for the benefit of the pensioners. So this is really important to note, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to the situation, the member knows full well we're willing to engage with him to assess all our options.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister was hanging out with his billionaire friends at Davos, he made very clear his indifference to the corporate pension robbery at Sears. Those retirees have no friends with this government. I mean, look at the Finance Minister. His family business, Morneau Chappelle, had the contract to roll up the Sears pension fund. He's told the investors about the opportunities of going after defined plans, and he's brought in the legislation, Bill C-27, to make it possible. So at the very least, will the Finance Minister withdraw Bill C-27 and recuse himself from any discussions about the Sears workers?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposition know full well when it comes to the Sears employees, we've been engaging with them, we've been working with them because we know the challenges that they're going through. We know the impact this has on many different communities. We are looking at all the different options. We're willing to work with the member's office, and Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear. We're committed to jobs and growth, and since we formed government, Mr. Speaker, there's been over 700,000 jobs created in the Canadian economy, and we'll continue to do more to assist members in the Sears community and those families that are impacted in communities across the country.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is the first Canadian leader to violate our ethics legislation by accepting luxury vacations and sticking Canadian taxpayers with the bill. Canadian taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for the Prime Minister's illegal activities Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and refund taxpayers for his trip to Bell Island? The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Prime Minister has responded and has accepted all of the findings, as a leader should. Mr. Speaker, the steps have been taken to ensure that all future family vacations are cleared ahead of time, and with the Office of the Conflict and Ethics Commissioner, it was this government actually that put measures in place when it comes to travel. We will continue to do important work that Canadians expect us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
The Prime Minister went to Expedia to book a private island vacation like the ones he accepted, he would be paying tens of thousands of dollars per night. And in addition to that, the Prime Minister billed taxpayers $200,000 in travel and staff expenses for his illegal vacation. Now, we now know that it was wrong for the Prime Minister to accept these luxury vacations. So I'm asking the Prime Minister, if he's going to take responsibility, he can answer, will he pay taxpayers back for the costs he left them?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when Prime Ministers travel, we know that there are certain things that need to take place. Every single time a Prime Minister travels, they're provided the resources that they need to ensure that the Prime Minister is able to do and carry out the functions that the Prime Minister has, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the report that the Commissioner has released, the Prime Minister has accepted those findings. We will continue to work on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We know that the Prime Minister asked the Agnicon for access to his private island to use for his personal vacations. We know that the Prime Minister accepted a private helicopter ride during at least one of these vacations. These actions by the Prime Minister weren't just wrong, they were illegal. Now, part of saying sorry is making amends. If the Prime Minister is truly sorry and truly takes responsibility, will he do the right thing and pay taxpayers back for the money?
Honourable Government House Leader.
And as was the case for the as the former Commissioner herself stated, security costs are incurred wherever the Prime Minister travels. Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to work with Commissioners, with Officers Department to do the important work that we are here to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Taxpayers do support the Prime Minister when he travels, but they shouldn't be expected to support his costs when he's breaking the law. The Prime Minister would have us believe that it was okay because he thought the Aga Khan was a close family friend, but the Ethics Commissioner revealed that he hadn't actually spoken to this close friend in over 30 years. The Prime Minister broke the law by accepting these trips. Will he do the right thing and pay taxpayers back?
Honourable Government House Leader.
As has been said, the report was released. The Prime Minister accepted those recommendations. The Commissioner also found that the Prime Minister did not participate in or make any decisions relating to the Aga Khan or his institutions, as has sometimes been implied by the opposite side. It's unfortunate. This government is here to work on behalf of Canadians to respond to the very real challenges that they are facing. We will continue to work on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Last week, after media reports, Liberals finally admitted that they've signed on to the CPTPP, not only blinding stakeholders on the ground working on NAFTA, but ignoring consultations where 95% of Canadians rejected the old TPP. Experts are saying Canada stands to lose 58,000 jobs, but the government is still moving full steam ahead. It's unacceptable that Canadians don't know what their government has committed them to when other countries like New Zealand are being transparent. What's in the CPTPP is anyone's guess. When will the Liberals release the text and come clean with Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I am more than happy to talk about the consultation work that was done on CPTPP. Our government engaged in 2 years of robust consultation, 41,000 letters, over 800 stakeholder meetings, and on top of that, 400 witnesses at the International Trade Committee, of which my colleague is a strong member. If there's one thing that was clear in all those submissions, it's that this is a great deal for our economy, a great deal for Canada's workers, and this is a better deal for Canadians because of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, whether it be NAFTA or the TPP, this government has not shown the transparency that Canadian men and women deserve. As we saw with the European trade deal, the Liberals are willing to jeopardize our supply management system for the sake of a quick free trade deal. When will this government be transparent? When will this government protect the jobs of Quebecers and Canadians?
The Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's concern, but I'm sure she's fully aware that this deal creates a great opportunity for our farmers and ranchers right across this country. Also, we understand very well the importance of supply management. This is the party that fought to implement it, and this is the government that will defend it. We will sit down with the supply management sector and discuss how we're going to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's prosperity depends on young Canadians to get the education and experience they need to prepare for the jobs of today and tomorrow. Last summer, thanks to Canada's Summer Jobs Program, more students in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's had summer employment. They earned money, made friends, and had experiences that they will always remember. As the students and parents prepare for another summer, can the Minister update this House on the Canada Summer Jobs Program of 2018?
Hear, hear. Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's for her question. And since 2015, I'm very proud that our government has nearly doubled the number of summer jobs for young students all across this country. We've given more young people meaningful work experiences, the chance to enhance their resumes, contribute to their communities, and earn that money they need going forward into their next year of study. The deadline for employers to apply for the next Canada Summer Jobs period is February 2nd, and I encourage all employers, especially small businesses, to apply.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refused to appear before the Conflict of Interests and Ethics Standing Committee to explain his actions regarding 2 trips to a private island. Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister not think that he should come himself before the committee and explain to all Canadians why taxpayers should be paying for his illegal vacations? The Honourable House Government Leader. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the Commissioner's report was tabled, the Prime Minister took responsibility as any leader should do, and he accepted the findings of the Commissioner. The Prime Minister took all necessary steps to ensure that in the future all family vacations will be approved in advance by the Conflict of Interests and Ethics Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the report of the former Ethics and Conflict of Interests Commissioner was unequivocal. The Prime Minister contravened the Conflict of Interests Act twice. He contravened amendments to the act that he himself brought forward in this House. Mr. Speaker, it would be irresponsible for any good Canadian citizen to ignore the inappropriate behaviour of the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, do you think Canadian taxpayers want to be complicit in the PM's inappropriate behaviour? The Honourable House Government Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, immediately after the tabling of the report, the Prime Minister took responsibility as any leader must do, and he accepted the findings of the Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner released the Trudeau report a week after the House rose in December, finding that he broke the...
Order. I think in this case it's inappropriate, and I'd ask the member to refer to the Ethics Commissioner's report, perhaps. No, not in this case.
There it is, an official document, but I'll respect your guidance. The Prime Minister has made a public statement saying that he will not discuss these findings or the wider revelations raised in the Commissioner's 66-page report with the House Standing Committee on Ethics. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister consider himself above the protocols and practices of this House and his accountability as a member, let alone the Prime Minister, to his fellow MPs?
Honourable Government House Leader.
As I said, immediately after the report was released, the Prime Minister took responsibility, as a leader should, and accepted the findings of the Commissioner. When the report was released, the Prime Minister immediately addressed Canadians, accepted the Commissioner's finding, and took responsibility. Since the new year, the Prime Minister has taken part in a number of town halls across the country, with more to come, and has answered unscripted questions directly from Canadians, and has answered over 1,400 questions from members of Parliament in this House since the election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Thornhill. Order.
No answers to questions coming out of the Ethics Commissioner's report. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner found that among the laws the Prime Minister broke, that the Prime Minister received an illegal gift. The taxpayer is also on the hook for the Prime Minister's decision to receive this illegal gift. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister repay the almost $250,000 in security, staffing support, per diems and technology generated by a holiday trip he should never have taken at the taxpayer's expense?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as has been the case for this Prime Minister and previous Prime Ministers, there are certain resources that travel with the Prime Minister. The Commissioner also found that the Prime Minister did not participate in or make any decisions relating to the Aga Khan or his institutions. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister, this government will continue to work with officers of Parliament so that they can do the important work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec and in the Maritimes, workers in seasonal jobs have been speaking out for a long time against the government's lack of action on the employment insurance black hole. The Liberals promised to help working men and women by solving the problem. But it's been more than 2 years now and nothing has happened. In a few weeks, many families will be without an income. It's outrageous. After all these calls for help, why must seasonal workers still wait? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be able to say once again how important it is to speak to the importance of the employment insurance to support our workers, not only in a precarious situation, but also because they require that support for their communities and for employers who need them to help to continue to develop their communities, especially in seasonal situations, which we know are very difficult throughout Quebec and the Maritimes. Mr. Speaker, we will be implementing significant measures over the coming months to reinforce employment insurance as we have done, and we will continue to do so.
Churchill, Kiwatnook, Askey.
Prime Minister was in Davos lecturing about inequality. People in regions like mine are hurting because of job-killing trade deals, privatization, and foreign takeovers. The privatized Port of Churchill has shut down. We're losing hundreds of resource jobs, and there's up to 90% unemployment in Indigenous communities. When will the Prime Minister admit that growing inequality and the loss of good jobs is because of decades of Liberal and Conservative policies that are hurting Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear about our support for Churchill. I had personally had the opportunity to visit Churchill, to make investments there to promote economic development. And since we formed government, Mr. Speaker, there's been over 700,000 jobs that have been created by Canadians. This has led to the lowest unemployment rate in the last 40 years at 5.7%. And we'll continue to work hard on behalf of Canadians. We're going to focus on growth and jobs. And we're going to continue to assist the individuals and the families in Churchill, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, despite being forced to settle a constitutional court case regarding Canada Summer Jobs last year, the Liberals are attacking the very people they claim to help. By forcing groups to sign the Prime Minister's values test, the government is denying help to groups to provide aid to refugees, run daycare programs for kids with disabilities, and help at-risk youth. So on behalf of these organizations from across Canada, will the Liberals finally remove this values test from the Canada Summer Jobs application?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that funding should never go to pay for work that seeks to actively undermine Canadians' rights. And unlike the Harper government, Conservatives, who had no problem funding Unlike the Harper Conservatives had no problem funding groups like the Centre for Bioethical Reform, who put kids to work distributing flyers featuring graphic images of aborted fetuses, we're committed to protecting Canadians' rights. What's relevant is ensuring that taxpayers' dollars don't go to these activities. Is the member opposite saying that she is opposed to reproductive freedom?
Order. Order. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker, I wouldn't take that values test either. Mr. Speaker, the government claims it's issued a clarification about its intentions, but it still hasn't changed the attestation it demands applications to sign. Many for the not-for-profit organizations whose mandate is simply to help vulnerable Canadians will not check the box because a clarification by this government does not change the wording plainly in this attestation. So will the government take the logical next step, remove the values test attestation, and extend the deadline so that groups previously excluded will have time to apply?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
While the member opposite says that she would not attest to supporting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and a woman's reproductive to choose, we know that government funding should never go to undermine Canadians' hard-won rights and freedoms. So,
Order. Members on both sides will have very strong views on this subject, and we have to try to manage that so that we restrain ourselves. In spite of strong views and strong feelings on things, it's important that we allow each side to be heard. The Honourable Minister of Employment has the floor.
while the member opposite has stated that she would not tick the box to attest to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the women's reproductive rights. However, we know that government rights should never go to funding to actively undermine Canadians' rights, and that's why we know that unlike the Conservatives, organizations like the Centre for Bioethical Freedom should not be entitled to use Jobs for Kids money to support their activities, which fundamentally...
Order. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the ability of an individual or group to provide essential services should not depend on who they are, nor on their personal beliefs. Recently, the government recognized this by apologizing to the LGBTQ2 community, several members of which were dismissed from the public service. So why, when it comes to funding for summer jobs, does the government think that it's acceptable to impose their values test to determine who gets funding or not from the government?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Harper Conservative ideology is still alive and well with the members opposite. We know that government funding should never go to undermining Canadians' rights and freedoms, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, while the Conservative leader's campaign manager was arranging internships for organizations that oppose women's rights, the Government of Canada will not be funding them. Canadians expect that their government will stand up for the rights of women, for the LGBTQ2 community, and we will uphold them all the way, and that's exactly what this government is doing.
Order. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I met the Statmut Chief Counsel in Lillooet late last year with one of the most pressing issues raised being the need for increased federal support for the community's tribal police service. Can the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness please update this House on what he is doing to ensure that the First Nation and Inuit communities are receiving the necessary funding to properly serve and protect their communities?
Great question. Great question.
For Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon for his question, and I'm glad to report that we recently announced Canada's largest investment in Indigenous policing since 1991. Funding of over $290 million will mean better equipment and wages for more than 1,300 police officers and the addition of 110 new officer positions in Indigenous communities. The funding is also ongoing and indexed so Indigenous communities can rely on it for the long term.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, where was, where is, and where will be the Minister of Agriculture? The milk, egg, and poultry producers seem to have once again been forgotten by the Liberal government. They have had to pay the price of a prime minister who mocked his partners by not showing up at a meeting in November. The NAFTA negotiations are at a crucial stage. Will the government commit today to implement mitigation steps for producers as the previous Conservative government committed to doing?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure my honourable colleague that this government has and will continue to support the supply management system. As I said many times in this House, it's a symbol for the world. And I indicated before, and I want to indicate again, we're the party that fought to implement supply management, and I can assure my honourable colleague that we're the government that's going to defend supply management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
In November, in committee, the Minister of Defence promised to look at Phoenix pay issues from 3 DND civilian employees in my riding and fix them before Christmas. They came to Ottawa to represent more than 1,000 federal employees in my riding alone with serious pay issues, including a single parent who has been underpaid by more than $20,000. 2 months later, the 3 who received the minister's personal assurances hadn't even been contacted, let alone had their pay problems fixed. When will this minister take action to make sure that all of his employees are properly paid so they can get on with their work, which is so important to the defence of Canada?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, fixing the Phoenix pay problem remains my top priority, and I can assure the member and all members that we are leaving no stone unturned as we work tirelessly to resolve this issue for Canada's public servants. Our public servants will fix this on behalf of Canadians, and let me assure the member opposite that I will look into his 3 cases immediately. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian organic foods industry is one of the agri-food sectors that is the fastest growing in Canada, thanks to our organic foods producers and processors who are respected the world over for their nutritious quality foods. With retail sales totaling more than $5 billion in 2017, this is an important industry, including in Pontiac. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell this House what our government is doing to help our organic food producers?
Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member from Pontiac for his hard work on the Canadian organic sector. Last Friday in Guelph, I was proud to announce the federal funding in support of Canadian organic standards. This funding will help our organic industry remain competitive at home and around the world. Working together with our world-class organic producers, we will reach our government's $75 billion of agricultural exports by 2025, grow our economy, and increase the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
When asked why he met with Joshua Boyle, the Prime Minister said that he meets with people who have been freed after, quote, overseas ordeals. I always try to defer to meeting with more people rather than fewer people. I think that's something that's important to do. Yet Ahmad Mishko Tamo, a Yazidi boy who was held captive for 3 years by ISIS, who arrived in Canada only after months of political pressure, has asked for a meeting with the Prime Minister. Why did the PM rush to meet with Joshua Boyle, but has yet to meet with Ahmad?
The Minister of Immigration.
No government mission has made us prouder than the mission to rescue and resettle and provide safety for survivors of Daesh, mainly Yazidi women and girls. We have resettled over 1,000 Yazidi women and girls in Canada. We're on track to resettle the remaining 100. We're proud of that commitment. We will continue to expedite those cases as part of the privately sponsored refugee program. We made a commitment to this House, and we're proud to deliver on that commitment.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, when Quebec asked for more time to prepare for pot legalization, Ottawa said no. Now we know why they were in such a hurry. The cannabis industry is a Liberal industry. It's the new Liberal turf. If you work for the Liberals, then after, there will be a job for you in the pot economy. When will the Liberals stop working in the interests of their friends and start working for everyone? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, protecting the health and safety of Canadians is a priority for our government. Our current approach for cannabis is not working. It has allowed criminals to pocket the profits and has not succeeded in keeping pot out of the hands of children. We will provide a strict, robust legal framework for the sale, distribution of cannabis in Canada. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, they don't seem to understand. They're anonymous, wealthy investors from tax havens who have invested no less than $165 million in pot production in Canada. Anonymous investors, maybe even organized crime, have financed the Liberals' grand cannabis legalization plan. Will the government ensure that this list of investors will be made public? The public has a right to it, and we demand it. The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The protection of health and safety of Canadians is our government's priority. Currently, illegal markets are controlled 100% by criminals. Cannabis sold today is not regulated, it hasn't been tested, and it's oftentimes very dangerous. Under Bill C-45, there will be a robust legal framework for the sale to adults. We are taking the time to do it well. And taking too much time continues to benefit criminals and doesn't protect our young people. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, if I say Cayman Islands, Barbados, or Bermuda, you might think that I'm talking about future branches of Morneau-Chapelle. Well, I'm not. I'm talking about the source of money behind Canadian marijuana production. The Liberals at the head of pot companies financed by tax havens to supposedly counter organized crime. That sums up the grand plan of the PM. Will the Prime Minister make sure that there is total transparency regarding the ownership of marijuana companies as well as the source of their financing? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the safety and health of Canadians is our government's priority, and that's why we brought forward C-45, which is a priority. The current approach is not working. It allows criminals to put profits in their pockets, and it does not keep it out of the hands of children. Our cannabis will create a strict legal framework for production, distribution, and sale of cannabis in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Suite aux discussions entre les représentants.
Pursuant to discussions among all parties, recognized parties, I believe there is unanimous consent to observe a moment of silence in honor of the victims of the attack on the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City. I invite honourable members to please rise.
J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre.
I have the honor to inform the House that Ms. Rousseau, member for Berthier-Masquinongé, has been appointed a member of the Board of Internal Economy to replace Mr. Julian, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, under Section 50 of the Parliament of Canada Act.
Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled PBO and Finance Canada Long-Term Projection Comparison. Conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to Section 79.2 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it's my duty to present to the House a report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Economic and Financial Update, January 2018.
Pursuant to Section 28 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, it is my duty to present to the House the report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner on an inquiry in relation to the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Okay. The tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 107 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Is the honourable member, député de Berthier-Mascon?
Is the honourable member for Berthier-Mascon rising on a point of order concerning question period? Mr. Speaker, in a moment I'll be asking for unanimous consent for a motion, but first, if you'll allow, I'd like to say that I'm extremely proud to rise in this House as the member for Berthier-Mascon and also as the NDP parliamentary leader. This is very significant because currently the House leaders of all of the recognized parties in this House are women. I think this is a historic moment. I'm really looking forward to working together.
Today, there remains still much to be done for the fight of equality, the fight against gender-based violence, and the fight for a workplace that is free from harassment and violence in all of its forms. Today, we're debating a bill that addresses harassment in our own workplace here in the House of Commons, which is in need of particularly acute need of a culture overhaul from all sides. It is clear that all parties agree that this bill is a positive step in the right direction. The motion I'd like to move will send this bill directly to committee at the conclusion of today's debate. And following conversations I've had with my counterparts, all parties in this House, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion.
That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when no member rises to speak on the second reading motion of Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, No. 1, or at the expiry of the time provided for government orders today, whichever comes earlier, the bill be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent to move the motion?
D'accord. La Chambre.
Very well. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Adopted.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston is rising on a point of order arising from question period.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. From NASA 31, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and I hope you will find unanimous consent of the House to the following motion. That the House recognize that acts of violence and bigotry directed against religious believers, such as the June 23, 1985, bombing of Air India Flights 182 and 301, the September 15, 2001 firebombing of the Hindu Samanch Temple and the Hamilton Mountain Mosque, the April 5, 2004 firebombing of Montreal's United Talmud Torah Jewish School, and the January 29, 2017 murder of Muslims at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Centre are inimical to a free, peaceful, and plural society, and declare January 29th of every year as National Day of Solidarity with Victims of Anti-Religious Bigotry and Violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? There is no consent. Alors?
Order.
Alors. Déclaration du ministre.
Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago today, the mosque in Quebec City was the target of an act of terror. 1 year ago today, children and wives, friends and neighbors lost people they loved. 1 year ago, Canada mourned the loss of its citizens. Khaled Belkacemi, Azzedine Soufiane, Abdelkrim Hassan, Aboubaker Tabdi, Mamadou Tanou Bari, Ibrahima Bari. We know that these 6 people died of bullet wounds, but also of ignorance and hatred. They died due to Islamophobia and racism, which will never have a place in our society. This act of violence is not only inexcusable, it's unacceptable. In the days and weeks following this tragedy, Canadians came together. They drew strength from their differences and the diversity that enriches our country. Together, we chose love over hatred, compassion over violence, solidarity over division. Together, we showed that we lived up to the values that are at the heart of the Canadian identity. We showed our best light despite the darkness of that day. 1 year ago, we paid tribute to the memory of those who left us too early. We showed solidarity with the Muslim community, who all too often is the target of hatred.
As we mark this somber anniversary and remember the extraordinary courage of ordinary people, I believe we must ask ourselves, have we done right by the men who lost their lives on this day 1 year ago? When the dust began to settle and it began to be business as usual once again, did we stand with neighbors and strangers who were targeted by hate? I ask not only the members of this House, but all Canadians. Have we regularly condemned everyday acts of racism like we so forcefully did just 1 year ago? Have we defended the freedom of others, whether it be to pray, to love, or to simply be, like we would our own? Mr. Speaker, these attacks sought to divide this country and its citizens, drive wedges between neighbors, and make enemies of strangers. Sadly, the same can be said of hate crimes and other isolated incidents of discrimination that far too often go unnoticed or unreported. Things like graffiti and slurs have become commonplace, normalized, and even tolerated. The loss of life should not and cannot be a necessary condition for acts of hatred to merit our attention. Tragedy should not and cannot become a prerequisite for us to have important conversations in our homes and in our schools. It should never have come to this point for attitudes to be changed and for changes to be made. We cannot bring back those who perished, but we owe it to them to fight the very sentiments that led to their loss. We owe it to them to speak up and stand tall and explicitly against Islamophobia and discrimination in all its forms. Chaque jour,
each day, we can and we must honor those who left us too soon and their values. In the face of ignorance, let us choose compassion. In the face of hatred, let us choose love. Together, let us stand up against Islamophobia and all forms of discrimination. Let us not allow fear to settle into our hearts. Let us not allow racism to take root in our society. Together, let us continue to make our diversity our strength and our differences our source of pride. Every day, let us pay tribute to Khaled Belkacemi, Azzedine Soufiane, Abdelkrim Hassan, Abu Bakr Tabi, Mamadou Tanoubari, and Ibrahim Bari. Let us show that Canadians will not be intimidated by violence or hatred. Not today, nor tomorrow, nor ever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to take the floor today. I'd like to join with the Prime Minister and all my colleagues here in the House in remembering the victims of the shooting at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Centre on January 29th, 2017. This shooting was an act of terror that shook up the entire region, province, and country. It shook up a city that is proud of its warmth and hospitality, particularly at this time of year when the entire world comes to participate in Carnival.
Home to the victims of the attack. It was where they lived with their families, where they worked, where they prayed. And it was for that last act, for practicing their faith freely, as they must be able to do in Canada, that they were murdered in cold blood. They were fathers and sons, brothers and husbands. They went to pray and never returned home.
That shouldn't happen in Canada. Our country has always welcomed those seeking freedom and better lives. Canada must remain a place where believers from all faiths feel safe to worship. An attack of this nature is an attack against those very principles that have stood the test of time, principles that we fight for around the world, but we must always do our part to defend those freedoms right here in Canada.
In their communities. They must feel safe living freely and practicing their faith. An attack on Canadians in their place of worship is an attack on the religious freedoms that should be enjoyed by all of us. Now, sadly, there will always be people who seek to harm others because of the fanatical, violent ideologies they espouse.
But we must always remain alert in the face of these dangers. We mustn't be afraid. We must be prepared to defend our society, its tolerance, and its freedoms against those who would destroy them.
And we must also recognize and appreciate Canada's Muslim community, an integral part of our country. They have made immeasurable contributions to our free, prosperous, and pluralistic society. They must know that they will always have a home here, one where they can live in peace and liberty.
Mr. Speaker, the attack last year was a hate crime that took 6 innocent lives.
The strike against Canada's Muslim community and against the freedom of religion that we must always defend in Canada.
Today, we remember the victims and we extend our sympathies to their families and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, today, 17 children are orphans because of hatred. 17 children are orphans because their fathers were killed simply because they were Muslim. On January 29, 2017, Khaled, Azzedine, Abu Bakr, Mamadou, Ibrahima, and dozens of others attended the Grand Mosque in Quebec City to worship peacefully. But that night, a terrorist act changed their lives and our lives forever.
In Quebec City and across Canada. La tuerie à la Grande Mosquée de Québec.
The shooting was the biggest terrorist incident in Quebec since the École Polytechnique massacre, where over a dozen women were killed simply because they were women. There was a before and an after the Polytechnique. Now there's a before and an after the Quebec City Mosque. Many things have been said and written. The deceased have been mourned, and we still mourn them today. But that's not enough, just honoring them. We need to commit to fight against Islamophobia and to make sure that no one else is endangered by hatred. Today, on this day of memory, we need to ask ourselves, have the lessons been learned? Has speech changed? Has the tone gone down? The fact is, hate crimes have not stopped, especially online and in social media. Harassment in the street against Muslim women, especially, is still commonplace. And the head of the Islamic Cultural Center in Quebec City had his car firebombed. Incidents continue to occur. How are we to continue in the face of these incidents? The victims cannot turn a blind eye to the racism that's going on all around them. About 250 hate crimes were reported in 2017. In Montreal alone, that's almost one a day in Montreal alone. And we know that a great number of hate crimes go unreported.
For those who are tired of hate. Because hate is becoming so prevalent in our society, too many are tuning out. But this is how hate prevails. And this is why we, as parliamentarians, have a special responsibility to speak out. La haine a toujours trouvé ses...
Hatred has always found a target, whether it was Irish Canadians, Jewish Canadians, or Italian Canadians, but today it may be Arabs or Muslims. History is looking at us today.
Men, I don't know what it is to face racism. I will never be the victim of xenophobic acts. But some of my neighbors, friends, constituents, fellow MPs, and staff will be. Some members of my own family have faced racism. We need to stand up and say, we will not get used to this. We will not turn a blind eye to this hate. We will confront it, we will denounce it, and we will work to end hate. Monsieur le Président, il y a de l'éducation.
Mr. Speaker, there's education to be done because racism doesn't come from out of the blue. It takes root when it's allowed to grow, and some people actually feed it. It takes good pesticides to get rid of racism, to kill it at the roots. It's very hardy. We have responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. We need to be aware of the power of words. We need to be aware of the messages we send out and how they're received. The day after the shooting in Quebec City, 6,000 people demonstrated in Quebec City and 15,000 in Montreal and thousands elsewhere in Canada to demonstrate their solidarity with the Muslim community, not just in the face of the tragedy, but also to condemn racism and hate populism. Those thousands of people who got together in a candlelight village on a cold night, they are showing us the path to take. Solidarity over division, meeting, discussing instead of defiance and ignorance. Those gatherings, the same type of gathering will occur tonight in Quebec City, Montreal, Ottawa, Guelph, Kitchener, Hamilton, Toronto, St. Catharines, London, Dartmouth, Yarmouth, Halifax, Winnipeg, Saskatoon, Calgary, Vancouver, Surrey, and Victoria.
Shoulder to shoulder to remember, to share the same pain, and to share the same hope for a brighter future. To quote our leader, Jagmeet Singh, We're all in this together. No matter the color of our skin, our beliefs, our gender identity, our place of birth, or the clothes we wear. La dignité rassemble toutes.
Dignity brings all religions together and genders. Human dignity knows no bounds. 17 children are orphans today because of hatred. The survivors are picking themselves up, and we are united in our determination to fight the force of hatred. Together, let's leave a peaceful world to our successors. Let us fight together against ideologies that divide us. Let's throw cold water on the flames of intolerance. Everyone deserves to live in peace. Everyone has the right to live to see their children smile or laugh and discover life.
It is so important that we stand united against all forms of hate. As our leader Jagmeet Singh has said, we must champion a politics of love to fight the growing politics of hate, a politics of courage to fight the politics of fear. Thank you. Merci.
I believe there's unanimous consent for the member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, to comment. Agreed. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, 6 people lost their life at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Center, and we Quebecers lost 6 of our own. Each and every one of us remembers when we learned of what had happened in Sainte-Foy on January 29th of last year. We will never forget what we felt. Ibrahima Bari, Mamadou Tanou Bari, Khaled Belkacemi, Abdelkrim Hassan, Azedine Soufiane, Aboubakar Tabdi, 6 fathers, 6 brothers, friends, colleagues, and members of our community. These were people who chose Quebec. They settled there, they made it their society, and they chose us, Quebecers. 6 people who chose us because, without exception, everyone has the right to fundamental freedoms like security and the freedom to practice your own religion. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to salute and pay tribute to their memory and offer my support to their families and their loved ones. I'd also like to highlight the courage and resilience of the 8 people who were wounded in that incident. We are responsible for responding to hate with love, to exclusion with solidarity, and to violence with fraternity. The pain felt by the families and friends of the victims, we share that pain. We are all together in this, and we will stand together. In the memory of Ibrahima, Mamadou, Khaled, Abdelkrim, Azedine, and Aboubakar, today we celebrate the fraternity that unites us and the solidarity that brings us together. Let's learn the lessons from this terrible tragedy and dignify the memory of those terrible losses. Let's be more vigilant so that a tragedy like January 29th never, ever recurs. I believe there's unanimous consent for the member for Saanich Gulf Islands to be allowed to comment. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank all my colleagues here. Like my colleague from the Bloc already said, we're all in this together because we must never forget this terrible episode in our history. 6 Canadians were struck down and 19 other people were injured. I'd like to express my love and solidarity for our brothers and sisters in the Muslim community all across Canada.
Today, as we were last year, I want on a personal note to extend my thanks to the Right Honourable Prime Minister for taking representatives, leaders of the other parties, our dear friend who's not here now, but Rona Ambrose on that airplane, the previous leader, member for Outremont. We were really together, standing on that cold, cold night with our candles, with thousands and thousands of Quebecers holding their small children with blankets and toques, children coming home from their hockey games, standing along the snowbanks to watch us, lit by candlelights, by our grief in solidarity. There's only one thing I would want to add to what we have already said, and I want to thank the Prime Minister again for making it possible for representatives of all parties to travel together again today to Quebec City to stand in solidarity with the extraordinarily generous and open-hearted people of Quebec who were also victims of having such a terrible, terrible crime committed in their most beautiful city. That's another atrocity because it attaches to an open-hearted and wonderful city a crime that broke our hearts. I think it is appropriate that we heed the call of the National Council of Canadian Muslims that we make a permanent decision to create a day of remembrance on January 29th. But another action we can take to show our deep commitment is to recognize the heroism of Ayman Debali. Monsieur Debali reste comme quelqu'un.
Mr. Debali was seriously injured.
Again. He's a father of 3, originally from Tunisia, and when the gunman opened fire, he stood to attract attention and take more shots to try to protect other people. He has earned 2 MBAs at Laval since coming to this country. I think he must be an extraordinary human being, and I would hope that we can find a way, perhaps not as Parliament, but as individuals, can contribute to the fund to ensure that he has housing that is accessible, because he'll be in a wheelchair and his current housing won't work for that. I won't go on. I'm sure we all feel in our hearts how much we could do to say to our Muslim brothers and sisters across this country our deep, deep commitment that this never happen again. Assalamu alaikum. Shukran.
I'd like to thank all members who rose and spoke to this today. I'd like to thank them for their eloquent words. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon. Order, please.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the mandate of our committee, it is my honour to present in both official languages the 49th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on the membership of standing and standing joint committees. If the House consents, I will move the adoption of the 49th report later today. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Yukon. Mr. Speaker, if the House consents, I move that the 49th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be adopted. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent from the House for this motion? Yes. The House has heard the terms of the motions. Is it the House's pleasure to adopt the motion? Adopted.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. that notwithstanding the provisions of any standing order for the duration of 2018, when a recorded division is to be held on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, except recorded divisions deferred to the conclusion of oral questions, the bells to call in the members shall be sounded for not more than 30 minutes.
The House, does the honourable member, parliamentary secretary, have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe if you were to seek it, you will again find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the Standing Committee on Finance be the committee designated for the purposes of Section 72 of the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by many across Canada, Speaker. A petition that, if acted upon, would help tens of thousands of families. I'd first like to thank my new friends who are visiting me in Ottawa today, 2 of them from my riding, many others from across the Greater Toronto area, for giving me a better understanding of the challenges, hurdles, and hardships those living with the disappearance of a loved one face. As such, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to present this petition, Residents of Canada, calling upon the House to declare and create a National Missing Persons Day, during which communities across the country could gather in remembrance of their missing loved ones and advocate for measures to reduce the frequency of disappearances and to support those left behind. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's as a godmother in the municipal council against domestic violence that I table hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of signatures from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte and from the whole of the Montérégie. I continue to receive these signatures. These citizens took personal action by signing this petition that calls on the government to address violence against women. It calls on the government to quick, concrete action to ensure that domestic violence is eradicated.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions. The first is from a number of Canadians who have stated or asked the Parliament of Canada to consider the implementation or the availability of the abortion pill, mifepristone. And, Mr. Speaker, this particular medication is available, but at a horrendous cost. It's $450 for a treatment, which makes it exorbitantly expensive and therefore unavailable. And these petitioners ask that the Parliament of Canada converse with the provinces and territories to ensure that the cost is acceptable, that the government promptly implement universal cost coverage for this drug, and that programs be put in place, and that the pharmaceutical be rolled out in the timeliest and most inclusive way possible. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition in regard to the Thames River. And as you will recall, the Conservative government stopped environmental protection of this river by changing regulations in connection with the Navigable Waters Act. And these petitioners are asking that the current government renew all protections and make sure that this river is protected by supporting my bill, C-355, which commits the government to so doing.
I want to remind honourable members that the presenting of petitions is not the time for debate or presenting of arguments. It's the time simply to present a petition and basically the essence of what it's about. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know how much Canadians love our Canadian health care system. And one of the things in which this petition and those that have signed the petition are asking for is that we look at the recognition of the importance of incorporating the cost of medicines. often people will go to a hospital, they'll get free medications, leave the hospital, and they just don't have the finances in order to get the medications that they're required in order to stay out of the hospital. So these petitioners are asking for the Government of Canada to look at how it is we can incorporate pharmacare costs into the Canada Health Act and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1314, question 1320, question 1321, question 1324, question 1326, question 1328, question 1330, question 1333, question 1334, question 1337, question 1351, question 1355, question 1360, question 1362, question 1373, question 1377, question 1382, question 1385, question 1388, question 1389, question 1393, question 1394, question 1401, question 1409, question 1411, question 1422, and question 1425. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to question 1353, originally tabled on December 13, 2017, and the government's response to questions number question 1307 to question 1309, question 1311, question 1313, question 1315, question 1319, question 1322, question 1323, question 1325, question 1327, question 1329, question 1331, question 1332, question 1335, question 1336, question 1338 to question 1344, question 1347 to question 1350, question 1352, question 1354, question 1356, question 13572, question 1359, question 1363, to question 1372, question 1374, to question 1376, question 1378, question 1402 to question 1408, question 1410, question 14122, question 1421, question 1423, question 1424, question 1426, to question 1429, as well as the starred questions numbered question 1316 to question 1318 and question 1345 could be made for orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Before I pose the question I'm about to pose, I wonder if it might be possible for representatives of the parties to discuss with the table whether it's possible to do this without saying the word question so many times. Maybe there's a way to overcome that a bit. Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions, which thankfully I don't have to list, be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Mr. Speaker, I must say I liked your comment in regards to the question. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. No, excuse me. For orders of the day, I have notice of a request for emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am rising today to seek leave for the adjournment of the House for the purpose of discussing an important matter requiring urgent consideration pursuant to Standing Order 52. The issue is in question is the 2018 Canada Summer Jobs application and the new attestation that is required to be signed by applicants in order for their application to be accepted by the standards laid out by the government. The attestation in question reads, both the job and their organization's core mandate respect individuals' human rights in Canada, including the values underlying the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as other rights. These include reproductive rights and the right to be free from discrimination on the basis of sex, religion, race, national or ethnic origin, color, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression. I have heard from many organizations and individuals from across the country, and more specifically, at least 40 within Elgin Middlesex London, who believe that the specific requirements of this attestation constitute an overreach on behalf of the government. These employers believe that they cannot sign such an attestation in good faith due to the implicit requirement that they agree with this government on contentious social issues. Many groups who still desire the funding that is usually available to them through the Canada Summer Jobs Program have indicated that they will fill out an application without signing the attestation or amending it themselves before they sign. Unfortunately, the government has expressed that such modifications are unacceptable and result in an application being deemed incomplete and will not even move forward for the consideration of funding. I am sure you are aware that Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies, among other things, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief as fundamental freedoms. Every government has a duty to uphold these fundamental freedoms and defend the rights of all Canadians, regardless of whether or not they agree with the specific views held by individuals. Brian Baird from McGill University wrote, "The idea that certain groups in Canada should not receive public funds is often voiced by individuals who simply reject the views of the group that seeks funding. This attitude fails to recognize that this funding is not a pot of money that the governing political party brought to Ottawa when it assumed power. These funds come from taxes from all Canadians with the range of views and beliefs have paid. That these funds might at times be given to groups with which we disagree in part of the price of living in a truly inclusive and diverse society. Secondly, the notion that people who disagree with the government on controversial moral issues must either adapt the government's view or be excluded is acceptable in totalitarian regimes. It is not acceptable in Canada, a country that strives, in the words of the Charter, to be free and democratic society. Although the government has issued a set of retroactive definitions in order to attempt to appease groups who feel threatened, this has left many people more confused than reassured. Many of these employers still express a clear objection to the attestation and refuse to sign it, even if they might meet the government's clarified criteria. For example, the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops said that it was seriously concerned and that the attestation examples still amount to the government's coercion on matters of conscience and religious beliefs. They foreclose the possibility of wide-ranging views and even healthy disagreement. The attestation remains unacceptable. The deadline for applications is this Friday, February the 2nd, and unfortunately, because of the attestation, many groups will be excluded from this year's round of funding. These are groups that provide employment opportunities for Canadians' youth, offering them long-life, transferable skills, and that will improve our workforce over the long term. Additionally, many groups are used funding through Canada Summer Jobs to improve Canadian society as a whole by providing aid to refugees, running day camps for those with disabilities, and encouraging at-risk youth to make good choices. Ultimately, the denial of this funding would be a loss of Canada as a whole. In light of the concerns I have paired with, the fact that the deadline for applications is nearly upon us, and that the reality that there has been no opportunity for Parliament to debate this issue, which will affect every single riding throughout Canada, I believe that an emergency debate on the attestation would meet the urgency requirements laid out in the standing order. I thank you for your time and for your consideration on this very important issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First of all, I want to remind members that their representations in relation to a question or request for emergency debate are to be quite brief. I thank the member for raising her request for emergency debate. However, I do find that it does not meet the exigencies of the standing order. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, harassment and violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017 number 1. I'd like to inform the House that because of ministers' statements, there will be a 22-minute extension of the House sitting today.
Before question period, the member for Lethbridge, We have her speech, and now we have a 5-minute period for questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I spoke earlier this afternoon. I was quite hopeful that this debate would continue to be a nonpartisan debate. We heard amazing speeches this morning from the member for Jonquière, Rivière des Mille-Îles, Calgary Nose Hill gave a powerful speech this morning. And earlier we had a question for the member from Berthier, Maskenage, which received a standing ovation from all members. So I'm really disappointed that the member for Lethbridge chose this opportunity to turn her intervention in the House into a partisan speech. And I would just like to see if she would like to clarify, in terms of a survivor coming forward, that they do in fact have an appeal ability. They can appeal to the minister, who in turn can appoint the deputy minister to respond. And if the employee is not satisfied, he or she can appeal to the Federal Public Sector Labour Relations and Employment Board. They can rule, or they can turn it over to the Speaker, who can, himself or herself can intervene. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member would like to clarify the record on the actual process that can take place. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am actually a little bit confused by the honourable member's question. The reason being is because she's actually slung the accusation that I'm turning this into a partisan debate, when in fact that's not at all what I did. I clearly acknowledge that this is a nonpartisan issue and that it actually should not go in that direction, which is why I'm raising before this House the process that the Minister for Labour has proposed. And that is that any concern that a staff member has within the Parliament, it would go forward to the Minister of Labour, and it would be up to the Minister then to look at that concern brought forward and then to decide whether or not to investigate it. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that that is a process that serves the staff members of this House very well. The reason being is because if, let's say, the staff member of the Minister herself has a concern or a complaint to be made because something was done to that individual that should not have been, then that staff member needs to have a mechanism by which she or he can bring his or her concern forward without fearing the minister getting involved and trying to scapegoat. Mr. Speaker, seriously, I'm sorry, that question was just, it was just an absolutely inappropriate question and really, really actually based on a false premise.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but to press the member across as well, it was an absolutely legitimate question where she implied that there was no appeal process, and clearly there is an appeal process, and would she like to correct the record?
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I still contend that the process that is being put forward by the minister, by which an individual within this place, a staff member within this place, would bring forward a concern or a complaint, as it stands right now in this piece of legislation going forward, in C-65, it is not a process that fully protects those staff members to be able to bring their concern forward and to know that it is going to be heard. That process needs to be put in the hands of a third-party, arm's-length individual who is non-partisan in nature.
Questions and comments. The questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her excellent speech. She showed what a great chair of the Status of Women Committee she would have made in her thoughtful remarks. And I don't think it's partisan at all for the member to, in supporting a piece of government legislation, demonstrate that she's read the detail on the bill and present thoughtful, original criticisms and suggestions for how to improve it. Now, does the member think, in light of the response to her comments, that the government will be willing to hear constructive amendments at committee? I hope they will. I hope that they'll take our support and our good faith and our desire to be constructive in the tone that it should be received and work with us to make this as good a bill as possible.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for being able to see through some of the mudslinging that's actually happening from my colleagues from across the aisle. Look, at the end of the day, I stood in this place and I said, this is a topic of discussion that needs to be, a discussion that needs to be had.
I am standing on this side of the House in support of the government's initiative. My only concern is this. Right now, when a staff member who works for a member of Parliament brings forward a concern or a complaint, an allegation, it will be going to the minister. I do not believe that that serves our staff members the way that it should. In addition to that, it is up to the minister, who is a Liberal minister, to determine whether or not the allegation is true or false. Now, I can't help but believe that there is potential for that minister to engage in gamesmanship in terms of perhaps showing favoritism to Liberal members, but then going hard after a Conservative member or an NDP member or a Green Party member or a Bloc member. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is simple, and that is the individual who oversees this appeals process needs to be a third-party, non-partisan, neutral individual. Full stop.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're debating an important bill at a very seminal moment. The Me Too movement, inviting women to bring light to instances of previously undiscussed sexual harassment and assault, had not until this weekend had such a powerful impact on Canadian politics. Certainly, this is a difficult subject to discuss as parliamentarians because the victims and the alleged perpetrators are in many cases people we know. We are leaders and policymakers who are also personally close to these issues. In that light, as we reflect on the events of the weekend, I want to commend and express my admiration for all the people in the Ontario PC Party who took a strong stand against this behaviour, even when it was not in their political or personal interest to do so. It is easy to call out this behaviour across the aisle, but women came forward to express concerns about the leader of their own party, and others in the party stood with them. In other places, we have seen political parties close ranks around their candidate, even in the face of credible and repeated allegations of such wrongdoing. The human instinct to be loyal to the tribe, even in the face of higher principle, is very strong. But Ontario PCs did not dismiss or obfuscate, they responded. I also want to commend the women who have come forward to speak about the alleged behaviour of the former Minister of Sport and Disabilities, one of whom has received repeated death threats, including a note shoved under her door. This is something that we should take very seriously, and I hope that the member for Calgary Centre will take the opportunity to condemn these threats. In these types of cases, legitimate and important discussions are happening about the presumption of innocence and the need for due process. The presumption of innocence is central in criminal law, but I would also submit that people have to make judgments about their political leaders and their suitability for leadership all the time in the absence of absolute certainty. Is such and such a person a good leader, a good fiscal manager, able to confront a particular sort of foreign policy crises? These sorts of questions are fundamental to determinations about whether or not a person is suitable for leadership, and yet they have to be made in the absence of anything like proof. And the same is true for judgments about a person's conduct or character. Voters and political parties must make judgments about a person's character despite the absence of certainty. There may be some unfairness to that, but that is an unavoidable reality. Some have wondered then if any man in a position of power and authority is now suddenly vulnerable to being felled by unproven accusations. Throughout legal history, there is no doubt that there have been cases where individuals have been falsely accused of bad behavior. What is called for in the social discourse around these issues is the use of reasonable judgment, not presumption either way. And it is reasonable to decide, even in the absence of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that the allegations are strong enough such that a person is ill-suited to high office. It may also be reasonable to decide that a person has engaged in conduct unbecoming of a leader, even if that conduct has not crossed the line of criminality. Recognizing that, men in positions of leadership should be clear in conducting their lives in ways that are completely above reproach. It is not good enough to play within the presumed line of criminal law while still behaving in a way that is exploiting and that objectifies others. Such a pattern of behavior may protect one from criminal prosecution, but it may also lead to justly deserved reputational damage. Men's behavior towards women ought to be guided by more than just a set of lines and rules, but rather by an ethos that affirms the full and equal dignity and personhood of every person. This is the alternative to objectification. Objectification treats persons as objects for use instead of as persons. It sees people as means as opposed to as ends.
Immanuel Kant formulated this ethos in the Formula of Humanity. So act, he said, that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, always at the same time as an end, never merely as a means. Kant acknowledges that people can be helpful in the facilitation of the realization of some other end, but argues that it must never be lost in the course of an interaction with another person, that that person is also an end, not merely a means. Now, in my view, one of the weaknesses of Kant's philosophy is that it presumes but does not fully engage with its own spiritual heritage. It is difficult now, outside of the umbrella of that spiritual heritage, to justify this principle in terms that are broadly accepted. We are a society now too deeply influenced by materialism, by the idea that all that is and all that matters is the material. Materialism is not compatible with a doctrine like Kant's, which says that people ought to be treated as ends, not merely as means. Certainly, the grave problem of exploitative behavior that we are confronting in this debate can be traced back to a philosophical core, which is the deviation from Kant's Formula of Humanity. People have been treated by men in powerful positions as mere means to their own gratification, as opposed to ends in themselves with their own intrinsic worth and value. Women are now standing up against this, demanding to be recognized for who they are, persons, not tools. We should note that there is a great deal of this treating people as a means as opposed to as ends in politics in general. It is when staff are used for their work but not valued as people. It is when relationships are cultivated on a purely transactional basis. It is when communities of support are cultivated for the votes they bring but not out of genuine respect for their perspective, experience, and values. I do not want to conflate these issues with the one that we are confronting today, but simply to make the point that there is a continuity of a personhood-affirming ethos, and there is also a continuity of an objectifying ethos. People are whole and integrated beings. When a person objectifies in one aspect of their life, it stands to reason that they are also more likely to objectify people in other aspects of their life. There was a time not that long ago when certain behaviors would be dismissed as part of a politician's private life. Much of what was once considered a person's private life was actually the way they were using their position to take advantage of others. But in any event, so-called private acts by leaders which involve the objectification of others do have relevance for the common good, because these acts are a reflection of character. I believe strongly, and this belief has been reinforced by these events, that character should be the principal qualification for public office. I would encourage members of all parties at all levels to think seriously about the character of the candidates and leaders whom they choose. Past allegations of inappropriate behavior will obviously be considered, but markers of bad character, and in particular the willingness to treat people as objects, must also be considered. Although I do not have the time to fully explore this aspect of the discussion, I think it is important to also look further at how exploitative patterns of behavior are learned. We have a crisis of sexual harassment and violence. We also have a generation of young men whose early exposure to sexuality has been through violent pornography. Why, while talking about the importance of ending sexual violence, do we tolerate the existence of violence depicting pornography which is available to minors? These images do not respond to pre-existing desires, they shape desires, and they shape ideas about what is normal and acceptable. They aim to associate in the minds of impressionable young people objectification and violence with arousal, and they imply that things are okay, which are not. This was well established in testimony heard by the Health Committee in response to M47, a motion asking the committee to study the impact of violent and degrading sexually explicit materials on public health. Mr. Speaker, we support this legislation, and I also believe that it is time for the government to act on the dangerous perception-torquing material that associates violence with sex in the minds of boys and young men, as ably laid out by expert testimony during M47 hearings. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude this speech by sharing from the public Facebook post of a friend and former colleague. It is easy as a man to be quite innocently obtuse to the reality of sexual harassment that most women face. Women like this speaking out have helped me to be aware of the problem and to commit to being part of the solution. My friend wrote on Thursday, "Almost 10 years ago when I was 21 and a new grad excited to start in politics, a politician sexually assaulted me at a political conference. I was naive and I didn't know what to do, so I asked someone with my political party for advice. They told me that I was the one in the wrong, that I was probably coming on to him, and clearly that was the case because when I told him no, he stopped. I spent almost 10 years blaming myself for this, questioning what I could do to prevent it from happening again.
I could never find the answers, but I kept looking nonetheless. It's only been in the last year that I truly realized that it was not my fault, and I wish I had kept looking for advice until I found someone that believed me. I honestly did not believe that I had been sexually assaulted for many years because someone told me that I hadn't been, even though in my heart I knew that it was true. So I would implore everyone to believe the stories, believe the survivors, and understand that it's not an easy story to share.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've actually very much enjoyed the discussion and the debate, the dialogue that's been taking place on this important piece of legislation. It's encouraging when you get parties on all sides of the House coming into agreement. And when I take a look at the general overall framework of the legislation, there's the three words that come to mind: prevent, respond, support. When we think of preventing incidents of harassment and violence, we respond effectively to these incidents when they do occur, and with regards to support, that we support victims, survivors, and employers. My question to my colleague across the way is, can you maybe provide some of his thoughts on those three words?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Certainly this bill has good aims, and it's generally speaking a bill that moves in the right direction, one that we're proud to support in the official opposition for the reasons that I talked about. Certainly I think also it's legitimate and important to look at the detail of the legislation. I know we're going to have more of an opportunity to do that at committee, and some initial thoughts on that were ably laid out by my colleague from Lethbridge. It is important to dig into those details and see that we can make this the strongest possible piece of legislation. But absolutely, I think the member's on the right track in terms of recognizing those core elements and emphasizing the right intention of this legislation moving forward.
Questions and comments? Commentaires? The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, I know she mentioned the need, and a number of people mentioned the need today for proper training, not only for management, but for people themselves that are working within government or working within any agencies. But one segment that you did mention just briefly in your statement was the fact that there is so much information on computers and stuff like that lead people into the wrong direction. And maybe you could just explain on that or exemplify it a little bit more. Thank you.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Yellowhead for that excellent question and for his consistent and excellent service in this place. Mr. Speaker, the member's quite right that we're living in this age where there's so much information out there. More and more, there is awareness and education around the importance of consent, around the importance of recognizing human dignity, equal human dignity. But also, there is more information, misinformation, or media in different forms that gives wrong impressions about these same questions. And I spoke about the prevalence of violent pornography and the fact that children, young boys as well as girls, are accessing this material, and it is shaping their perceptions about what normal and healthy sexual relationships look like. So we have, on the one hand, increasing information about, yes, the importance of consent, but on the other hand, we have increasing misinformation. And that misinformation is something that people are accessing very, very young, and it is leading them to associate the feelings of arousal with seeing very violent images. So this is a very real and significant problem. And I would encourage members, as we move forward in these areas where we all agree and improving the mechanisms for reporting and addressing harassment, that we also think about this question of socialization, of how young boys in particular can come to think that things are acceptable which are not acceptable as a result of that media that they are consuming. I know it is a difficult issue, Mr. Speaker. It raises questions about how we would engage with the internet. It raises questions about perhaps civil liberties. But when we're talking about children, I think it's a different matter. And children that have no idea really this material, the effect it has on them when they consume it initially. Maybe they start out very young, simply curious about what this whole thing is all about, but it shapes their perceptions about what is normal and acceptable, and it has significant social consequences. So I think that this particular issue, the issues raised by M47, but also recognized by a recent Status of Women Committee report, are issues that we should have the courage to confront in this Parliament. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to join in this debate today. And it's not every day you get a chance to stand and speak on a bill that will receive, we're quite certain that it's going to receive unanimous approval to move it forward to committee. And today, it's been great to have been here most of the day and listened to some very well-informed, very impassioned speeches on this legislation, led first by our minister, who I thought the introduction of this legislation, I thought she very much did an outstanding job. The member from Nose Hill, Calgary Nose Hill, again, very impassioned statement. The member from Oakville, North Burlington, who shared with this House and shared with Canadians her own personal experiences with this particular issue and the issue of sexual harassment when she worked here on the Hill. The member from Jonquière had a very powerful statement. It's been a pretty special day here in the chamber. I was, Mr. Speaker, disappointed with the comments from the member from Lethbridge, who said, "Oh no, this isn't partisan," and then tried to sort of make it partisan. And it's not that often you have the opportunity to stand in unison on a particular issue here, and to sort of try to imply that there are shortcomings in the legislation going to committee that just aren't there. I think that was unfortunate. And the point that I made, Mr. Speaker, and I should also say as well, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Edmonton Centre. But Mr. Speaker, the point I had made with her, the point that she tried to make, was that this was all going to fall back on the minister, and said, a Liberal minister, it falls on her. If it's one of her colleagues that are in fact accused, the minister can dismiss it and sweep it under the rug. And Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely not factual. Mr. Speaker, this legislation empowers each and every one of us as a member of Parliament who will be an employer, deemed an employer, and it will be our responsibility to have in place a plan for and policy within our office to make sure that there's a training component to it, so that all employees understand the process that they can follow should an incident arise. We believe the Board of Internal Economy, which has representation from all parties, will be able to come together. They'll look at pooling resources so that we can do this as employers. We can do this and pool those resources and have best practices in order to make sure that we get this right. Now, Mr. Speaker, once that process is in place, and once each of our offices and we as employers, when we have that in place in our office and we go through the training, if an incident does arise, there's a process that the employee can then follow. There's a list of independent arbiters, that trusted persons that can be drawn upon, that would have to be agreed upon by the employee, that they can draw on to come and find a way through to deal with the particular issue and the incident. And there'll be an entire process that's mapped out, hopefully to find resolution that absolutely respects the victim and protects the victim and gets to the truth of the matter. It's then and only then, after that process is followed, and the advice from the independent overseer of the process. Once that resolution is found, then if there's a problem with the process, that the victim can then go to the minister. Now, the minister doesn't have to deal with it. The minister can turn that over to the deputy minister, but only on the process. They would only weigh in on the process. If they're still not, if they're not prepared to accept that decision, they can go to the Federal Public Sector Labor Relations and Employment Board, and they can render a decision on it. And if they're not, totally pleased with that outcome, they can refer it to the Speaker, and the Speaker can take it under advisement. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a process in place. So I think it's important that when we have this debate, and when we move forward, I think it's important that we deal with the reality and what it is we're faced with, the great challenge that we're faced with, and try to come forward with the very best process that we can. I want to read from some prepared notes, Mr. Speaker, if I could. With the proposed legislation, our government's taking a firm stand and strong action against harassment and violence, including sexual harassment and sexual violence in this workplace. My honourable colleagues, and I know that they surely agree, this behaviour is not acceptable, nor tolerable, and it needs to stop. These experiences are all too common, and they take place in workplaces of all types. An Abacus data study on harassment and sexual violence in the workplace found that just over 10% of Canadians believe that sexual harassment is really quite common in the workplace. Another 44% said that while it's not frequent, that it does happen. The social media campaigns that we've all talked about have gained so much traction over the past few months. The headlines splashed across papers in this country week after week serve as backup to the statistics I just shared. The issue is systemic, rooted in an imbalance of power that is steeped in our culture. It's everywhere around us. It's in the media, entertainment, of course. It's in academia, business, in politics. I know most of us have followed the stories on what's taking place on both sides of the borders, really, in sport, and how we've had perpetrators take advantage of that power imbalance in the realm of sport. Story after story, we're hearing accounts about inappropriate behavior in the workplace, shedding a very public eye on an issue that for too long was only discussed with whispers and rumors. The fact is that these social media campaigns, these movements, are more than just a hashtag. They're a catalyst for a much-needed cultural shift. And that's good news. Perhaps the only good news in an otherwise bleak picture. Women and others are coming forward and saying enough is enough. That's an important first step, but what happens next, Mr. Speaker? Employers have a responsibility to ensure that their workforces are free from harassment and sexual violence, and employees need to know that if something does happen, they can report it without fear of reprisal or fear of being shamed. They need to know that there will be some kind of resolution. The bottom line is that people need to feel safe at work. And on the subject of keeping workers safe and healthy, I would like to note that we are also strengthening compliance and enforcement mechanisms under the Canada Labour Code as announced in Budget 2017. The use of monetary penalties and the authority to publicly name violators are just some of the changes announced to increase workplace health and safety and better protect workers' rights. To get back to the subject at hand, I'm suggesting that harassment and violence exists in every workplace, or that there aren't employers out there who are genuinely committed to protecting the well-being of their employees. In fact, there are many companies that have led on this. What I'm suggesting is that it's in everyone's best interest to tackle this problem head-on. This is both about doing what is right for people, and it also has an impact on the economy. Mr. Speaker, you might think today's debate is overstating the issue. maybe it's drawing too many conclusions, but think about it. What happens when someone experiences harassment, sexual violence at work? 80% of people don't report it. There is a victim left behind. I hate to put it so bluntly, but if they've already reported the incident or incidents and nothing has been done to resolve the situation, there are two choices left, practically speaking. They can either put up and shut up or leave. Mr. Speaker, they are not the right choices. By working together with this House, by working together, I look forward to this legislation moving on to committee. The minister has said clearly that she is willing to look at amendments coming forward. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that what comes out of that committee report will be something that we can all support and certainly do a better job here on the Hill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for making a good speech. I have to say that today I'm not speaking as a Conservative member. I'm speaking as a woman. It was said that the idea here was to make this bill nonpartisan, and I hope that will remain the case because what we're talking about today is important. It's important to change mentalities across the board. As a woman, as a victim, I have a bit of a problem, and I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of this. If my employer is my assaulter, and if the first person I have to turn to is my employer, don't you think that's a bit much to require the victim to address their concerns to the employer first when the employer is the assaulter? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the comment and the fact that she is committed to making sure, to contributing to the development of this process and so that we do get it right. What in fact will happen, the member will be responsible, as an employer, the member will be responsible for putting together the policy. They'll be responsible for making sure that the training is in place. I would think that the pooled resources through the Board of Internal Economy will be able to get a best practices. There will be people on hand that they will be able to go to, as opposed if it is, if the employer, if the Member of Parliament is the perpetrator, then they will not have to go to that person. There will be the process will be in place that they will go to an independent person. The fact is that we have to put the respect the victim. Make sure that there is a process in place that doesn't further victimize the staffer, but I'm sure the process that's finally agreed upon will not include going to the employer first.
Some comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and in particular for his comments where he sort of reaffirmed for those of us in the House that once the bill does go to committee, that the conversation will be open and collaborative, and my comments come from that place. I heard the minister talk about that there's not a clear definition in the legislation, that the advantage of that, and I understand that, I can see the point there, is that as we move forward in our understanding of the legislation, that we wouldn't limit what things would be, how people would be protected. But I also want to sort of put forward the power of having a definition in legislation so that as things change, whether in society or within Parliament itself, we won't have a definition that starts to go backwards and forwards. And so I just put it to him through you, Mr. Speaker, that for me it's important that part of the work of the committee is to look at a definition and have that included in legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Thank you very much, and I very much appreciate the question and comment. The intent of putting the definitions in the regulation, I think, is to give it that flexibility. When we see how society has evolved over the last number of years, and we look at electronic media, we look at how some sources, how the world has changed over the last number of years. I think there's a benefit to having it in the regulations in that it does make it more nimble, makes it more flexible, and can be more adaptive to, we don't know what's down the road. We don't know what we would have to respond to. So the thinking is that in legislation, the definition would be, it would almost be too restrictive, and in regulation it gives it additional adaptability.
Before resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Essex on international trade. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford on taxation, and the Honourable Member for Regina Leuven, third, on public services and procurement.
8. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, il est rare d'avoir l'occasion.
Mr. Speaker, it's rare to have an opportunity to speak to a bill that deals with an issue that affects so many people across the country and around the world. And that is why I am proud to speak today to Bill C-65.
Cares deeply about Canadians. We are committed to taking action on workplace harassment and sexual violence in Parliament and in federally regulated workplaces. This bill underscores the Government of Canada's strong commitment to taking action that will help create healthy, respectful workplaces for all, regardless of sexual orientation or gender expression, heterosexual, homosexual, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, or two-spirit. The tragic reality is that despite our country's progress towards a modern, respectful society, we know that harassment and violence are persistent and pervasive in Canadian workplaces, and that incidents often go unreported because employees fear retaliation. These behaviours can have long-term negative effects, not just for those who've experienced them, but also their families, employers as well, through lost productivity, absenteeism, and employee turnover. En automne, Abacus Data.
In the fall, Abacus Data published a survey on workplace harassment and violence, and the study showed that over 10% of Canadians believe that sexual harassment is very widespread in their workplaces. Another 44% said that although it was infrequent, it did happen. The recent Me Too campaign on Twitter confirms that those statistics are accurate, and it clearly illustrates the omnipresent problem.
And gender norms still in our culture that have led to unacceptable tolerance of these behaviours for far too long. It is time they stopped. One of the key building blocks leading up to the tabling of this proposed legislation was listening to Canadians. The Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour engaged Canadians, stakeholders and experts to gather their experiences and perspectives on these very issues. Members of Parliament and Senators also consulted to ensure the government could fulfil its commitment to making Parliament a workplace free from harassment and sexual violence. This engagement of Canadians resulted in the report released last November entitled Harassment and Sexual Violence, What We Heard Report. In this report, Canadians indicated that incidents of harassment and sexual violence in the workplace are not only underreported, but also that they are often dealt with ineffectively when they are reported. Les données indiquent...
The data show that around 80% of victims don't feel comfortable reporting. So what choice do they have?
Reported more sexual harassment and violence than men, and that people with disabilities and visible minorities reported more harassment. These discussions with stakeholders and experts provided insight on how to address these and other issues, and they informed
the bill we are discussing today. Bill C-65 proposes to amend existing provisions in the Canada Labour Code and replace the existing patchwork of laws and policies with one comprehensive approach that takes into consideration the full spectrum of harassment and violence that can occur. It also expands the coverage to parliamentary workplaces, such as the Senate, House of Commons, Library of Parliament. This will include political staff on Parliament Hill. Our staff right now, Mr. Speaker, are subject to some of the most antiquated provisions where they exist in the modern world. It is time that they get the protection they deserve, and that is why this bill is so important. The changes being proposed to the Canada Labour Code include expanding the current violence prevention requirements to ensure that employers take the necessary steps to prevent and protect against both harassment and violence in the workplace, repealing less effective sexual harassment provisions currently found in the Code, ensuring that employers are required to investigate, record, and report occurrences of harassment and violence. Employers would also be required to take steps to prevent and protect against occurrences of harassment and violence, as well as respond to them when they occur and to offer support to employees affected by them. Protecting the privacy of employees coming forward to report harassment and violence, and extending occupational health and safety coverage to exempt ministerial staff. Mr. Speaker, I welcome these changes. I welcome the discipline and the responsibility and the important protections that these will afford to political staff. As part of the new approach announced by the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, our government also intends to launch an awareness campaign and to provide support to employees and employers. This support will help them navigate the incident prevention and resolution processes and help direct victims to services. We are committed to this work because, at the end of the day, this is about ensuring equal access to and enjoyment of fundamental human rights for all Canadians. Human rights are not pieces of pie, Mr. Speaker. We do not run out of them. We do not run out of human rights by serving them to everyone equally. We do not run out of human rights when they are extended to all and enjoyed by everyone. In fact, they are strengthened for all. Human rights are fundamental, inalienable, indivisible, and universal. That means they apply to everyone equally. When people have been made vulnerable and fearful, that is when we can and must shine light on these fellow human beings, and that is when we must lead to make things better. That is when we must stand up and be counted, and that is when we must support each other, and that is what is at the core of this legislation. It is together that we demonstrate our solidarity and support for Canadian women, the LGBTQ community, and their family members and friends. Research indicates higher rates of violence and violence victimization and an elevated risk of harassment and sexual violence for sexual minorities, including individuals who self-identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirited, and this includes queer people of color. The intersectionality of gender and sexual violence must be understood. No one should face such acts of aggression and unwanted attention in the workplace or, in fact, anywhere.
That is why our government has taken a clear position on this issue. Harassment and sexual violence of any kind in the workplace is unacceptable and will no longer be tolerated, and we must work together to eliminate it from our workplace. No government can do it alone.
Today also aligns with the plan earlier this year by the Minister of Status of Women entitled It's Time, Canada's Strategy to Prevent and Address Gender-Based Violence. The title It's Time was selected because it's time to learn more about the pervasiveness of this problem. It's time to believe survivors, and it's time to invest in effective solutions. After many years of neglect, there's a lot of work to do. Developing this strategy was a key priority for our feminist government upon taking office, and listening to Canadians was a critical first step. As part of this engagement, approximately 300 individuals from over 175 organizations shared their views during meetings held across Canada. The Canadian public was also invited to provide comments via email and through an online survey in which over 7,500 Canadians participated. In addition, the federal government created an advisory council of experts on gender-based violence and engaged with provincial and territorial colleagues to receive additional feedback to further inform the strategy. And the strategy has three pillars: prevention, support for survivors and their families, and promoting responsive legal and justice systems. Budget 2017 indicated and allotted $100,900,000 over 5 years to implement this strategy. And to support this strategy, Status of Women Canada is creating a gender-based violence knowledge centre to better align Government of Canada resources, to fill gaps in evidence and data, to support federal coordination and accountability on key federal actions, to connect service providers with researchers and policymakers, and to lay the foundation for future action on gender-based violence. The LGBTQ Secretariat is fully behind and proud to support this important work to combat gender and sexual-based violence. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line for Canadians is that harassment and sexual violence are unacceptable anywhere, including in the workplace. Bill C-65 sends a strong message that our government is prepared to take bold action and be part of the solution on this critical matter. En fin de compte, notre gouvernement...
Our government committed to taking steps against harassment and violence in the workplace and under federally regulated workplaces, and that is what we will do. We expect these changes to give us outcomes in the short and the long term. More people will feel safer and supported, and in the long run, there will be less incidents as the culture changes. I call on my colleagues here to support this bill that will help prevent sexual violence and harassment in the workplace, and it will also foster a workplace where everyone has an equal chance to succeed today and tomorrow. It's time.
Gender-based violence and sexual violence in the workplace. Merci.
Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his impassioned speech here today. I was just wondering, I got a couple of questions. One of the things is that this bill particularly deals with, talks about prevention measures, and it leaves it at that, but then it talks a lot about after the fact, after there's an incidence of harassment or violence and those kinds of things. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you rescue a puppy from a stream, and then you have to rescue another puppy from the stream, and then you have to rescue another puppy from the stream, maybe you should go upstream and find out why the puppies are ending up in the stream. Now, one of the things that I did when I first got elected was I brought in motion M47 to examine the impacts of online sexual violence on men, women, and children in Canada. Now, one of that motion passed unanimously through the House of Commons, and the Health Committee did do a study on that as well. Now, the recommendations that came out of that study were not nearly as what I was looking for, but I did note that the Status of Women Committee studied a similar thing as well. And in recommendation 5 of a recent study that came out of the Status of Women Committee, it says that the Government of Canada is to examine e-safety models or increase controls to prevent violent and degrading sexually explicit material from being accessed by youth under age of majority, and examine how violent and degrading sexually explicit material distorts young people's idea of consent, gender equality, and healthy relationships. Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering if my colleague had a comment on whether the government is going to be addressing that recommendation or how they are going to be addressing that recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his concern on this issue and for taking his own initiative on this matter. Let me be very clear. In the work done by Status of Women Canada and by the Minister responsible for Bill C-65, prevention, support, and measures to make sure that this doesn't happen in the workplace to start with is exactly what we are focused on. The Status of Women report talks about support, prevention, and remediation. So does this address in Bill C-65, and that is what came out of the consultations with Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The importance of after the fact is important that we understand how to deal with that, but let's prevent this from happening. It's also the work of our government to make sure that men understand that sexual violence is their issue. Sexual violence against women is an issue for men and boys, not simply an issue for women. Our government is committed to making sure that we get at the root of this problem and that we're upstream, in the middle of the stream, and down the stream so that girls and women can be safe.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the member's passion today in his speech, but it's going to require more than speeches in this place or the best intentions from all of us. This is going to require an incredible amount of hard work and breaking down structures that have existed for 150 years inside this House. That's going to take all of us rolling up our sleeves and digging in at the committee level and dropping our partisan hats at the door and making sure that we are committed to making policies better for people who live and work in this place, in this city, and watch us from across this country. We really need to be committed to that. And this isn't about patting each other on the back and saying we're doing a great job. I don't want any kudos for the work that we're doing here. I want not one more person to experience this here. And that's going to take work. And one of the things it's going to take is an openness to amendments at the committee level. I've heard arguments today around the definition, something that the NDP believes strongly must be part of the legislation. I understand the importance of it in the regulation, but there is no harm in making sure that we go above and beyond in this work, not just doing the bare minimum. So I'm hoping that the member will express today that they will be open to those amendments in a nonpartisan way to ensure that when we are finished with this legislation, we have done our very best and left those partisan hats at the door so every person going forward will benefit from this hard work.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her passion and for the commitment to this issue. The Government of Canada and my colleagues are no strangers to hard work. We want to work hard on this issue. We want results for people who face sexual violence in the workplace. We want a Parliament and a House of Commons where nobody, now or in the future, faces unwanted sexual advances in the workplace, full stop. That requires us to be collaborative at committee. That is what we intend to do.
Time for just a short question and response, and we'll take one from the Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my question for the Honourable Member from Edmonton Centre builds on a theme he raised about the consequences of reduced productivity and absenteeism. Obviously, creating a regime for survivors of violence and victims of harassment is essential and the right thing to do. But one of the trends that I fear is that we're losing good people altogether. In my own office, I'm very fortunate to have incredibly talented women work for me that I could not do this job without. I want to ask him, how does the regime contemplated by Bill C-65 help create a culture change that will ensure that the talented young women that are experiencing harassment today have faith in the system, that they will want to stay in these jobs, they will want to contribute to the good work of government and the public service and federally regulated workplaces?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his learned approach to this issue and his passion. The fact of the matter is, if somebody is at a workplace and they feel not only that they may not be safe, but if something happens to them, that they absolutely have no recourse because their employer has all of the power, then it's no wonder that when an incident happens, 80% are not reported, and that we lose talented women and vulnerable employees because the system is stacked against them. This is about changing the system so that it is fair for all.
Reprise de débat. La députée de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, everyone. It gives me pleasure to rise today and speak as a woman. As a woman, to speak to a bill that I have to admit makes me somewhat uncomfortable, not because of the bill itself, but rather because it's January 29, 2018. And before today, no one has come up with a bill like this. We all heard rumors, we didn't speak. We all saw certain things, and we remained silent. So we are part of this legislation. We are legislators in an area where our staff is not protected. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that in 2018 our very own staff here in Parliament are not protected. So we're talking about legislation that is good legislation, yes. As a woman, I would have liked there to be a little more meat on this. Oftentimes, we hear that women are the ones being harassed. But it's not only women who are being harassed. We dare to speak out now, yes, But there are men as well who have been harassed and who have never dared lay a complaint. And we have to shed light on that issue as well. Everyone has been talking about this today, and that is that this bill must not be a partisan bill. We need to be able to sit down together and have a frank, honest conversation, and a conversation that may make us uncomfortable at times, because we are part of the problem and we are part of the solution. Today, I wrote some things down. I looked things up. You know, you hear things, you're never sure exactly about what you hear. I looked at the definition of sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is not defined as being an offense in the Labor Code in the same way that other sexual offenses are defined. There are penalties for harassment. There are legal recourses. But honestly, I've always thought that sexual harassment was actually an offense in the Labor Code. I always believed it was. Sexual assault, sexual harassment are crimes. They're crimes because it's vulnerable people who are attacked, and that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable as an employer. It's unacceptable for any individual. And power that we have must never be used to buy anybody. That is unacceptable. We've all seen some things. We all know someone closer or further away from us who has been a victim of harassment, whether that be psychological harassment, sexual harassment. I have two young daughters, 28 and 29 years old. And I hope they're watching. No means no. It does not mean yes. When you say no, you mean no. And when someone enters your space and you do not want them to be in your space, you have the right to say no. And if they do not understand, you say it even louder. And today, mentalities are going to have to change. When you want to change mentalities, though, where does that begin? Where does it end? What has become acceptable and what is no longer acceptable? The first thing we have to think about is that sexuality has actually been trivialized. You see it everywhere, on TV, in videos. You even see it in comic strips. You see sexuality everywhere. And it has become so trivialized that it's hard to distinguish between good and bad. When we were little, we would always go to New Year's Day activities, and there would be uncles catching us and maybe trying to kiss us. Well, today, that kind of mentality has to change. We have to change the mentality of legislators. And we also have to give much more space to victims, because those are the people we're talking about. This is a bill to protect victims. Yes, also to protect ourselves, but first and above all, the victims. Earlier, I was reading a report, and I was reading about various demonstrations I was reading about compensation or payment in exchange for sexual services. I was reading about threats of retaliation, whether they be implicit or explicit, when a victim speaks. And that's what we all have to condemn. We have to make sure that those people who come forward are protected, that they do not have to fear retaliation. That is extremely important. Earlier on, I was also reading something else. There were many people here who have risen and spoken. I'm speaking on my own behalf here. But I'm speaking also about a woman I'm not going to name. You know, in the hierarchy, if an employee is having trouble with someone, they go and see their employer. But what if the employer is the guilty one? They're in the same office. If you have an employer who's the one who is committing the offense and an employee who is being assaulted, they can't turn to the employer. So there has to be an independent structure so that this kind of situation is avoided. If I put myself in the victim's shoes and I have to go myself and go and see the aggressor who turns out to be my employer, well, I imagine that must be the very most difficult thing to have to do.
To go and to have to lament, saying that an inadequate and untoward gesture was carried out. I listened to many people today, and I am pleasantly surprised that we are all on the same page. This bill has to be apolitical. This bill has, first and foremost, got to be tailored to victims. This bill is not a Liberal, New Democrat, or Conservative bill. It has to be a bill for the men and the women that represent Canadians in each and every riding. And I dare to hope that this bill will be so good and apolitical that it will be a first in Canada, and it may even lead to similar bills elsewhere. I believe that what is essential is creating a bill that gives a voice to victims, and I commend the courage of those who denounced someone without necessarily having a guaranteed protection, and especially under threat. That the government shows itself as an example, and that the government does everything in its power so that all support for staff be adequately protected throughout the country, in all workplaces for parliamentary staff. We want the government to act. We need transparent legislation, strong and fair legislation. Yes, we are currently undergoing a wave of denunciations, and so this is the perfect time to act. However, we must do so with rigour, without which a bad bill could even harm victims even more than now. Victims have to be consulted so that we hear their opinion about this bill. These victims have to be approached and have to be consulted so that we draft the best bill possible. Because those who have been victims in the past could very much help us to draft and create a bill that could protect everyone. parliamentary staff have to be protected just like ministerial staff. The burden of proof must not only lie on the shoulders of the victims. Victims must benefit from all aid, from psychological help, financial help. It's up to us to decide. The bill at committee stage should not be partisan. Witnesses should be chosen without partisanship. Otherwise, the bill could harm victims in a number of ways. The adequate training be available for employees and employers. Mr. Speaker, this is a subject that, with everything that happened last week in Ontario, in Quebec, and in Canada as a whole, I think that last week, in any case, we weren't the proudest as politicians. I would rather have been someone else but a politician. But what is good is that today we can rise in the House and say that sexual harassment must come to an end. It must come to an end. It should no longer be a subject that is raised, unfortunately, every single day. As politicians, we have to bring to an end we have to put an end to the idea that it's only women who are victims of harassment, because it is not only women, and we have to say this loud and clear. We have employees that work here on the Hill and in our riding offices, and they need to be able to work in a safe environment. This bill must not be the only one that seeks to protect the victims of criminal acts. And especially, Mr. Speaker, I would like this rather vague bill to have better definitions. In this bill, the government has to give more details about the exemptions. For example, for organizations that have procedures that are equivalent to those of the federal government, they will be exempted from federal regulation. To me, that doesn't really mean a lot, and so I hope that exemptions in the bill will be better defined. A greater number of exemptions can lead to a greater number of subjects that could be confusing. For a clear and transparent bill, we need a bill that is understood by everyone, not only by expert legislators here in Canada, but understood by everyone in Canada who reads this bill, and who, through reading this bill, knows that there is a voice that defends them, and who know that we are here to defend them. As I stated earlier on, I want the government to focus on helping victims, because here, this bill is about the victims. I was pleased to see that today all MPs have put aside partisanship. All MPs have spoken from their heart. And have spoken with more knowledge than before. It is not normal for us to keep having to speak about sexual harassment in 2018. We are confronted with old way of doing things. We have to go beyond this and change people's mentalities. Everyone here will agree that changing one's mentality does not happen simply overnight. It will not happen overnight, but it will happen through education. And every single one of us can understand this more. But first of all, we have to understand our own behaviors. We are legislators, and we have had a very good discussion today about this bill. Now, this bill will be referred to committee. We all know how committees work in the House. Often it's a partisan affair. Sometimes witnesses are invited because they're liberal, sometimes witnesses are invited because they're conservative, sometimes because they're favourable to the New Democrats. But not this time. We need to invite witnesses who understand and who know this subject. Those who know sexual harassment. Those, for example, who have already drafted laws about sexual harassment, like in Quebec. What we require are people above us who know everything about what our bill should look like so that we can guarantee an adequate protection for victims. Because here, we're legislating on behalf of our employees in the federal workplace, in our environment. And so our environment has to become serene. But first and foremost, those who work at the federal level have to be able to denounce without fear of repercussions. Mr. Speaker, and now to conclude. Chantal, I know that you're listening to me today. There's a bit of you in here. You don't work with us, but I saw you from close up, and I know how a non-partisan speech can do you some good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I listened extensively to the member across the way, and I do appreciate that there is, I believe, a desire from members in all political parties to contribute to the debate. I get a sense that we will have a very interesting, at the very least, a committee discussion, as I suspect we will continue to see it being dealt with in an apolitical fashion, as all parties recognize that this is the type of thing in which we do need to move forward on. The member across the way expressed some interest in terms of how it is that guests or presenters might be invited to participate. I wish her well, along with the committee ultimately responsible in terms of ensuring that we try to carry the momentum that we're seeing here in the House, of that being in a very apolitical fashion, to ensure that we have the best piece of legislation so that all of us can be proud of. One of the aspects of the legislation, and I'm talking more so, and I made reference to this earlier, the general framework of the legislation, in which the three words that come to mind, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of prevent, respond, and support. Prevent incidents of harassment and violence. Respond by responding effectively to these incidents when they do occur. And third, to support victims of survivors and employers. If the member would want to provide some comment on that.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent work. I think that with regard to this bill, I'm speaking for myself here, I would like there to be a bit more consistency. There are things in the bill that are a bit vague. I would like them to be better explained, like exemptions, for example. Often bills that are exemptions I don't want there to be too many, however. I've spoken to victims of criminal acts in the past through one of my bills. There shouldn't be too many exemptions, because at that point there would be too much confusion. I think that this bill will be explicit, and it should be explicit for victims and for us to make the jobs for all parliamentarians easier. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's good to see a united House of Commons around a consensual bill. Yes, I hear what my colleague has to say about creating exemptions. I think that often we praise victims, and we must support victims, yes. But if we were to better define what the crimes in questions are, it would be less an act of bravery. An act of bravery would be more following the law. For example, an information campaign would need a definition. I'm 55. When I was young, we didn't even talk about smoking security. We would smoke in the car with our children in the back. Things have changed. Awareness campaigns have existed. If we want an awareness campaign that makes men look in the mirror and say there needs to be change, could we not define within this bill? Can we not hope that in committee we address such a possibility? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague. I completely agree. First and foremost, we have to define what this is. As I said earlier on, what was acceptable 10 years ago is no longer acceptable for a number of reasons. Mentalities have changed. Yes, we need a framework that would define this correctly so that people understand where we're going. Sometimes sexist jokes are proffered. I've always been surrounded by men, so they don't really affect me anymore, but I listen to younger generations, and they really don't like it. And so, yes, striking a definition is important. It's very important. It's even more important. It's essential. It's essential to target what sexual harassment is. Too often, we merge sexual harassment and sexual assault. It's not the same thing. It looks the same, but it's not the same thing. And so, yes, we have to define or create definitions so that we, as legislators, can understand the bill, so that we can direct our bill to protect victims.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to stand up and say how pleased I am to see the strong support of parliamentarians across the political spectrum for this particular bill. As a physician, I am very familiar with violence of all kinds, both workplace, domestic, and societal violence. Because of the fear and the stigma and the shame that is associated with violence, most people don't go and talk to anybody, but they feel safe to come and talk to their physician. So I was always a repository of all of this information and knowledge, sometimes unable to do very much about it, except to advise the patient about what to do. Today, we see full disclosure. Everyone is disclosing now, and because of that full disclosure, some people feel very safe in joining the ranks and joining the throng so that they aren't singled out as being specific. But it doesn't mean that the shame has gone, and it doesn't mean that the stigma has not gone, and it doesn't mean that blaming the victim has gone away. And so it's not enough to talk about the issue. We've got to do something concrete, and who else can do something concrete about this other than this place, this Parliament, where we make laws and where we create policies and we create programs that will deal with the issue once and for all. And so what I believe that this bill is doing is it's creating, albeit some people think that it should be amended, et cetera, et cetera. The point is this bill is a first step to keep the promise that the Liberal government made when it first came into power, that it would deal exactly with this particular workplace harassment and this particular culture in the workplace. And so I think we need to look at this. I know people have spoken about different types of harassment and violence, but I want to say that violence is not just physical, and it's not only sexual. Psychological violence is rampant in the workplace, where people do things and don't say things because of fear of losing their job or of losing a promotion or of reprisals by the people who are in authority within the workplace. So I think we need to really look at a full and comprehensive spectrum of violence. So psychological violence is as important and as damning as actual physical violence. And there's a great deal of psychological violence in the workplace. And so to look at this, we need to look at an integrated approach. And I think that we are looking at...
Order. Order. Hate to interrupt the honourable member. She may not have... Order. Order. Okay. Yeah, we're not quite at that juncture yet. The speaker's standing. No. I'll just call the member to order momentarily. I could just perhaps yes, go. That would be good. I just draw the attention of the honourable member. In fact, we were under comments and questions to the honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré. I did realize the honourable member was scheduled to come up there. We were still on the remaining 10 minutes, and so we will get the honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix pour notre...
For an answer, after which we will ask the honourable member for Vancouver Centre to speak. The honourable member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that the beginning of the speech, and together we have sat on the Status of Women Committee between 06 and 11, I know that the MP knows a lot about sexual harassment and is a great advocate. And so I know that she'll put forward excellent arguments about a bill that, for once, I hope will be non-partisan.
Resuming debate. And the honourable member will have her complete time. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am sharing my time with the honourable member from West Van, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky.
And this will be a great speech.
Yes, and if I may be permitted, I'll just go over the first bit of what I said quickly. I'm just really very pleased to see the support of all members of Parliament for this bill, despite their political affiliation. But I wanted to say, as a physician, this is an issue that is of great interest to me because of the fact that people fear, there's fear of reprisal, there is stigma, there is shame with regard to violence of any kind. And I'm very familiar, Mr. Speaker, with physical violence, with domestic violence, and with societal violence, because sometimes the only place that people could go to feel safe to tell their stories are to their physician, who have the confidentiality of patient and physician. Quite often we couldn't do very much about it as a physician because you can't force a person to speak out or to go to wherever they need to go. But you can do certain things. And so the fact that today we now have a place, a culture where there is open disclosure, people are feeling less and less afraid to speak out because of the number of people who are speaking out, their safety in numbers, and people feel that they're not being singled out, that they feel safer to come out and speak out. But it's not enough, Mr. Speaker, because there is still stigma, there is still shame, and there is still blame the victim mentality that goes on. And I think we need to take concrete steps, actually, to change the culture of the workplace and to look at how this bill is going to do that, because I think this bill will do that. And if we pass this bill in the House and we bring in the policies and the programs that will support this bill, I think we will see a slow but definite change in the culture of workplace, or at least of the federal workplace, of the Parliament as a workplace, and of course of federally regulated workplaces. And so I think there are three areas we need to look at. As always, protection is the most important thing. As a physician, I can say I can treat your disease, I can help you, I can put Band-Aids, I can do what I need to do. But if I don't look at the cause, I don't get at those root causes, then I'm not able to give you long-term help and long-term support. And so we need to look at the culture. This culture is not 150 years old. The culture of this abuse of authority and of making people afraid in order to do what you want them to do, this has gone on for millennia. This is a culture that's so deeply ingrained that it's going to be very difficult to remove it. But with goodwill, we can all start to do it. The first thing we need to do, Mr. Speaker, is examine ourselves. What do we do? How do we think? How do we behave? What are the thoughtless things we do to our own staff when we are angry at them or we felt they didn't do the job well? What are the things that we do, both as men and as women, that make our colleagues feel ashamed and feel threatened, whether it's physically, psychologically, or in fact sexually? And so I think those are the things we need to first do. Before we can do anything, we've got to be physician heal thyself. We've got to look at our own behavior. And we've got to look at how we pass on information to our children, how we bring up children who learn to respect each other, to understand the way to behave with each other. These are the fundamental things we've got to begin. It begins in kindergarten. Because if we continue with the culture that we have here, I mean, we can talk about, I've heard people talk about pornography, etc. That culture starts at the beginning of one's lives. How we deal with each other from the very beginning. How we talk about each other at home, around the dinner table. How we shame people, how we denigrate people. Those are some of the things that we have to start examining. But in fact, what we need is a legislation here. And this legislation will do one thing. It will look at how we actually protect people from workplace violence. And one of the things to do is to have employers, require them, not just suggest, but require them to investigate, record, and report incidents. That's the first thing. And to also look at how we have a toll-free line. There's going to be labor programs that will bring in a toll-free line for employees and employers to link with experts who can help them go through conflict resolution, go through negotiations, and navigate all of the processes. We need to look at educational materials, which this is providing in this bill, guidelines that will help to deal with support services and provide support services for those who are victims. Keeping in mind, foremost and always, the safety of the complainant. And the safety of the complainant is really very much of a problem. I think we know that, in fact, fear of reprisal is a big one, losing your job, being demoted, not getting that promotion that you thought you would get, not getting that big part in that movie that you wanted to get. Some of these things are very real, and some of these things people need to feel that they're not going to be blackballed for the rest of their lives because they spoke out. And so that is going to be very important as we look at the protection component. The next one is to look at effectiveness. How do we, in fact, have effective ways of dealing with this? How do we support victims? How to deal with it effectively immediately, how to deal with the problem when it occurs, and how to support the victims themselves. That's a big part of that effective response. And, you know, I wanted to say that even though I stand here as a woman and as a longtime feminist, I want to say that this is not only about gender harassment. Indeed, there are men who are harassed in the workplace, either psychologically or physically. And in fact, men are more at risk of physical violence in the workplace. And again, when we look at that, we see 19% of women have a tendency to seek help, to go to report, to look for support services. Only 7% of men do that because of the absolute shame that a man has of being in this position. So I want us to look at the broad ways in which we can deal with this problem, at both gender, at all of the ways in which we can keep people down. And therefore, if because of this bill, a lot of men are going to seek help, then this will actually help them to be able to get the help that they need. The third pillar, of course, is to support the employees who are affected. Now, I just wanted to say that this legislation does not replace criminal code. There are going to be times when, in fact, we need to look at going to enforcement because of the very criminality of an act that occurred in the workplace. So this does not replace that. And but it will bring into force Section 3 of the PESRA Act, which is the Employer and Staff Relations Act, that in fact will bring in health and safety precautions in the workplace and protections in the workplace. Mr. Speaker, I caution everyone in this House not to think that we will turn on a dime, not to think that we will make changes. But if right now, by passing this legislation, if right now, by the ability of all of us in this place to think that this is extremely important enough to come together and to forget our differences, then what we're going to do is we're going to make it safer for people to feel they can speak out. And we're going to make it safer for people to be protected when they speak out. And I think if we just do that, that will be one major step in moving this agenda forward. But we do need to have clear guidelines, clear policies. This bill is going to do exactly that. So we're not just talking, we're not just tut-tutting and saying how terrible things are. We're actually put into place concrete processes, concrete steps, and concrete sanctions that will affect employers and employees in the workplace. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the passionate remarks made by my colleague opposite, and she's raised some very important points. I'd like to come back to the definitions, which are also very important. Sometimes too many definitions can be in place when something needs to go to court or when we talk about case law or jurisprudence, but there are also cases where there's a void and where we can look at definitions from various countries. It can be different. The definition of harassment, for example, someone can be attacked psychologically, harassed. The definition can be very different. So I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion on the importance of including definitions in C-65. And if at committee the government will agree to the amendments that the NDP plans to put forth with respect to definitions.
Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member makes a very, very important point. If we don't know what we're talking about, how can we deal with it properly? And then we get to be vague, and you're absolutely right. No, the member is absolutely right. No one can do anything because of vagueness and because of the barriers that are created by vague language. So I hope that the committee, when it looks at this, would look at ways in which to strengthen the bill and to make sure that it works for everyone. The political will is here. All of us in this House and every political party are in agreement that we want to do something and we want to make it stick. We want something that's effective, and therefore I'm hoping that we will all be able to talk about this in the spirit that we have right now in this House of cooperation and build a very strong and not only good bill but a set of regulations that will make this work well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable colleague for her great speech there. One of the things that I worked on early on in my career here is I brought forward motion M47 to have the Health Committee do a study on the impacts of online sexual violence on men, women, and children, and just to see how online sexual violence was affecting Canadian culture. A recent study showed that the top 88 videos viewed on the internet contained not only sexual content but also violence combined with sexual content. Another study showed that a vast majority of the population is consuming this on a weekly basis. One of the things that we looked at was some sort of opt-in legislation or a filter of some sort. And I noticed that the Status of Women Committee also undertook a similar study, and in recommendation number 5 from a recent report, they said that the Government of Canada ought to examine e-safety models or increase controls to prevent violent and degrading sexually explicit material from being accessed by youth under the age of majority, and to examine how violent and degrading sexually explicit material distorts young people's ideas of consent, gender equality, and healthy relationships. Mr. Speaker, what I'm wondering is does she think that perhaps this is an area to look at in order to prevent harassment and violence in the future, is to look at what are people viewing today and how is that shaping their mind and their thinking on a lot of these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Centre.
The member raises an important point, and I'm very well aware of what the Status of Women Committee did say. It's very difficult, though, to police what people do in the privacy of their own homes. And I think you are talking, the member is talking at the moment about people underage. And I think there is not just legislation, there isn't just police that can deal with children underage, there is parenting. Parents need, there's a V-chip you can put on, that you can stop people from getting your kids from getting certain things on television, that you can stop people from accessing certain things if they're underage. Parents need to take a sense of responsibility in doing this in their homes. I know of so many people, so many young women and young men who are locked in their bedrooms, online, in a computer, doing who knows what, and they're victims of luring, and they're victims of predators. So, you know, we need to really talk about how we deal with this. I don't know that you can legislate, though, what people do in the privacy of their own homes, but we might want to talk about policies and programs that might help to allow parents to have the tools that they need to help their children not to be having access to certain things that are harmful to their growing minds.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much. It's an honour to speak in the House today in support of Bill C-65, and especially because parliamentarians in the House of Commons are finding common cause in taking action on workplace harassment and violence. Clearly, this affects us all. We all know someone who's experienced some form of harassment or sexual violence in the workplace, and some of us may even have experienced it ourselves. We know of the debilitating impact harassment and sexual violence has on women, on underrepresented groups, employers, and Canadians in general. This is certainly a key commitment of our government, and I'm very proud that Bill C-65 is our effort to address harassment and sexual violence in federally regulated workplaces. This bill will work to create safer and more respectful workplaces and sends a clear message to all Canadians that our government, that the Government of Canada, is saying harassment and sexual violence is unacceptable. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of research showing us that this workplace behaviour has certainly gone on for far too long and also has gone largely unreported. An Abacus data survey last fall asked Canadians about harassment in the workplace. It found that over 1 in 10 Canadians says sexual harassment is really quite common in their workplace. Another 44% say it's infrequent, but it does happen. These respondents reported that women aged 30 to 44 are most likely to see this problem in the workplace. 1/5 say it's common, and a total of 2/3 say it happens in their workplace. The study results explain that, quote, the prevalence of this behaviour is no doubt in part because it rarely carries consequences for the harasser. The large majority of women and most men agree that normally there are no sanctions applied against those who sexually harass women in the workplace. Madam Speaker, these findings paint a staggering portrait consistent with the picture that was painted during our recent government consultations. Our government makes policy and legislative changes based on evidence through meaningful consultation with Canadians. Over the past year, the government has consulted widely with stakeholders and Canadians to gain a deeper understanding of the issue and to determine the best way to move forward. Consultations were also held with the government House Leader, members of Parliament and the Senate. And I think it's very safe to say that all members and senators support the work that we are doing together on this front. In November of last year, we released the report, Harassment and Sexual Violence Consultations, What We Have Heard, which summarizes our consultations. I would encourage my honourable colleagues to read it and to share this with their constituents and to help educate everyone about the intolerable impact this has and join together in taking action. Allowing this type of behavior to continue in our workplaces negatively impacts not just individuals, not just groups, but ultimately the entire country as a whole and the country's economy. For example, we know that harassment and sexual violence primarily affects women. This means that women and other vulnerable groups face barriers to fully participating in the workforce and in society. How can they not when you feel threatened at the place you work? These behaviors act as barriers to not only women, but other vulnerable and underrepresented groups, such as members of the LGBTQ2 community. Madam Speaker, these are the very groups of people that we need to ensure have a fair chance at success. We need diverse viewpoints in businesses, in organizations, in the public service, and of course, right here. Mr. Speaker, we know that our culture is largely patriarchal. Madam Speaker, I apologize. It's a culture where the sexualization of women can contribute to intolerance. Somehow, this is seen as normal. Research shows us that visible minorities, people with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQ2 community are also disproportionately affected. What we found is that this behavior is tied to power and privilege, and that is independent of gender. It's often those with the least power and are the least able to advocate for themselves. They fear reprisal, including sanctions or shame, and are the least likely also to be aware of what they can do to stop inappropriate behavior. This creates and perpetuates inequality. Sexual harassment can be more persistent in low-wage, low-profile jobs where there is, most unfortunately, low accountability for the employer. So it means that the less power and status you have, the more likely you are to be vulnerable to experiencing harassment or sexual violence at work. The fact is that no one should feel scared or like a target in their place of work or anywhere else for that matter. This is especially true for women and underrepresented groups, and their families suffer as a result. Harassment and sexual violence are also critical barriers women face when entering the workforce and maintaining employment that's lucrative enough to provide for themselves and their families, which makes sexual violence and harassment not just a moral issue, but, of course, an economic issue as well. Madam Speaker, victims of harassment and sexual violence often feel that once reported to their employers, any steps taken by employers to address the behavior is often insufficient or ineffective. One of the aspects of this bill would ensure that employers are required to investigate, record, and report occurrences of harassment and violence. Employers would also be required to take steps to prevent and protect against these behaviors, as well as respond to them when they do occur, and provide support to employees affected by them. Employers are not immune to paying a price and feeling a negative impact as well. This impact is felt through reputational costs, loss of productivity or absenteeism, low levels of employee commitment, high turnover, or legal costs. This adds up to lost time, stress, depression, and anxiety. It costs employers financially, and it certainly doesn't build a strong, cohesive, and resilient Canadian society. Allow me to note that we're also strengthening compliance and enforcement mechanisms under the Code. The use of monetary penalties and the authority to publicly name violators are just some of the changes announced to increase workplace health and safety and protect workers' rights. Madam Speaker, our government ran on a commitment to take action on workplace harassment and sexual violence in Parliament and in federally regulated workplaces. Today, together, we take an important step toward that aim. I'm confident we will be joined by our colleagues and Canadians, and others will follow our lead. This is about what is doing right for people and for what is doing right economically. My honourable colleagues, we know the status quo is not an option. We know we need this legislation and that we should support it for families, employers, and all Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Jonquière.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I go ahead? Sorry, I didn't hear you. That's what happens when we change our seats at the beginning of the session. First of all, I would like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. There's a detail that I'd like more information about. What are we going to be able to do with the application of C-65 when organizations have a collective agreement. If we have a dispute resolution process with a third party, and that third party has to be there to resolve complaints, or there is evidence of harassment, how are we going to be able to pair all of that with C-65 and collective agreements? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, and maybe this is a little unusual, but I would also like to thank my colleague for her contribution to this. I am not able to get into details, but no doubt this is the beginning of a lot of serious work. Each and every one of us is taking harassment and sexual violence in the workplace very seriously. Of course, it's going to take beyond the members of Parliament in the room, and I look forward to ongoing consultation with Canadians to ensure the success of Bill C-65. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a great speech on this as well. I know that she was here for the last question that I asked, so I won't reiterate that entirely. But one of the things that recommendation that came out of a recent Status of Women committee talked about bringing in an e-safety model and preventing access of youth who are underage and examining how violent and degrading sexually explicit material distorts young people's ideas of consent, gender equality, and healthy relationships. I'm just wondering if she is familiar with what is going on in the UK in regards to opt-in or age verification. I know that her colleague said there isn't much that we can do about this. I would just ask if she's aware of what's going on in the UK in terms of this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his work and for offering that suggestion. This is what is going to happen next, I would say. We're taking the lid off of something that has gone on for so long, that goes unreported, that has created such suffering, that creates intergenerational suffering. And the good work that's being done around the world is only going to help to make Canada a stronger, more resilient, safer society. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague could just comment or add some further thoughts in regards to the importance that the national government can actually play, along with the fact that what we've witnessed all day here is a sense of nonpartisan members from all sides of the House looking ultimately forward to the bill, even possibly going to committee. There's no political party here trying to strike one for a victory. It seems to be more so just, this is the type of legislation that's needed. If we can improve it, let's get it to committee. And just her thoughts in regards to just how encouraging it is to see that sort of support for a very important issue for all Canadians.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. I think it speaks to the fact that this is a commonly understood, serious challenge in Canadian society by parliamentarians. It goes to show that while we are always trying to improve our institutions, we're always trying to be more open, more transparent, and more inclusive, certain things cut straight to the heart of the matter. And I think we are all very privileged and honored to be discussing Bill C-65 and to be discussing what we can do with regard to workplace harassment and sexual violence. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I want to just advise you that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Belchissé-Lechemin-Lévis. My colleague, the Shadow Minister for Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to take this opportunity to speak on Bill C-65, which amends the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Reductions Act, and the Budget Implementation Act. I'd like to state right from the start that I look forward to supporting this bill so as to ensure that it is sent to committee for further study. The broad themes addressed in Bill C-65 are very important, particularly in the light of the recent reports that we received related to sexual misconduct and sexual harassment, both on Parliament Hill and elsewhere. It is necessary to ensure that whether in this place or anywhere in Canadian society, sexual misconduct and harassment are not tolerated. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we've got a systemic problem in our culture where we spend so much time on rights and freedoms and not enough time on obligations and responsibilities to create safe, healthy, non-toxic workplaces. And that needs to be a priority of all employers, of all members of Parliament, of all senators, that our places of employment here on the Hill in our constituencies are places where all employees feel valued, they feel safe, and they feel respected. Also want to reference a little bit the good work that was done by my colleague from Peace River Westlock with his motion M47, which went to the Health Committee asking what the health effects of online violent pornography were to men, women, and children. And I think that's a study that was very worthwhile, and unfortunately the report doesn't really reflect the testimony that was provided by witnesses and seems to have been somewhat homogenized. Madam Speaker, this is a bill which protects vulnerable people from exploitation, and it's a noble goal. It's my hope that we in this House will achieve this goal in this bill, but of course, despite the important objectives outlined in this bill, there are some questions that must be addressed. Sending Bill C-65 to committee will allow us to ensure that we meet the high expectations that Canadians have for us as legislators, as we deal with these critical issues. We know that sexual harassment is not a new phenomenon. Unfortunately, there have always been occurrences. However, now victims are starting to speak up and out against those who use their positions of power to sexually harass those who have less power. It is important that harassment claims be dealt with appropriately and are seen to be dealt with appropriately. These inspire greater confidence in the systems which are in place, prevent abuses, and ultimately ensure that victims and perpetrators are both dealt with in a way that reflects the spirit of the law. And we know that beyond the toll harassment can take on a victim, there are significant costs to workplace where harassment is tolerated. Lost productivity, absenteeism, higher turnover, all of these have economic costs that undermine an office or a business. By way of background, Part 1 of Bill C-65 amends the Canadian Labour Code to strengthen the existing framework for the prevention of harassment and violence. This includes sexual harassment and sexual violence in the workplace. Bill C-65, if passed into law, would put sexual harassment under the purview of workplace health and safety. Areas of federal jurisdiction will be under the new regime, including the Federal Public Service. Part 2 amends the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act with respect to application of Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code to parliamentary employers and employees, without impacting the privileges and immunities of this place and the other place and their members. In essence, harassment policies will also be expanded to cover parliamentary workplaces. This bill will not change the way complaints are handled between parliamentarians. Sexual harassment complaints between members and senators will continue to be handled the way they've been handled previously. And then finally, Part 3 amends the transitional provision of the Budget Implementation Act 2017. In essence, the bill puts forward a multi-step process for dealing with complaints of harassment or violence. It aims first to prevent harassment and violence. But when it does occur, a system is to be in place for a complaint to be filed. An employer must try to resolve the complaint. If that doesn't work, mediation is an option. If that option fails or is bypassed, an individual identified as a competent person is to report on an incident and make recommendation to the employer, who then is required to implement the recommendations. I won't go into all the detail here, but if the complaint remains unresolved, the Minister of Labour steps in to ensure compliance. There are some issues I have with this bill, mostly with the lack of precision in the drafting. But the first concern I would like to highlight is related to the fact that the Minister of Labour is given a great deal of power in the complaints process. As I've just underlined, the Minister of Labour is set up to be the arbiter of matters which proceed through the initial steps of the process but go unresolved. The trouble here is obvious, especially as we consider that this new regime is meant to provide protections to staff here on Parliament Hill. For example, if an individual who works within the office of a Liberal MP is harassed and she proceeds through the process that will be in place, she may find his or her situation being addressed by a colleague, maybe even a friend of the perpetrator. The Minister of Labour would be in an awkward position here, to put it mildly. As anyone watching the news in the last week would realize, a sexual harassment situation arising in a political office can end a career. Are the Liberals seriously saying that the Minister of Labour, whether in this government or any other successive government, would be able to rightly deal with a situation of this type from an unbiased perspective? Without any concern for political consequences? I doubt it. A victim must have access to a process which is reliable and cannot be improperly interfered with. Even the perception that there could be interference calls the whole process into question. An independent third party would serve employees and employers much better here. And then there are other problems within the legislation that require some further clarification as well. Throughout our time in government, Conservatives always placed a strong focus on supporting victims. It is our intention to ensure that the Liberals focus on supporting them as well as through this legislation, as they've said they would. One of the concerns related to this point is the option of mediation as an avenue to solve harassment complaints. The government must absolutely be clear about what is meant and intended with those sorts of areas of concern. The Liberals have said that there will be a campaign which will focus on sexual harassment awareness. To date, there has been no mention of the cost of this campaign, where it will be targeted, or what specific goals of the campaign will be. A campaign will not be successful unless it has defined goals, a strategy to meet them. Similarly, there is a plan for outreach to those who have experienced, there needs to be a plan for those people who have experienced sexual harassment. The plan is to help those who have been aggrieved to navigate the process of resolution and to direct victims to support services which are available to them. This bill needs to have an accurate costing estimate to accompany it. All Canadians have a stake in ensuring any campaign has a meaningful impact. The Liberals would do well to map out their plan for this campaign as quickly as possible to that end. Bill C-65 also identified a number of exemptions that need to be clarified. To give one example, there is an exemption to opt out of the regime for harassment complaints if workplaces have an equivalent regime of their own already in place. Well, Madam Speaker, what will this look like? How would such requests be handled? And finally, certain terms in this bill are not presently adequately defined in the law. The term competent person, as someone that a person can go to help render a decision in the case of a complaint. What does a competent person look like? How would we describe a competent person? I think there needs to be an expansion on that part of the bill. Is it the law of contract definition of the competent person, which is someone who has of the mental capacity to enter into an agreement? Is that what was meant by a competent person? Then such a person could be any individual in an office. Or is it someone who has the required skills, training, experience, and other characteristics to truly be helpful? Someone in human resources or a counselor might be more appropriate in a case like that. What does competency mean in relation to addressing complaints of sexual harassment and for the purpose of Bill C-65? These are all areas that could be more neatly defined to make this a better piece of legislation. Bill C-65 must be clear. It must be clear what it means. It also must be clear what it doesn't mean. The intent of this bill is noble. However, it leaves many questions unanswered. I look forward to seeing this bill debated more fully in committee. I am sure that all members of Parliament, staff, and all Canadians want to see workplaces free of sexual harassment. I hope, Madam Speaker, that this bill will, after some improvements and clarifications, be helpful and contribute to greater safety in the workplace.
Then comments, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Provencher for his excellent remarks. There was a couple of points that he raised, and I guess I sort of have a two-part question.
One is with respect to the existing processes for learning more about sexual harassment in the workplace. I know I and my staff have done a webinar that relates to this topic. It's training that's available to all members and their staff within the House of Commons. So my first part of my question is whether or not the member and his staff had an opportunity to do this, or will they? And the second part of my question really goes to the notion of, again, he raised the topic that's suitable for committee around the executive, the legislative, and the judicial roles of this legislation potentially being harmonized within the minister, and whether or not that's appropriate, and whether or not the member feels that there is a particular officer of parliament in whom this adjudicative role should reside, if he has an opinion upon it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank you, my colleague, for that set of questions, very good questions. I think the training that the House offers to members and to their staff is very good, and I would encourage all members and their staff to participate in that training, to undergo it, and I think it provides a good framework for a basis of a healthy and functioning office, one that will give good results, as well as provide an environment that is safe and respectful towards all individuals. As far as the adjudication of complaints, I think it would be, I appreciate the part very much in the legislation that allows for mediation. I think that's a very, very important part. And when an individual has the freedom to engage a supervisor or an employee about a sexual harassment claim, I think that's good. But I think we would be better, and our staff would be better served, if there would be an outside third party that could be set up, whereas someone could lodge a complaint. That complaint could be lodged confidentially with that third party. That complaint could then be investigated confidentially, and then a response could be given whether this is a complaint that would be suitable for mediation or whether it needs to be escalated through the ranks.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Frobisher for that speech that he spoke about. And he mentioned he was concerned with overlapping jurisdictions and overlapping rules. Now, the government, I've been involved in the government since 1968. I didn't want to go back that far, but that's when I first started. And we've had study sessions on these matters starting in the mid-'70s through the '80s, through the '90s, through 2000s. And I know I've taken a number of different courses, but I think part of this legislation is that I'm seeing and reading Bill C-65 is that what are we going to do when we have to pull all of these together to make it work as one unified bill? And I wonder if the member would like to speak to me through you, Madam Chair, on how he sees that we can kind of pull it all together so there'll be one bill respecting all different agencies within the government and within industry.
Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague with that great question. And I think ideally there would be one single process would be the best way that we could probably provide a solution for this, what Bill C-65 is hoping to address. And, under employment and employment standards, I think if there was application there for parliamentarians and senators as well, that they would fall underneath that legislation, I think it would be, we would be well served to do that. And that there would be a clearly defined process where when there's a complaint that is going to be launched by an individual, that there is a independent third party where that complaint would be lodged with, where it would be properly investigated in confidence, that the person bringing the complaint forward doesn't need to feel threatened for their job, and also that the person that is being accused of inappropriate behavior also has the protection of that confidentiality would provide until the investigation would be complete and further action is required. I think to have a central agency to look after that under employment standards would be the ideal place for it.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise this afternoon to talk about a bill that seeks to amend the Labour Code and that has to do with harassment and violence. I would also like to thank my colleague for Provencher, who raised valid points and who reminded everyone of our party's position. We will support this bill at second reading, and I've just come from the Human Resources Committee. And at that committee, we are ready to receive this important bill, and we hope to improve upon it. Madam Speaker, this bill was tabled on the 7th of November 2017 by the government, but with recent events, it's still a contemporary bill. It was said today that the definition of harassment already exists in the Labour Code, but we can also benefit from the expertise and the experience of Quebec legislation. What do we mean when we talk about harassment, psychological harassment? For example, the Quebec government, with its standardization authority, states a vexatious behavior, something that is harmful or humiliating, that is repetitive, or that is singular and serious. We need a definition framework. It is a hostile and undesirable and undesired action that harms the integrity or dignity of an employee and that has an impact on the workplace. A person can be ridiculed, their job can be ridiculed, the person can be isolated, certain gestures could be defamatory or offending. These people can be aggressed, for example, could be destabilized. This leads to discrimination, ostracization, and isolation. These are elements that no doubt we will examine when the bill will be pushed before the committee. We need to well define psychological harassment and physical violence. There are many consequences. The person is harmed, the person's integrity is harmed, their self-respect is harmed, which has an effect on motivation, for example. It can also have effects on psychological and physical health. The person may seek to avoid going to work. There is a higher risk of accidents. The person seeks to avoid the workplace where they are ostracized. This could also lead to the person being fired, as well as undergoing financial hardships. This is a phenomenon that has to be eliminated as much as possible. We see the negative impacts not only on humans, but also in the workplace and the harmful effect it has on productivity. The Minister put forward a bill first and foremost that will make it so that federal authorities have a preventative policy. They have to report all cases of harassment brought to their attention. They must also support psychologically those who have been affected. Currently, there are no sanctions provided for against employers in the wrong, but with regards to corporations, or rather crown corporations, recommendations can be put forth. Madam Speaker, we talked about this today, and we saw that there are two sides: federal employees and also political staff. But the initial steps are the same. When a policy is implemented, the employee can turn towards the employer to file a complaint. If the complaint is not solved, an optional mediation protocol is engaged, after which an investigator can be brought in. My colleague just raised the importance of well defining who the person will be and who will receive the mandate of dealing with this complaint. During the day, we also heard there are a number of concerns with regards to protecting the integrity of the person who feels assaulted, the person I would call a victim. My colleagues have said so. Victims are important to us, and we, without a shadow of a doubt, want to protect victims during the whole process. And that is why I asked the Minister this morning that at committee, we have to state that the person who has been assaulted, this person needs to be able to turn towards a third party, not only their employer. This would be the Department of Labour. Someone should not be subject to harassment, and they turn towards their labour relations, and labour relations say, well, no, you have to turn towards your employer. But if the employer is the aggressor, that's less than ideal. We want to protect the victim at the heart of the process as much as possible. We do not want to erect barriers between the victim and the federal labour relations. What we have noticed is that this protocol, being aware of policies, going to one's employer, going towards mediation, this also applies for political staff. We are in a very political sector, and I'm pleased to see the government's openness with regards to ensuring that the process is independent. We are in a partisan context, but today we saw that we must make sure that political staff will not become a victim of partisan politics. For example, there have been complaints, for example, raised against members of the government, and we will study this at committee to see what the best way would be to make sure that we are independent during the whole process, to allow the Labour Minister, for example, to not be in conflict of interest. There are a number of commissioners who work for the House and who are therefore independent, and who no doubt would have a useful role to play. These are a number of concerns or issues that we would like to raise, Madam Speaker, during the study of Bill C-65 at committee. We have enumerated a number of them. For example, as I said, we must make sure that during the process, the victim should not be subject to repercussions. For example, for political staff, we need to well define the definition of a specialist, the person who will be hired to investigate on the situation. We must also make sure to avoid conflict of interest, and we must always go forward with a presumption of innocence. But for all this, we require resources, and today, the Minister was rather vague on the resources that she intends to implement in her department, and for the awareness campaign she seeks to carry out, and with regard to the resources that will support every company and every sector in fighting harassment and violence. We would like to ask the Minister questions about this because this is an important step and a necessary step, because, as we saw in a federal workplace, 6 out of 10 employees say that they have been victims of harassment. There is therefore an issue. It is therefore important to act in a tangible way. It's a step in the right direction, and very clearly we will encourage the government to examine initiatives and expertise that have flourished in the country with regards to psychological harassment. I'm proud as a Quebecer to say that Quebec authorities are working on this issue and have been doing so for over a decade. They have developed expertise that could be very interesting and very useful for us. And so, Madam Speaker, to conclude, this is a step in the right direction. This is a constructive approach, and we seek to continue as such with the government to bring this bill further, even if we would like to elucidate a number of points at committee, at the Human Resources Committee, for example. One element that pleased me in what the Minister had to say was that we need a culture shift, and on that she can rely on our collaboration. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires? The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that speech. My question is this. If we're looking at the incidence of sexual harassment, and we take it here to the House of Commons as an example in terms of attracting more women to politics, encouraging more women to stay in politics, how important is it across our country that women and men and people of minorities here, that all people in this House are working together to find a solution regarding the issue of sexual harassment in the workplace? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Les-Sept-Chemins-Lévis.
Honourable Member for a question, Madam Speaker, and we certainly have to set the highest standard in the society since we are looked at, and also we should certainly look at as models. So this particular, I would say, tier of the issue, which is the harassment of staffer, if I may use this expression, has to be dealt with a cautious and with a particular attention, and that's why we feel that we should prevent any partisanship to be involved in that process. And as the member knows, regarding the conduct between parliamentarians, we already have a rules that conduct that are defining elected members. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my honourable colleague for his great speech there. One of the things that we've heard more and more today is a talk about victims and how we need to listen to them and things like that. And I know that as a Conservative, we're very proud of the Victims' Bill of Rights that we passed. I know that my colleague has had something to do with that. Particularly, though, I'd like to just mention the current C-38. And it actually pulls out consecutive sentencing for human trafficking. And I was just wondering, is this a kind of a trend that we're seeing with this government, is that they talk a good game, and yet when it comes to actually doing things, that standing up for victims, as we see with C-38, they seem to just avoid the issue altogether. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Les-Sept-Chemins-Lévis.
Member for his question, and what we certainly want in that process, and that's what we are going to be very keen at. As the member mentioned, we are at a party who brought forward the charter, the Victim Bill of Rights, is that to make sure that we are not double victimizing the person who could have been involved in a harassment situation, and that's why we feel that the independence of the third party involved in the investigation is certainly one of the very important aspect. One other issue I'd like to point to the member is we've discussed today of a parliamentary staffer. We also discuss of those employees under the federal government. But we also, as government, have a lot of civil servants. And unfortunately, there has been a lot of harassment mentioned by civil servants. And we have a responsibility because we, as a government, they are the people working for us. And so we certainly have to clean our own house, which is the civil servant, as well as those who are working under federal jurisdiction. And this is certainly one aspect we're going to ask the minister to make sure that we are taking care also of a harassment that is occurring within the civil servant service. Thank you.
We have time for another question. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yellowhead, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, do you feel that we should be moving beyond just this? Through you, Madam Chair. Do you feel that we should be moving beyond just Bill C-65 and looking at the big picture of what's happening in Canada? Why are people moving this way? We have had harassment policies in the civil service since the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, and yet it still seems to continue on. And does the member feel that we should be looking at a broader picture to see where we can maybe stop or look at why this is happening? Thank you.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Les-Sept-Chemins-Lévis. A quick response, please. Zero tolerance for sexual harassment, and we can inspire ourselves from mechanisms that have been implemented that go beyond what C-65 has provided for, to make sure that independent third parties can make decisions after investigations with binding decisions to protect victims. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you. I am honored in this astonishing time to be speaking on the vitally important issue of sexual harassment and violence in our public dialogue and in our workplaces. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Essex. I'm going to talk about the brave young women that are coming forward, the legacy of social justice, women's rights activists on whose shoulders we stand. I'm going to talk about my party, the NDP's support for Bill C-65. I'm going to affirm that no party is immune to the revelations and the bad behavior that's being reported. And I'm going to talk about the cost of shutting women out of politics. And I'll talk a bit about some of the changes to the bill that would help us make it an even better protection for workers. The stories that we are hearing, the imperative for us to take this action as parliamentarians is fueled by the terrible stories we're hearing. This was a quote from a former parliamentary staffer, Beizan Zubi. She said, being a parliamentary staffer on the Hill was, quote, a crash course in sexism and sexual harassment. Whoa. She said, if I'm being honest, I would warn young women to stay away, that Parliament Hill, in my experience, was a fundamentally unsafe place for young women. How can that be said about the Commons, the place for the people? Lauren Dobson Hughes said, quote, you take your cues from people around you who are in positions of power, and if they don't think that's weird, if they don't even give it a momentary, give them a second glance, then you think maybe the problem is me. Maybe that's just normal, end quote. And it's not normal. And so more than anything, I want to state the privilege for us to be in this House and be able to make permanent change at this historic time. And I want to honor the brave women who, after decades of holding these stories back, are risking themselves and their reputations and are telling the stories and ringing the alarm on deeply embedded sexism and violence in our common discourse and in our workplaces, including this workplace here. So I recognize the great cost to women for coming forward, and I want to say to them, I am really sorry it happened to you, and that we are going to honor your bravery by doing the right thing here in this House, and we recognize that we have the highest responsibility to act on the respect and the importance of the words that we've been given. This is the global hashtag #MeToo movement. Mm-hmm. This is Time's Up, and time is up. So we are determined to ensure workplaces in this country are safe from sexual harassment. We know all workers everywhere deserve and are entitled to a safe and secure environment. And the work before us today is to make sure that there is zero tolerance for harassment and violence in our workplaces. And when it does happen, there must be a transparent process where the complainants are confident that they will be treated with respect and privacy, and those who are accused know that there is a process that will be adjudicated. And the public will have an idea about what that process is. So the Labour Minister's proposal, Bill C-65, amends the Canada Labour Code to include sexual violence and harassment, and it attempts to do a similar thing for within parliamentary workplaces where the concern about parliamentary privilege has even prevented the Labour Code from taking effect in our constituency offices across the country and here on the Hill. I'm very grateful to the Labour movement for identifying changes that we can put in place that would improve the bill, and also to my colleagues, the member for Saskatoon West, our former Labour critic, and a member from Jonquière, our current Labour critic, because the work of them and their staff is building our case, and we're going to make this legislation even better. I want to give thanks to the men in the NDP caucus that I serve with, and also the members of Islands Trust Council, where I served for 12 years, I personally have had a very good experience as an elected woman in politics, maybe because Islands Trust Council had an exactly gender-balanced 26-person council. Maybe that had something to do with the change in tone. But what we're talking about today is actually the experience of workers and not so much about parliamentarians. I want to acknowledge that if we can get more women into parliaments, that they will change the tone. Add women, change politics. We hear this a lot. They will change the tone. They will also enact policies. We've seen this across the world that remove barriers to women's participation in public life, and to systems and a country that protect all vulnerable people better than we do right now. We've seen this in other parts of the world. Canada is sadly really very behind the ball on this. Status quo policies that we've had in this parliament have meant that the number of women elected to office has stalled out, and that has, and that might, if we could bump that number up, it might be that we would have less sexual harassment. We've heard specifically, maybe 9 months ago, the Daughters of the Vote was a beautiful initiative on International Women's Day, but one sister powerfully, Arazu Najib Zadeh, she symbolically left her seat empty to represent the cost of violence against women, that it keeps women out of public participation in public life. It prevents them from taking their seat. And so hands raised to that sister. Both myself and the Member of Parliament from Hochelaga saluted her efforts on that day. And she is a reminder to me of we need all diversity of voices in this House to change the country, to bring proper representation, and that is the cost of keeping political staffers in an unsafe place and making women tell these stories that Parliament Hill is not safe for them. This is the power of social media that makes it possible for us to transmit these stories. And it's bringing down some pretty amazing political leaders right now. Again, we are in quite a time. I want to also acknowledge my Aunt Kim, who I've talked about, Kim Malcolmson, I've talked about in this House before. She's was a pay equity commissioner, hardcore, very challenging for my old grandfather. She was a hardcore feminist, a CCF waffle party, Tommy Douglas aficionado. Just really shaped me enormously. Friday morning, she's in palliative care. My uncle, fabulous uncle Paul Barber, told her that Patrick Brown had been forced to resign his seat. And although it was very hard for her to speak, she demanded to know more details. On Saturday, I was able to visit her in the hospital and let her know that New Democrats were going to be starting out their time back returning to Parliament by calling out the need to act to end violence against women and sexual harassment, and that at the end of the week, we were going to be celebrating our 2-year anniversary of our successful motion in the House, myself and the member for Jonquière, to bring pay equity, actually to legislate it. And so I was able to let Kim know that we were coming into Parliament fighting. That was on Saturday, and yesterday she passed away. And so I like to think, because she's a woman that knows she's going to go to heaven, that she is looking down on this amazing time that we are living in, and that the work that has been built is carrying on, and that the young women leaders in this country, with their deep bravery and their astonishing ability to tell stories, are changing the way that we're going to go forward with this legislation. The labor movement is urging changes. We're going to be urging changes in committee, but we're so glad that with our new House leader for the NDP, we were able to accelerate passage of this bill. We will go immediately to be able to debate its details and get changes as fast as we can so we can make politics a safe place for all members of our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her excellent speech and certainly her important intervention in terms of this bill. And this is a bill that I think all parties in this House support. I wanted to just probe her thoughts a little bit on getting more women involved in politics. I think all of us agree that it's important to get more women elected in politics. And sometimes the mechanism for that involves party leaders wanting to intervene more in local nominations, but there's pushback in terms of questions of the independence of local nominations. So there's, I guess, a tension between different important values, getting more representation, but also the importance of the local process. So I'd just like to genuinely hear the members' thoughts on what the best mechanism for ensuring that outcome would be from her perspective.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really proud that the New Democrats nominated for their federal election slate in 2015, 43% of our candidates were women, and we elected 40% of a female caucus. Yeah. And I've got a lot of strong women around me here today. That is borne out again and again. If political parties offer women, voters say yes to women. The Conservative Party, I believe, nominated 17% women, and you've got about 16 or 17% of your caucus is female. The Liberals, kind of 30%. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for Burnaby South, proposed a private member's bill that would have given incentives for political parties to nominate more gender-balanced slates. Unfortunately, a feminist Liberal government voted that down, which was very disappointing. So we are now looking to them to see what are they going to bring to this Parliament that might also give political parties incentives. But in the meantime, you could do what the NDP does, which is to say riding associations are not allowed to go to a nomination vote until they show they have exhausted all equity candidate nomination possibilities.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks, which were vibrant, authentic, and her comments about her aunt, the importance that she placed in this issue until her last breath is very moving. And I'd like to say that today we're all happy to see that most parties and most people see this as a need. And there are some points that came out over the course of the day. The fact that there was a lack of definitions. We were told it would be regulated, and others talked about the courage it takes to speak out. So does my colleague think that if we were to put clear definitions in the bill, it would be easier to do awareness campaigns and other things, because we need to focus on this type of behavior?
Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Fair question. I'm reminded of the words of Carleton University's Jennifer Robson, who said, quote, "Harassment policies on paper don't work if workers don't have all the information and, most of all, the trust." That's up to us. But you're quite right. The member is quite right. As much detail as we can get in here right now is going to make implementation and also understanding, both on the side of the employer and the worker, much easier to get at. We've heard concerns, for example, that the bill might not protect the privacy of those people coming forward as much as it might when the competent person selected as their mediator might be a co-worker. It's not clear what the actual penalties for the employers would be, whether that's federally regulated industry or, in this case, a member of parliament, and not clear how anonymity would be and privacy would be protected. So many details that we will be taking in good faith to committee and try to get this as specific, and that's certainly what our brothers and sisters in the labour movement have called for as well.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Essex.
I want to dedicate this speech to every woman who has come forward, part of the Me Too and the Time's Up movements. I want to thank them for their courage and their strength. But I also want to express my extreme, deep frustration that it continues to take women laying themselves bare for the public in order to agitate for change.
Hear, hear.
We need to do better. Today, I hope that I'm passing through this House one small part of their voices that have reached out to me on social media, that have been sending emails, that have been thankful for those of us who are standing in the House agitating for this change. So I have to tell you that women in our country right now are raising their voices in unison in a way that we haven't seen for a very long time around this issue. And I'm reminded, as my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, mentioned, of the 338 women who sat in this House in March of 2017, and the power and the passion that they brought, and the really deep desire that they have, and the hope for a political career here in this House someday. And that extends beyond just our seats here. That extends to everyone who works to support us here in this House, right down to our pages who help support us every day in this House. And I want more than anything for all of them to be free to pursue this career, to pursue this life free of harassment. I want them to see that day come. I don't want them to have to be worried about bracing themselves to face the toxic workplace that they are reading across this country and watching and learning that this place is. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, that I came from the labor movement, where I worked in an auto manufacturing facility, and I was one of 15% of women in that workplace. But being part of a union environment, having the protections, having the policies, having the clear and very defined definitions of harassment in the workplace, it went miles to ensure that everyone in that workplace understood their responsibility in doing better. And so in the labor movement, I commend them because they've done an incredible amount of work to eradicate this. And we're not going to have to look too far for policies that work out into the public, out into labor, out into our communities, because they exist, Madam Speaker. We simply need to make sure that they exist here as well. And this behavior that we're talking about is not new, has been raised by a lot of my colleagues today. But it can and it must change. And it's going to take all of us. And to start with, there can be no more whisper campaigns in this House. There can be no more women who are warning other women about who to stay away from, who not to be alone with, because that's unacceptable, and it's a very deep part of our culture here, where women have been trying to protect women through these very subversive campaigns. Well, no more to that. That has to come out in the light of day. We have to shine a light on it, and we have to challenge that behavior each and every time we see it. And not just the women in this House, but every man sitting in this House has to challenge it from other men on a constant basis. And only then will we try to strive to create a workplace that is safe, without these hiding places and these excuses for this behavior. Because it's the excuses that have allowed it to continue to breed, have allowed it to continue on. And I heard a colleague earlier mentioning of the fact that they've had training here throughout the years. Well, clearly it hasn't worked, Madam Speaker. Because if all of those trainings had been successful, and I recognize that this work is ongoing, and this work will take all of us working through our lifetimes to continue to improve it at a, I hope, a better pace than we have been at. But it's clear that we can and we must do better. But for people who have sat and listened to a colleague say something inappropriate and let it go by, that day is done. We can no longer do that in this place. We must challenge it on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of people that we're standing here representing from our riding, but also on behalf of Canadians, because we cannot allow this place to become a mockery, to become just a toxic pool that is to be avoided at all costs, because we're losing the best and brightest in the next generation by not showing them better. And we all hope for those young people to come and take over someday in our seats, as those young women did on International Women's Day. So we have to commit not just to the legislation, which is very important. I'm so happy that everyone in the House provided consensus on the MP from Berthier-Maskinonge, on what she brought up earlier, and getting this to committee as quickly as possible. I think that's critical, that we get to the committee level and we start this very difficult work, and that we do it with the blinders off, that we do it honestly, because we can't bring to that committee the excuses, the hiding places, the reasons why, the reasons that people think that this is just the way that it is here. We have to throw all of that to the side and really work to challenge the structures that have existed here for 150 years in this place, but certainly beyond that, and as one colleague mentioned earlier, you know, for a millennial, for the beginning of time. So we have to challenge it at the smallest root, the smallest comment that goes by that we might portray as harmless, or we might say, you know, it's just what men say. It's just something that, you know, men say in a locker room. It's something men, you know, say to other men. These are not harmless. This is the beginning of harm. This is the beginning of letting these things slide by, until it affects one individual so badly that their life is forever altered. And we see that happening with women in Canada right now. We see women who are being attacked on social media because they've come forward. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. And if anyone in this House is in any way aware of people being attacked, we also have a responsibility to speak out, to say that attacking women who come forward is not acceptable. There's due process within the law, and there is due process, hopefully within our workplace when we have this legislation going forward. But that in no way excuses us for not speaking up when we see it. And we have to take that seriously. And I know that there are men here that I work with every day who don't support this culture, who think it's wrong, who don't behave this way, who don't condone it, who don't teach their sons or their daughters that this is okay. And it's time for those men to start speaking out. Because although this is impacting on women, it impacts on men too. And we know that this isn't a gender issue. This isn't for the women to go and fix.
That's right.
This is for all of us to fix together. So I'd like to dig in a little bit to the actual bill that we have before us. But just before I do that, I want to say that, you know, an example of how women in this House even are struggling to come forward, struggling within our own parties, within this structure, to be able to call this behavior out is the fact that we had a Canadian Press survey that was done for female MPs, anonymous, passed through all of our whips offices in December, and we had very low participation in this survey. Extremely low, I believe below 40% participation of women MPs. Because we exist in a structure where we have parties that we have loyalties to. And women in this place are even afraid to call this out. But women need to be brave, and we need to embolden the men that we sit with as our colleagues every day to be brave as well. So some of the things that we're looking at in this bill, it is an important first step. I will say that, Madam Speaker. But we have to go far beyond where this bill is going. And that will involve that work at committee. That will mean things like a definition. And we've had some conversation here about definition today, whether the definition should be in the bill itself, whether the definition should be part of the regulatory piece that goes along with this legislation. Madam Speaker, defining what harassment is allows us to challenge it. Without that very basis of understanding, how can we educate people in the House as to what it is? This is the very core of the work that we should be doing in this House. So I implore the government to please look at all amendments that come forward by taking that partisan hat off at the door, because this is work that we're doing for the future of this House. And I will note to you that on International Women's Day last year, when that 338 women sat in this House, that's more women than have ever actually sat here elected. We are doing a poor job in Canada of attracting young women, and this is one of the many reasons why. So we need to do better. I ask for commitment from all of my colleagues to look at the amendments on the basis of the amendments, to put their partisanship aside, and let's do the hard work that's necessary to change this workplace to a zero-tolerance workplace.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I would like to thank my colleague. What a lovely example, talking about a unionized workplace that has clear protocols, which precisely target the type of behavior to not demonstrate. I would like her to give me more examples where this type of code, this type of offense is clearly outlined. This is what you don't do. How useful this would be because I was also surprised during her speech in many regards on the statistics, the horrible statistics about harassment in the workplace, how there are certain rules of silence established. I suppose I was a bit naive, or I just never heard about this. And my other colleague, who was talking about how, according to an intern working here, was basically working in a nest of snakes. I would like to hear more about a code and definitions that should be added to this bill. Thank you.
For Essex.
I thank my colleague, and yes, you know, Labour has done an incredible job throughout our country, and I will say that the NDP is proud to have unionized staff from UFCW 232, and they have worked very hard on harassment, anti-harassment language within the collective agreement that we have. And one of the questions we have is really, how will we now mesh what some workers on this Hill have in a collective agreement with what is now being proposed? This is an important understanding, and that also we can draw from the collective agreements that exist across our country on the best practices that exist around harassment policy, around education of that policy. I'm proud in my former life to have done this for the union that I belong to, and it's incredibly important work, because no matter how many times we're educated, things are shifting and changing in our world, certainly with cyberspace, cyberbullying, all the things that are happening outside, which really are an extension of our workplace according to the code. But it's quite shocking to Canadians that we don't actually have labor law that applies to us here on the House or on the Hill. You know, that's quite a shock to most people in Canada. They're completely unaware of that and find that appalling, that this is the only space that exists in Canada where we don't really have any laws to protect people who work here every day with us. One of the things that I can point to specifically that Unifor has is a women's advocate program. And this is someone who has been specifically trained in the workplace for people to access. It's an independent person. They don't provide counseling per se, but they do provide connections to community partners that exist so that people can receive the help that they really do need. And this goes along, of course, with supporting the financial aspect of needing access to those services. And it is something that has worked quite effectively and actually has been lauded at the United Nations as a workplace model to challenge harassment and also to provide people with the information necessary when they really are struggling under the weight of these incidents.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I just wanted to raise one more thing, and that is, in the House today, we're talking about our response to sexual harassment in the workplace, and Bill C-65 will definitely do a lot in order to help us along that journey and make sure that individuals who come forward with allegations are heard and that action is taken. My question is, I'm wondering if the honourable member could comment as to what measures could be taken within this place, and perhaps even within other workplaces, but giving priority to this place, what actions could be taken that are preventative in nature in order to make sure that the staff that work for members of parliament are actually free of victimization?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you for the question, and I would say that first of all it's going to take an incredible amount of work, a commitment from all of us to be a part of the solution, and it's not just about those of us in the House, it's about the Senate side, it's about people who work for us, you know, our parliamentary protective services, those who are pages in the House, like everyone. So the education that's going to be required is extensive, and I have watched the education video that's provided by the House, and it's lacking. There really isn't enough there. I will tell you that the education that I spoke about that happened in the union I belong to was a 40-hour program. 40 hours for each person. And so, you know, this is a really deep commitment with a yearly follow-up. So every year, one day. So updating that training on a constant basis. This work is never done. This work will, you know, I hope improve, I hope become better, I hope change things, but really education is the key. And a commitment from everyone that they will challenge this behavior goes an incredibly long way. Because if we continue to sit silent and this opportunity passes us by to improve what we have currently governing us here in this place, then shame on us, because we will have missed an opportunity to improve so much for the lives of Canadians. Because when women can do their work free of harassment and focus on their work, I can tell you that that work will just continue to grow, and we will all reap the benefits of that.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Comme il n'y a pas plus de...
As no further members wish to speak, pursuant to the order adopted earlier today, Bill C-65, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, number 1, will now be read a second time. Is deemed to be read a second time. Second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to... The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect the bill has passed, and maybe we could see the will of the House to call it the time of adjournment so we can go on to adjournment proceedings.
Agreed? Agreed? Agreed. Carried. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm rising to follow up on a question that I had on December 2nd of last year. And this was a question about workers at Cami Automotive in Ingersoll, Ontario, who really, at the time, were on strike. Have since gone back to work, thankfully, but have really been feeling the impacts, the negative impacts of NAFTA on their community. And it was very wonderful to see their entire community come out and supported them and recognize the importance of auto manufacturing jobs and the health of their economy, of their local communities. So NAFTA talks have continued this week, and very little is focusing on its impacts on working people. Before committing to any agreement, we need to ensure that Canadians' lives and our communities have been improved by this trade relationship. 23 years ago, when NAFTA was originally negotiated by the Mulroney Conservatives, they tried to sell Canadian workers on the idea that it would bring prosperity to everyone across the continent. Mulroney's government claimed that NAFTA would be a great equalizer and was a trade agreement that would float all boats. Yet Labour and civil societies were deeply concerned that the weak Labour side agreement would do nothing to change the alarming trend of growing income inequality in our country. But the Conservative government pressed on, and today we know the harsh impact of this trade deal on working people. Since 1994, successive governments have neglected to address the alarming and worsening reality that the NAFTA promise has not led to increased standards of living for all, and that the majority of the benefits have gone to those who already hold a great deal of power and influence. Income and wealth inequality in Canada today is at a crisis level. To say that NAFTA hasn't played a role in that would be disingenuous. Just ask those 3,000 workers at GM's Cami plant in Ingersoll who waged a long and bitter strike in order to get a commitment from the corporation to retain their jobs. Workers will still see their main production vehicle move to 2 plants in Mexico, where workers are paid an average of $4 per hour. This world-class facility in southwestern Ontario has provided the surrounding region's economies with millions of dollars. But unfortunately, under NAFTA, its fate is uncertain, as so many other production lines before it. Often, proponents of free trade try to pass it off the loss of automotive jobs as due to an advancement of automation alone. Although automation has contributed to a small decline of jobs in manufacturing, we need to be very clear that the level of automation in a Mexican auto plant is identical to one in Canada. The real issue is that consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have allowed corporations to take advantage of low-waged economies and workers worldwide, ignoring their rights while putting Canadian workers at a serious disadvantage. The international standards for labour laws are codified by the International Labour Organization's 8 core conventions. And although Canada signed on to ratify all of them, we can't turn a blind eye to the reality of workers in North America. Canada must be a world leader when it comes to promoting labour standards around the world at all times. And this means that the Liberal government can't ignore labour standards while renegotiating NAFTA or other future trade agreements. And I have to ask the question, Madam Speaker, is the labour chapter in NAFTA a red line for the Liberals that they won't dare cross in this trade agreement with NAFTA or with any other trade agreement that we have? Or, like their predecessors, will they continue to protect the interests of their rich friends by raising them up while the rest of us continue to sink?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I had the privilege of going with the member of Essex to her circumscription, her riding, and I saw firsthand the impact that NAFTA has had over the inner community over the last 24 years. First and foremost, I reiterate for the House's attention that the Prime Minister has made income inequality between workers, CEOs, one of his principal themes in all his international discussions. And quite frankly, thanks to his leadership and that of the other cabinet ministers, indeed all members of this House, this whole idea is picking up speed in the international community as one of the great issues of our time that we've got to resolve. Let me get to the question at hand, posed by the honourable member from Essex. Overall, our objective has been to not only modernize NAFTA, but to introduce ideas which will ensure that we don't leave workers behind. From the beginning, our intent has been to introduce progressive labour ideas, ideas which benefit women who, when they earn a fair day's wage, it will be for a fair day's work, but they should not be treated one whit differently from men. We've made good progress in Montreal over the last couple of days. I had the good fortune to be there for most of it, accompanied by members of the NDP and the Conservative Party, and I'm glad to say it was a unified front that we presented to our American and Mexican colleagues. But having said that, the progress is slow. At the top of this idea, in terms of modernization, is to make sure, as articulated by the Prime Minister's vision in making sure we address income inequality internationally, that the workers are not left behind, as happened 24 years ago. Indeed, quite rightly, the honourable member from Essex identifies her riding as particularly hard hit. 4 or 5 days ago, actually 6 now, I had the privilege of being in North Carolina, and I met with members of Charlotte, community, a city of about 700,000 that is booming as a result of reinvestment accrued as a result of the benefits of NAFTA. But at the same time, there were many, many workers out in the countryside who had lost their job 24, 25 years ago. And quite frankly, this is what our innovative labour chapter for NAFTA is meant to mitigate against. Let's not leave the workers behind. What does this mean? We want to make sure that, for example, it's not a race to the bottom in terms of labour code. As articulated by the honourable member, you're quite right, a variety of corporate decisions have been made in Canada and the United States over the preceding 24 years to relocate, displace factories to Mexico where the average cost per worker is far less. And in large measure, our progressive idea about the labour standards that should be shared between the three countries tries to address the income inequalities that exist between the Mexican worker, the Canadian, and the American. Is it going to take some time to resolve? Of course it is. We're making the assumption that the NAFTA progression will continue at its slow and steady pace. But let's not forget that, quite frankly, this introduction to the labour chapter is very, very progressive. It's also very ambitious, so there's some details to be ironed out over the next little while. Let me also point out, Madam Speaker, that I had the pleasure of meeting representatives from Unifor, the Teamsters, PSAC, and the list goes on, not only in consultations in Montreal, but elsewhere. Bottom line is that we are listening to their concerns. We've networked widely with them. We've received tremendously valuable input from frontline union managers as to what is required as we make this evolutionary leap forward. And I'm very confident that, subject to the will of the other two participatory nations, we will be able to get a good job for Canadians, protect Canadian jobs, and make sure we leave no workers behind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say to the member that a truly progressive, labour-focused government does not allow the abuse or the poor working conditions of low-wage economies bolster the profits of its own domestic top 1%. That has to end. It doesn't create advisory councillors or sign on to trade agreements that have no real power to affect progressive change. And I'm curious, Madam Speaker, because we've now signed on to the TPP, what the actual progressive labour standards will be in the TPP that will protect the 58,000 jobs that are projected to leave our country. And I want to tell the member opposite that as someone who's been laid off in a sector because of plants leaving our country to low-waged economies to take advantage of workers, it's incredibly important to stand up for those workers and to not sign on to any deal that will further disadvantage them. If we had a level playing field, there's no doubt that Canadian workers would thrive and excel. It's incumbent upon this government to ensure that we do not sign trade agreements that further
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as mentioned by my honourable colleague, it is vitally important that we leave no workers behind. The same is true of our Indigenous population. And of course, the environmental requirements, all these issues combined make not only good progressive sense, but they're good business sense. In the context of the workers, let me remind the honourable member that it was this government that raised the taxes on the richest 1%. There's more work to be done in this regard by all means, but the Prime Minister, the Cabinet is seized of this issue. We're in close cooperation and interaction with all the progressive unions, indeed all the unions in Canada, ranging from the forestry to the mill workers to the Public Service Alliance. And Madam Speaker, I can assure the honourable member that we will protect the rights of workers in this ongoing NAFTA discussions and come up with the best proposal in the interests of Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this House and just address a matter that I dealt with some months ago, where I directed a question to the government, more specifically a question to the member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, asking them and asking him about how shabbily small business owners in Canada have been treated under the Liberal government's new tax laws. These tax laws were awful. I had hundreds and hundreds of emails coming in from small business owners who felt that this Liberal government that had promised lower taxes was actually breaking its word and making it more difficult for Canadian businesses. And of course, these angry Canadians ran to their MPs. The problem was some members of Parliament didn't actually engage with the members of their community who were concerned about these taxes. One of those was the member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. I'm in the neighboring riding. I had to actually go into his riding and hold a round table there where angry small businessmen and women from his riding shared with me how frustrated they were with the Liberal approach to small business. And of course, the changes that were being made involved the ability of business owners to sprinkle income. In other words, pay money to their children, to their spouses, because in many, many cases, it's the whole family that's involved in running the business. Now the heavy hand of government was coming down and saying, you shall not pay out money to your children unless we, the government, we, the tax department, allow you to. And you could understand why there would be such anger amongst their small business owners. They also had a problem with the fact that money that these businesses would have earned and profits they would have made, they would have set aside in a rainy day fund. Perhaps someone in business got sick, or perhaps the business took a turn for the worse, or perhaps there was an opportunity to grow the business and expand it. There was some cash available to invest in that. Historically, that money sitting there, worked hard for by those business owners, was taxed at a low rate. Now, these Liberals were going to tax that money at 73%. Now, the government has come forward and said, you know what, we might make some changes here. We've amended a little bit the sprinkling provisions, but we're not going to announce until the budget what we're going to do with passive income. So small business owners, they found this out on the eve of Christmas. Suddenly they're scrambling to find their accountants and their lawyers to make sense of the changes the Liberals were making. And again, a fundamental breach of trust. And that shouldn't surprise us, Madam Speaker. When I look at the history of this party, the Liberal Party, in government, all you've seen is breaches of trust. What you've seen is breaking of promises on deficits, breaking promises on balanced budgets, breaking promises on reducing the tax burden on Canadians. In fact, now we find the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister entangled in a web of scandal and intrigue that involves French villas, it involves Caribbean islands and the Aga Khan, it involves offshore companies. all being traced back to the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister. So my question, Madam Speaker, to the Parliamentary Secretary, or whoever is here to answer this question, is threefold. Has the government done an analysis of how much extra revenue it will receive by changing the small business rules? Secondly, will these tax rules apply to the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister? And thirdly, why did the member of Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, not conduct public meetings to address these concerns? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Speaker,
Thank you very much. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia, from Abbotsford, for his speech. Unfortunately, my honourable colleague has perhaps taken a few liberties, and so I will give him the record of our successes with regards to taxation and SMEs, so that he can learn from our examples.
That it is attentive to the small business sector in this country. This government has shown, by virtue of keeping its commitment to lower the small business tax, in fact, today, since we last met in this chamber, today, this government, the small businesses are now paying 10% and not the previous rate that they were paying in 2017. And next year, they will pay 9%. So the small businesses in Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, or in the riding of Gatineau, and I suspect in the riding of Abbotsford, are very happy with the lowering of taxes that they can now reinvest in the business, buy a new computer, hire a new employee, make plans to expand, knowing that those funds will be available to assist them in whatever their business plans are. We certainly want to reward success in this country, Madam Speaker. And my colleague from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, indeed all my colleagues, were very vocal and I know instrumental in helping the Finance Minister consult as broadly as possible and bring back to this House of Commons a plan that will reward success in this country, that will clarify the rules, and yes, will require that companies remunerate only people that are in and working and present and contributing to the business. This, of course, can include family members, as we see on farms. I know my grandfather was a dairy farmer, Madam Speaker. My grandmother participated as equally in that enterprise, as did my grandfather. And obviously, in the agricultural sector, in the small business sector, anywhere, you know that there are family members right now contributing to those businesses, and of course, that may continue, and of course, that may continue to be deductible. But those family members who are not participating in the businesses, as most Canadians would acknowledge, that should not be a write-off that is unavailable to other Canadians. With respect to the passive income, I was very pleased, I know, and I know the member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon was pleased that the passive income measures will now really essentially only apply to 3%, less than 3% of Canadian-controlled private corporations, those who have huge cash piles, and those that I know will not be able to come under that threshold that the minister has set, but 97 or more % of Canadian-controlled private corporations will see no impact from the provisions. And of course, 100% of small businesses will see no retroactive impact from all this. So all of this to say, Madam Speaker, is that we've been very attentive to the small business sector. I know for my part, small businesses in Gatineau, and I suspect throughout British Columbia, are very, very happy with the things that we have put in place. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm surprised that the member for Gatineau would presume to speak for the people from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, a riding I know well because I live in it. That he would presume to speak for the people of Abbotsford. He hasn't been there in recent memory that I know. And yet he suggests that they're all happy. And in fact, Madam Speaker, the business people, the small business people in my riding, the neighboring riding, right across the country, are angry with this Liberal government. They were promised that they would see tax reductions. It was only when we put the fire to the feet of the Liberal government that they actually started to reduce the small business tax rate. And small business is not happy with carbon taxes that are being levied against them, that are going to undermine their competitiveness within a very competitive global economy. They're not happy with additional payroll taxes. They're not happy with the GST that this Liberal government charges on carbon taxes. So, Madam Speaker, this is the mess
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Small business taxes. I think the member threw a very positive story with respect to that. On carbon taxes, the member should, I think, spell out very clearly if he is taking the position for his party that they are against meeting our Paris requirements, because this member, like his colleagues, except for one, voted to implement the Paris Accord, and that's exactly what we're doing. And with respect to business people, whether they be in British Columbia, in my riding of Gatineau, or anywhere in Canada, I would be very, very surprised, Madam Speaker, if the member opposite could produce a business person who is not ecstatic that we have reduced small business taxes and will continue to do so right through 2019. I haven't seen one yet, but perhaps the member could introduce me to one. And I would be privileged and honoured at any point to visit the riding of Abbotsford with my honourable friend.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to address the issue of overpayments in the Phoenix payroll system in this evening's adjournment debate. Being overpaid may not sound like a huge problem, but it is a huge problem when our federal public servants are asked to pay taxes and to make employment insurance and CPP contributions on money that they will ultimately have to return to their employer, the Government of Canada. Now, the government's original response to this situation was very lacking, and we saw that a huge number of 2016 T4s were inaccurate, tens of thousands. In order to try to avoid that problem for 2017 T4s, the government has tried to put forward a compromise solution. Now, Madam Speaker, we live in a social media age, and we have a government that is very keen on digital communication. So I am going to try to summarize that compromise by reading some tweets from the Department of Public Services and Procurement. So on January 5th, the department's Twitter account posted, #GOC employees, did you receive an overpayment in 2017? Call the contact center or your compensation advisor by January 19th, 2018. If the overpayment is processed by January 31, you will only need to repay the net amount. But then we have tweet 2 of 2. If the 2017 overpayment is not processed by the end of January, you will have to repay the gross amount. The pay center or your compensation advisor will confirm if your overpayment was processed. Now, Madam Speaker, it strikes me that the government should be trying to ensure that no federal public servant has to repay a gross amount that they are not actually receiving. But the government has tried to make this contingent on the January 19th deadline. So then what do we see? From that same Twitter feed on January 11th, #GOC employees, the Pay Services Client Contact Center is currently experiencing higher than normal call volumes. And then we have, if you are trying to report an overpayment, you may also submit a Phoenix feedback form to inform the pay center of your situation, and no further action will be required. We apologize for any inconvenience this is causing, and will keep you informed of our efforts to resolve this situation. Now, Madam Speaker, my office understands that when employees submit that online form, they don't get any confirmation of whether or not it has been received. So understandably, they're nervous, and I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement can inform this House how many overpayments were reported by the January 19th deadline, and whether or not those files are being successfully processed for the end of the month. I would also note that the Minister of Revenue could issue a remission order to ensure that these Phoenix overpayments are not subject to tax, and I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary whether his government is prepared to issue a remission order to ensure that no federal public employee has to pay tax on a Phoenix overpayment. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I'm pleased to let the House know of our progress with regards to overpayments. Indeed, the government wanted to prioritise overpayments, and so public servants who were affected in 2017, to avoid any consequential problems that may be raised when a T4 is inexact. In a more global context, and a more general context, the patience of public servants is challenged, but I would like to say to everyone that the government has deployed all necessary resources to rectify problems associated with the Phoenix pay system, and we do so, of course, in collaboration with our staff, with our union colleagues. The stabilization of Phoenix will be done by and for public servants. And so with regards to overpayment, yes, indeed, we had a system where if you had an overpayment in 2017, in that window in 2017, we would be able to give you a correct T4 if the public servant flags their overpayment, or if we have already identified that a public servant has received an overpayment. If we manage this within the window, a correct T4 is sent. Otherwise, an amended T4 will be sent to the CRA automatically, and the tax form that will be submitted by the employee will be automatically updated. And therefore, this would be one less effort put forth by the public servant. Unfortunately, like my colleague no doubt knows, deductions, Canada Pension Plan, Quebec Pension Plan, employment insurance, superannuation, etc., that is up to the employee. And so the Minister for Revenue cannot take these deductions back, and that is why the gross amount has to be sent to the government. To mitigate this issue, because we know this issue exists, to mitigate the issue, we will only ask the reimbursement of the overpayment starting on the 1st of July, and only on the 1st of July. And then we will strike a very generous reimbursement plan with the employee. The employee will have the time to receive their tax rebate, and then they will be able to plan for reimbursing their overpayment. We know that this is not ideal, and that is why we wanted to focus and prioritize overpayments here at the beginning of 2018. And yes, we've received a number of public servants who have raised the matter, but we have already identified another large proportion of them. We are putting forward enormous efforts to mitigate the problem that my honourable friend has identified. And so I'd like to thank him for his statement, and I would be pleased to continue a dialogue with him to find solutions.
For Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his remarks, although I know that he didn't really answer the questions that I raised, so I do want to provide him with another opportunity to enlighten this House as to how many overpayments were reported by the January 19th deadline, and to give us some sense as to whether or not they're being processed successfully. I would also like to raise this possibility of a remission order to ensure that federal public servants do not have to pay income tax on Phoenix overpayments. If the government is confident that the system will work as smoothly as the parliamentary secretary suggests, and that public servants will not be on the hook, then surely they should be willing to issue this remission order to make sure that that's the case. Thanks again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I want one thing to be abundantly clear. One thing to be abundantly clear for all Canadians and all public servants who listen to us. Every single public servant will have the amount that they have earned during their work. Every single public servant. All sums for public servants will be handed to them. That will be the case. Of course, with regards to overpayments, we must ask for the gross amount, and we will also implement very generous measures for reimbursements. That upon which I can't necessarily give comment is, yes, we have received statements from many public servants that had already been identified for many of them. And so to avoid doubling our statistics, I ask for my colleagues' indulgence. The information will be published, but we are working on it regardless.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant.
For adjournment is deemed adopted. The House is adjourned until tomorrow, until 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.